Good morning, Chatty House.
Hello, everybody. Okay, there's that. I sent that. I think Ramsey gets a belt today.
Oh, this does extend out. There we go.
There he goes. Hey, congrats, Ramsey.
Jesse, we got 15? 15 legal? 20 legal?
20 to legal. I'll have the intro play over stream too, so Kyle, you can hear it.
Oh, my man. Thanks.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure we're allowed to do that.
Oh, sweet.
I need to shave. Ugh. Try and look like a human by the end of the day.
It's time now to go beyond the headlines. And for the next 2 hours, go where every sports fan wants to go. Behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Oh, yeah. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. A very happy Thursday to you and to you, not to you and to you. It's the best day of the week. And what a finish to the first half of the Kings season last night with a win over the Nuggets in Denver. James Ham, how's it going, man? Good morning.
I'm good. I think everything is right in the world, right? It feels like everything is a little bit better than it was the day before. And you know, I think
unless you're Drew Eubanks.
Unless you're Drew Eubanks and you got punched in the face. Yeah. I don't know why Isaiah Stewart went out there and treated him like you treat John Bull, but yeah, I mean, this is one of those days where you wake up and you're like 102-98. I don't care how you got there, Kyle. I don't care. I don't care how bad you looked.
No.
You got there. You got the W and you move forward.
If you can gut out any win over the Nuggets, you will take it. If you can do so in Denver, you will take it. And if you can also do so when you're on the second night of a road back-to-back, you will take it. You will get a W any way you can, especially when what did we talk about all day yesterday? It was like, man, that loss in Phoenix was fine, except for the fact they've had all these bad losses, so their margin for error is so slim. You need to go get a win in Denver. And that urgency was very clearly there. There were so many moments in that game last night where I expected them to lay down. I expected them to punt on that game when they got down 10, and then it got to 15, I think, at one point. And okay, they would hang around and they'd get to 13. Okay, now back to 15. Okay, it's at 12. Okay, back to 15. I just felt like at some point the Nuggets were going to pull away and they were going to win that game by 30. And then not only did they not pull away, the Kings came back and won. I was blown away. That was a completely different Kings team than the one we've seen at any point this year.
I agree. This is it. Number one, I think it's the best one of the season. And
yeah, by a lot.
I think it truly is. It's the best one of the season. And then if you look at some of the ways that this game was unfolding early on, Keegan Murray couldn't buy a bucket, but it didn't matter. You could see how much energy and force he was trying to play with. He was flying around. He was doing everything in his power. He just couldn't hit a shot. And you started seeing a lot of players who are having this same exact problem. You know, and it didn't matter who it was, whether it was De'Aaron, whether, Malik Monk goes 2 of 11, like whatever it was, but it didn't mean that they weren't playing with the same energy and force that they play with when they win. And this is what we saw last year. This was a team we saw last year for one glimmer of hope, one night, hopefully a lot more nights in the final 28 games, but for one night, like, there you are. You know, it's like that scene in the movie Hook where they're trying to find Peter Pan and old Robin Williams. And they're like, oh, that is him. Hey, look, it's you. It's you. I found you.
Yeah.
Hey, look. So a really good moment for the Kings, in my opinion.
Look, and it's not a coincidence that the Kings looking more like the Kings. And yeah, they lost in Phoenix, but we talked about, how that was a much more acceptable performance in a loss than kind of some of the other ones we've seen this year. They looked a little bit more like the team we saw last season, but it was driven by De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. And last night, that comeback was fueled by De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. And when you have De'Aaron Fox playing the way he played last season in the fourth quarter, and you have him doing that down the stretch and scoring the team's final 10 points and just dragging them to a victory, like, yes, that's what you want to see from him. That's what you want from De'Aaron Fox. And that's why this lull of the last month or so was so weird. It wasn't like he was playing badly, but he's capable of taking over NBA games against the defending champs in their building on the second night of a back-to-back and winning the Kings a game. And that's what happened. And that's kind of what I expect to see from him moving forward.
Yeah, Kyle, I think the interesting part was that I don't know if like NBA players, they get so used to being like on TV and in the grind, right? And being in an arena with 18,000 people. I think they, at some point, some guys forget that 18,000 people are watching them plus a whole bunch more people on TV, because that's what it kind of feels like sometimes. And I think when Fox looks incredible, he looks great as a player. Like, you see this bounce in his step and just this different vibe, right? And then there's these other games where you instantly feel like something's wrong, something's off, something's awkward. And there's nothing you can, like, as somebody who's watched every game he's ever played, you almost know it right away. Like, this is not going to be a good Fox night. And he needs to understand that everyone else is watching him play. And there, when you call him the head of the snake, it's because that's what's coming at you first. Like, a snake doesn't come at you with his tail first.
That's a great point.
Yeah. I mean, that's like, you might hear the rattle, but the thing that you fear is getting bit by the head of the snake.
Right.
So we're sitting there watching. We're like, oh, well, I'm not afraid of that. That's one of them. They're regular gardener snakes that I don't worry about. That's what, like, half the games this season. And you're like, how do we get to a point where he understands that that's the visual as well, and that everybody is watching the same thing, and they're watching him either have it or not have it? And I mean, even opposing teams, you should be able to, if De'Aaron Fox is on, you're like, oh boy, here we go. It's gonna be a long night. If not, let's beat this team up.
Yeah. And I guess I know not every player is going to be on every single night, but that stretch of games from Fox was just, this makes it even more weird. It's like he was on vacation for a month and now came back and was like, oh yeah, hey, by the way, I can still do this. I guess riding a bike. You need me to go keep us in a game where Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and the rest of the Suns are making shots? Great, I got it. You need me to go drag us to a win against Denver in Denver on the second night of a back-to-back? Great, I got it. Like, that's what we talked about it early in the year when he was scoring 30 a game and looked like an MVP candidate. I have him in that bona fide, like, superstar tier because of what he did in the playoffs. He leveled up his game in the playoffs and then came back in the next regular season and continued backing that up. But he hadn't been playing like that for, I keep saying a month. It might be 2 weeks. It felt like a month, whatever that stretch of time
or like
was.
6 weeks. Yeah.
So, okay, month and a half. So whatever that time has no meaning to me anymore. I've got nothing for you in terms of how long. 2020 was 4 years ago. That's crazy to me. Anyways, just everything feels like a year ago. So, no, but when he plays like he did last night, this is kind of insane, but this is just the nature of the NBA. My opinion of the Kings changes dramatically. When De'Aaron Fox does what he did last night, you go, oh, wow, they can hang with any team in the NBA. They can beat any team in the NBA, even in a 7-game series. If they got matched up against the Nuggets right now in a 7-game series, I don't know if I would pick the Kings, even though I know they're 3-0 against them this year. I don't know if I'd pick the Kings in a playoff series, 7 games against Michael Malone and Nikola Jokic and all those guys. They have the experience. They've been there, all that. But it's like the Kings could definitely have the best player on the floor 4 nights out of 7. And that matters as much as anything in the playoffs. So
no, I totally agree.
I mean, I was super impressed. Just totally blown away last night.
Fox had he had a great quote after the game. He said, "A lot of people will just lay down and just get to the break, but we know how important these games are for us. We knew we had to come in and grind out a win, and we were able to do that." That's like, all right, there it is. Now you got 28 more. Start grinding.
Yeah.
Like, get ready. It's going to be a long finish to the season here, and you got to be that player every single night if you can be.
Yeah, because it's really clear. Like we talk about it on this show all the time. Even more from Keegan Murray, and that's certainly true, especially if he's going to grow into a player that is the number 2 scorer on a title team, or maybe a number 3 scorer on a title team. Like, he needs to get better. That's 100% true. Harrison Barnes, would you like more from him on a night in, night out basis? Sure. Kevin Huerter, would you like to see him be more assertive, particularly offensively? No doubt. We could talk about all of these players, and we can talk about the bench, Davion Mitchell, Keon Ellis, Trela. We can do that till we're blue in the face, but the Kings are going to go as far as De'Aaron Fox is going to take them.
Yeah.
And I really think you saw that last night, because if De'Aaron Fox is 15% worse, they don't win that game. If he's 25% worse, they probably get blown out. So
no, I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. We got 6 quick thoughts coming up, but man, you know, of course, Kyle is the Niners wire guy. He covers the 49ers.
Yeah.
And as soon as we got off the show yesterday, they just like said goodbye to Steve Wilks. A mutual parting of ways. That's what I always call it when I get let go, like, which doesn't happen all that often.
Well,
but with Steve Wilks, it seems to happen more often than not.
It's weird because Kyle Shanahan said, like, I have decided to part ways with Steve Wilks or something. The phrasing was very odd and not typical of what you see from, I have relieved Steve Wilks of his duties.
Oh, no, that means
is how it was phrased.
Yeah.
But then it all got reported as because on the conference calls you're listening and then you're writing stuff down. And for me as a blogger, you're trying to do a post about it. And so you're getting everything up. And then I see a bunch of the Niners beat guys saying the 49ers and Steve Wilks have parted ways. Like, did I miss something? I think I might have missed something. But no, they relieved him of his duties. You and I talked about it yesterday. It was very like the presser was at noon. The conference call was at noon. And we got off the show and 5 minutes after our show ended. 5 minutes after, I was like, no, I think they keep him. Because, like,
I didn't think they were going to keep him. I just, like, when you have that much invested on that side of the ball, on the defensive side of the ball, and you can look at the numbers all you want. It doesn't matter. I mean, D'Amico Ryans, his defensive numbers were not as good. I don't care. There were too many mistakes. There were too many things that were fixable. And it just never felt like everyone was on the same page as him. And I guess at some point that's okay. But, you know, you got to do what's right for the franchise. And I felt like that was what's right for the franchise. Just like, and I like shout out to the Niners for actually feeling it and understanding it, and then doing the right thing and like moving on from a guy who really it made more sense to move on from.
Yeah, we'll dive into this later for sure, because I think there's a lot of misconception out there about why the 49ers did this. This was not because they lost the Super Bowl.
No.
And we'll lay out kind of the timeline of this and when it started to go sideways and just kind of the signs. They've been there. They've very much been there. And I think had even the 49ers, even if they had won the Super Bowl, I think this might have been the outcome. So we will talk about that. But before we do that, we got to dive into the Kings' best win of the year, 102-98 over the Nuggets in Denver to close out the first half for Sacramento. What a way to finish. Let's get into some of the details with 6 quick thoughts. Coming up next, he's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, and we're on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Cool. I'm going to fill up my coffee.
Okay.
You talk to the good people.
Yeah, no, I can do that. Somebody, I think it was Sass, asked if I wear a hat every day. Yeah, it's pretty much, yeah. Yes. I didn't wear one for my wedding. If I go to somebody else's wedding, I won't wear one. Funerals, obviously. But yeah, it's typically just throw a hat on. It's not, It's not necessarily that like I just like I'm not like ashamed of the fact that I'm bald. I prefer a hat to not a hat. Yeah, a little bit. It's a little bit there. I think this is effective. If you can just kind of lay in the paint and not get a defensive 3-second, and you can just kind of be in the way. And I think that's good. Just cherry picking on the defensive end is
Clay looking down at
great
him like,
strategy.
"Bro, get up, please. We got to get
Dude.
back up." It was hilarious.
Absolutely. Nobody fouled. Nobody took that shit seriously, dog. Everybody, it's just a joke. It's a clown show. Yeah, it's definitely odd. The Christmas party without a hat on, and multiple people were like, "Whoa, what is who?" Come on, man. Yeah, no, I have a So no, I don't have a fedora or a Kangol for formal functions. I have a couple of like, those like Panama Jack hats. They're like the flat brim round with, they kind of look, it's kind of like a fedora top, but the brim is wider, a little wider. I have one of those that I take like wine tasting, but I wouldn't call wine tasting a formal event. Maybe. I mean, maybe. I don't know how interested. See, here's the funniest part of this. The A's or Oakland has basically said we will try to
I'm back.
basically we will try to retain the A's name and colors, so we're ready to go for an expansion franchise, and in exchange we will let the A's play at the Coliseum. But that's our negotiating chip. And honestly, the A's organization should do that, because I think the best way, if they're going to be successful in Las Vegas, would be to ditch the A's name and colors and don't do anything to remind baseball fans everywhere that they've done what they've done with this team. Like, I would just, if I was them, I would be eager to punt the A's name and colors, like rebrand entirely, because the A's brand doesn't have enough staying power or whatever, or appeal to take with them. It's just going to be a reminder that they took the team from Oakland.
Back in 15, guys.
All right. All right, we're back in here. That's James. I'm Kyle. I'm still doing the show from home, so if I sound a little strange, I apologize. Still dealing with the plague, so trying not to spread that around to my coworkers. You're all welcome. Yeah, that's right.
I appreciate you, Kyle.
Yeah, I haven't taken a deep dive into what the guidelines and stuff are, and like the technicalities of like symptoms, because there's like symptoms for X amount of days, and then after 5 days you can be around. And I'm like, nah, I'm not. I'm just waiting until my symptoms are gone and I'm testing negative.
You come in when you feel better, you come back. That's,
yeah,
I think them are the rules.
Yeah, I'm too paranoid to be out here spreading germs. I share too many workspaces, right? Like the studio I work in with 98 Rock, Mickey in the middays works in there. I know Charlie does some work in there. I think Jesse does some work in there. And then I literally share a room with Jesse. And if once I come back, I'll be sharing the studio with you and D'Lo and Casey. So it's a whole thing. I just don't want to.
You got your hand in the cookie jar everywhere here, huh?
Yeah, dude. I'm just anywhere that I can put germs. I'm doing work in the kitchen. I'm doing work in the shared working spaces. I talk to the sales. I mean, it is just a mess. It's just a total disaster. So I will be here for the foreseeable future. But thanks, James and Jesse, for holding it down. Let's get back into Kings Nuggets. The Kings 102, the Nuggets 98. James Ham has some thoughts on that game.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
What's
All
going
right,
on,
James,
everybody?
lock in.
Number 1, fourth quarter Fox arrived.
Yeah,
De'Aaron Fox wasn't perfect, but he was able to find his legs. And at some point, he finished with 30 points on 12 of 26 shooting. Chipped in 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 15 points in the fourth quarter. He was brilliant down the stretch. It's the player that we saw last year that has not been the player that we've seen this year. And like, that's who the Kings need to finish out this season.
Yeah, that's kind of all there is to it. He played all 12 minutes. He took more than half of their shots. He only took 2 3-point attempts. That's the thing that jumps out to me. De'Aaron was just getting downhill, and the Nuggets didn't have anyone who could guard him. Just flat out. So he scored. They hit 13 shots in that final quarter. He scored or assisted 11 of them, and he scored their final 10 points. I mean, that is a takeover on a level that not a lot of players in the NBA can do. And no free throws. Didn't shoot a free throw.
That seems to be a trend this season. Okay, let's get to number 2. Punching the clock. It sure does seem like Domantas Sabonis is just like going to a factory and working his day. He just shows up every day. He's got his lunch pail. He's got his hard hat on, punches the clock, goes in there, and drops his 37th consecutive double-double, 20 points, 13 rebounds, 13 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, outdueled Sabonis for the second time in a week. I mean, outdueled Jokic for the second time this week. He was tremendous.
Yeah, he's really good. I just don't have anything like. It's reached a point where I don't really have anything else to say. Like, okay. He's a good freaking player, man. And he just goes in and does it night in and night out. There are a lot of players. I shouldn't say a lot. There are players in the league who are capable of going and getting you 20 points and 13 assists. There are one other players who do that on a night in, night out basis. And that is different and special. And he's a heck of a player, man.
Yeah, for me, I'm never going to get to the point where I want to not appreciate it. And I think
it's not that.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, around the league, I think there is some complacency about who Domantas Sabonis is. And you look at the stats and you're just not grasping what those stats are saying. And like, he's just been so incredibly good. So, all right, let's get to point number 3. We have a veteran influence. Harrison Barnes continued to battle despite the tired legs. He knocked down a pair of triples, got to the line. He hit the glass. He finished with probably the quietest 20 points that I can remember. But that's crazy to say he finished with 20 when Sabonis finished with 20 and Fox had 30, but no one else scored in double figures. Yeah. And it was a quiet 20. But I thought that he was really good. And the fact that he got to the free throw line, 5 of 6 from the line, when Harrison Barnes is good, that's what he's doing. I'm okay. Yep. He scored 20 points on 6 of 9 from the field. I mean, that's just impressive.
That's nice. Yeah, I like. This is why Harrison Barnes, when he goes through those stretches like he had at the beginning of this year, where he's just not doing anything, this game is why those are frustrating, because he is capable of doing this. Yeah, he's capable on nights where, and there were so many games this year where the Kings needed just like another player to step up and be a little bit better, and that's what you got out of Harrison Barnes last night. I thought he was really good. He is as good as any player on the team at getting to the free throw line, slowing the game down, drawing a foul, knocking down his 2 free throws. I thought he did that last night really well. You see the 5 boards. That's the kind of involvement I want from Harrison Barnes on a nightly basis. Whether that turns into 20 points, it's going to depend. But just the involvement and the activity is what was really encouraging for me.
No, I totally agree. Yeah, he was really good. And, you know, he had to be good because Keegan Murray was having an off night. And then point number 4, a tough night for Malik Monk. He struggled like he hasn't struggled for a while. I mean, he's been incredible the last couple of weeks, but he goes 2 of 11 from the field, just 6 points and 3 assists. He still had the energy though. And that's the one thing I'll continue to point out, that I did not see that the Kings had let go of the rope. Malik Monk played 30 minutes, and for him to only score 6 points in 30 minutes, that's just uncharacteristic. He turned the ball over a couple of times, but you could see like he was fighting. He was trying to be involved. He was trying to stay as part of the energy and the force that was going forward. And despite the bad numbers, I still think he played well.
Yeah, didn't force it in the fourth quarter. He was 1 of 4, but there were definitely opportunities where he could have had 8 or 10 shot attempts in the fourth quarter and didn't try and force that. And that's a big deal. Letting Guerin kind of take over a game in that way was the right move. I thought it was not a great Monk performance, but definitely not one where it felt like he was a detriment.
Yeah. Number 5, earned another look. Chris Duarte has been out of the rotation. Then he got hurt. We didn't know if he was going to be playing much at all, but I kind of saw it last game where I thought, if they could at least try to put Chris Duarte in when you have no scores on that second unit, maybe he can help. And they put him in. He hit a huge 3. He played tremendous defense. He wins the Defensive Player of the Year of the night for the Kings, a DPOG chain. I just felt like this is the type of game that he needed to have, something that he could build from, where at least his energy was right and his passion for the game was right. And he looked like he fit in, and he made at least 1 or 2 big plays.
Yeah, he drew an offensive foul early in the fourth quarter. He hit a big 3 to tie the game. When was that? With like 5.5 minutes left. He hit a big 3 to tie the game. Yeah, I thought Duarte was really good last night, and his skill set is one that the Kings could really, really use. And man, if he can contribute even a little bit, I like what he brings.
Yeah, it kind of feels like he just got lost in the shuffle and lost in what was happening and tried to do too much too soon. And maybe this is how they can ease him back into the game. Let's get to number 6. Running in mud. The Kings offense died on the vine Wednesday night in Denver. Second night of a back-to-back, you could see they couldn't find their legs. That's why it's not an excuse. The second night of a back-to-back is a reason, especially like this whole, going from Phoenix to Denver. This was tough going into elevation. They shot 43.8% from the field. They shot 27.3% from 3. They turned the ball over 14 times, but 11 of those came in the first half where they were just so stuck. Yeah. They just couldn't figure out a way to get the car in gear. And then boom, they just kept battling.
Yep. Yeah, and they kept battling defensively too. And I think that's something that can't get overlooked. They couldn't figure it out on offense, but they never let it get to like a 25 or 30 point lead where things just get totally out of hand. They forced the Nuggets into tough shots. They continued playing good defense. And honestly, that's uncharacteristic of what we've seen from the Kings this year. Typically, it's like, bad offensive start, and you see the slippage on defense, and then just the avalanche gets out of control. Last night, I really, really loved how hard they played to work through their issues offensively. And that's honestly, again, something we haven't really seen from them this year. That was a big deal for me.
Yeah, for a team that they couldn't shoot at all, I kind of felt like they deserved to win that game. You know, you have those games where you're like, hey, they don't deserve to win this game. They're probably going to, but they don't deserve it. That one was different. It was like, oh, look at them go. Look at them fighting, trying to claw and fight through fatigue. It was good to see.
All right, lots to get to from this game. We'll continue talking about it next. We will have a Jiffy Lube Fast Break player of the game. We're going to have 2 for you. So from the back-to-back, we'll have one from the Phoenix game. We'll have one from last night's game. We'll tell you who it is from the Phoenix game next. That'll get you a chance to win a Jiffy Lube gift certificate and a Kings jersey. We'll talk Harrison Barnes. We'll talk Kings, where they sit in the standings. And is the All-Star break good or bad? We'll tell you why next on ESPN 1320.
Sweet. Jesse. I heard the rejoiner music last time, but he didn't. Got it. Cool.
Yeah, I we can't have that on the stream, unfortunately.
Oh, I thought that's what you did the first time, though.
Mm-mm.
Oh,
we can play the intro because we created that, but the music we can't play because we monetize.
Oh, got it. All right, my bad.
I wish there was a way to. No, I wish. I wish there was a way to, or like a law that said we could use X amount of time on the music, even if we're monetizing. Because it's like, it's really clear that we're not trying to make money off of Blackpink. You know, we're not trying to steal Blackpink music or whatever.
Yeah. Tom L. No, I don't have any idea who, like, it's who becomes available, because as of right now, we don't know who's going to become available. And like, look, if the Kings don't make the playoffs, then their entire offseason takes a much different look.
Yeah. Yeah, that was that. I couldn't tell if Malik was frustrated with himself or with Len on that.
That was a lazy pass.
It was that dude. Well, that's what. So when I saw him get upset, I was like, "Oh, he's mad at himself." And then it looked like he was talking to Alex Len, and I was like, "Bro, that was behind him. It was low. That was not a good pass."
Well, that, and it was all flash. Like, don't do you. This is not the night to do flash, man. You're 2 of 11 from the field.
The look away, like bounce back.
I need like 1950s, like the white guy bounce past everyone, like, or this is how you do a chest pass. Boom. Like, that's what I need to see. That, like, no. Let's not do anything fancy tonight. That's not who you are tonight. Yeah. You do fancy stuff, it's going to end up 6 rows deep. Let's see. However, some multiple teams could make moves next year. Players like Jaylen Brown, Brandon Ingram, Jimmy Butler, Cat. This summer could be crazy. Wheezy, like, that's fine, but until it happens, I think the one name that you don't have in there is Trae Young. We're already seeing the possibility of Trae Young, but I talked about this last summer, where this could be the last hurrah for some of these guys who have been franchise players but may not make sense as franchise players anymore. And whether it's Trae, whether it's Cat, whether it's even at a certain point Luka, where you just hit a cap and you know that you can't get any further, and you might need to go a different direction. I don't know.
Dude, that's what, if the Celtics don't win or make the finals this year, Jesse, do you think they do something drastic with Jaylen Brown or anyone else?
No, I don't think so. I think they run it back for another year.
Jeez.
Yeah. I mean, I might, if they don't win it, I might quit sports and like go to trade school or something and just do that. I don't know. I think they'll run it back a year.
I think what you should do, Jesse, is make bead necklaces and bracelets and sell them on Etsy.
I guess
it's a busy. You don't need to go to trade school.
I'm with Chris in the chat though. You should never break those two up, Jaylen Brown and Tatum. We'll come back, guys.
A really good Kings win last night. We're talking about that. I'm Kyle. He's James. We're hanging out with you until noon, and then we will hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and they'll take you up to 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320. Sacramento sports leader will also discuss the 49ers, who have relieved defensive coordinator Steve Wilks of his duties. Who do they replace him with? Was it the right move? We'll talk about all that. We'll have Nick Wagoner, who covers the 49ers for ESPN. He'll be joining us at 11:30 to discuss what's next for the San Francisco football 49ers. But before we do that, let's continue digging in to this Kings win last night. They're 31-23 now at the All-Star break. They are a couple of games worse than last year. No, I guess they have one fewer win, but two fewer losses. So half game better. I don't know how that exactly works in the standings. I didn't calculate the winning percentage. But James, I wanted to ask you this question because we talked so much about how, like, man, this team needs the All-Star break. His team needs to get to the break. They need a reset. They need a few days off, get away from basketball. But now, is there any concern that that's a momentum killer? Because they had played so well against Phoenix, and they go in and they didn't play great against Denver, but they figured out a way to get a win. Okay, now things start to get rolling. De'Aaron Fox, the guy, back. Domantas Sabonis is still dominating. Everything seems to be rolling the right direction. And now, hang on, hit pause for a week. Nobody do anything.
Okay, so I guess you could look at it that way, but for me, this team
Sure.
needed a break. I mean, they needed a break really, really bad. You could see it, just like the general malaise of the team. You get to a point where guys are worn out, they're nursing so many bumps and bruises. I mean, we even talked about, the Phoenix game, like De'Aaron Fox got crushed, a total hatchet job, hitting the head, thrown into the stanchion. Like, if you don't think that hurt, you're wrong, So the fact is that, like, even if a player is not on the injury report, that doesn't mean that they're okay. And I
Sure.
think even for a player like Chris Duarte, he's coming back off a sprained ankle, and they said it was a moderate ankle sprain. If I'm going to look at that, I'm going to say it's a grade 2, and he's back in a week and a half, 2 weeks. He probably needs more time, but he probably also wants to be out there and wants to help his team. So I think this is a good moment for a team to have some positivity going into the break, where it's not like we're down in the doldrums and we suck and this is horrible and our season shot. You're going into the break, you're getting a opportunity to go out and, maybe take a little vacation, spend some time at home with the family, just heal up. And the teams can't even like practice. Like, this isn't, you can practice, like, there's 2 days coming out of the break where teams can hold practices, but even the first one is in the evening. There's not even availability until like 4 or 5 in the afternoon, where teams can actually have guys back in the gym.
Wow.
Guys can come in and work out if they want, and they can come in and shoot if they want in the gym. They all have like a thumbprint or facial identification where they can walk in and go to the practice facility and get work in. And they can even have like a trainers there to make sure that they're not hurting themselves lifting weights, and they can have somebody shagging the ball for them. But what they can't do is have organized practices or anything else. This is just a really good moment for people to hit a reset button, get away from the game, forget about the game for a minute, and try to focus on something else. And then you come back renewed and fresh. And I think the perfect way to go into the break was to play well against Phoenix and not come up with a win, but to go in to Denver the next game and just show the grit and the grind that you can be that team and really build some confidence. So I don't think there's any negatives to the break. If for the Kings at all. I think that this is exactly what they needed.
So are you coming around to my way of thinking that it's actually good that Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox didn't make the All-Star game?
No.
Come on to this side.
One of them not making it, the other one making it, yeah. But I still think it's so blatantly disrespectful. And like, I keep saying this, like, if I'm Domantas Sabonis and, and if you're someone who covers him and someone who watches him out there, you should be pulling for him to be a Hall of Famer, right? And I'm not saying that De'Aaron Fox, you shouldn't be doing the same thing, but I think De'Aaron Fox's pathway to the Hall of Fame is different than Domantas Sabonis's, because Sabonis is a grinder. He's not flashy. He's not, he might not even, when he's done playing, be all that like remembered, because it's a workmanlike quality to him that kind of, he does his thing. And you get to a fourth, All-Star game, and that puts you in a different stratosphere. And I think that he's on pace to become a Hall of Famer. And I really do think he was robbed here. And I think he's one of the best, 10, 12, 15 players in the league. We can all argue who those players would be, but just like statistically speaking, you can't just keep being statistically one of the best players in the league
Mhm.
and for everyone to not say that you're not one of the best players in the league. Like, at what point does your stats and who you are and what you've meant to a franchise like change the conversation around you? And I
Mhm.
think with Sabonis, it just doesn't for some reason. People just keep looking at him the wrong way. And when it's all said and done, he'll go down. I mean, he picked up his 50th triple double on Tuesday night.
Mhm.
And he's like the 11th player in the history of the NBA to have 50 career triple doubles. And he's 27 years old, 28 years old.
Mhm.
Like, he can string together another 100 and something triple doubles and go down as one of the top triple double guys of all time, which is a
Mhm.
valuable stat. I mean, these are things that like people try to do. And
Mhm.
so I just think that I would have rather seen him in the All-Star game because I want him to get those props. I want him to have sort of the pathway to a Hall of Fame career.
I think he's I don't here's what I don't disagree at all. I have no qualms with any of that. Like, I have nothing against any of that. But I think my point is that aside, silver lining, if you're looking for one,
Yeah.
is everything you said before that about how much rest they need and getting away from the game and not be. I mean, the All-Star game for players is like media availabilities, and there's this community function they're doing, and then they're going out on this night, and then they got to go out to this thing, and then they got to play in this game, and it just seems exhausting. So that's the silver lining. Like you said, there's all these benefits, and I get it, and I understand all that, and he should have gone, and it's a sham that he didn't, and I am there. I am with everybody who believes that. But
I yeah.
but if I'm also taking a step back and going like, okay, is there any good that can come out of this? It's like, oh yeah, he doesn't have to deal with all the stuff that comes with going to the All-Star game. Just gets to hang out and get some rest and then come back and be awesome at basketball. So by the end of the year, when he's an all NBA guy, we can all sit here and go, wait, how didn't he make an all-star team? And I say we all, meaning the larger basketball populace who is not sitting there saying that right now.
Yeah, and you're right. Like, as far as like from the basketball standpoint, it is better that he doesn't go, that he gets to rest and relax. And
Mhm.
also, I think people forget he had a little one like right after he got here, right after he got traded, and then his wife had another baby like during the off season. So now they have two that are like under the age of 2.
Mhm.
And so if you're Sabonis is a family guy. He wants
Mhm.
to be around his kids. He wants to spend time. He wants to, the season is a grind. And,
Mhm.
again, the Kings just got done with a 14-game road trip where you just don't get to see your family every day. And
Yeah.
not everybody was able to go hop on the plane and go from one city to the next. I know Rosé was able to do that for at least part of the trip with Baby Rain with De'Aaron, but that's
Mhm.
not the case with everybody. And so, like, this is a moment for someone to step back and really like reflect on the season. Maybe storyboard what you want to do the rest of the season and who you
Mhm.
want to be and how you want to finish this thing and have conversations with your teammates about this and all that. So yeah, Kyle, I get what you're saying, and yes, I agree from that point of view. From a selfish point of view, as that if and from like if fans out there
Sure.
feel that same way, I totally get it. I totally get it. But for me, I'd like to see him get the recognition because he's one of those
Totally.
players. He
Totally.
just can't get enough of it.
Yes. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
he definitely should have, and it's a joke, frankly, that he's not going to be playing in the All-Star game coming up in the next couple of days.
And hey, Kyle,
That's a
it cost him
fact.
$1.3 million. It
That's
did.
true. That's
He
true.
had a bonus
Yep.
for making an All-Star team and another 1.3 for making
Sabonis.
All NBA. He could not get both of those bonuses this year. So I mean, that's cash in your pocket, man.
Yeah, no doubt. That's also very tough for sure. All right. Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game. So we did not do one after the Kings game against the Suns on Wednesday night. So on Tuesday night. Tuesday night. So we will be doing that today, and then we'll be doing another one later on in the show. So a Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game for Tuesday is going to be De'Aaron. That's the word you're going to go enter at ESPN1320.com. You enter to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. You also enter to win a Kings jersey that we'll be giving away at the end of this month. So get those entries in. ESPN1320.com. The contest page is right there, front and center. Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game. Click on that. Enter the code DAARON. You got to spell it right. Apostrophe and all. DE'_AARON. You got to spell it right. That is the code word for our Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game for the Kings loss to the Suns on Tuesday.
And you're also put in for the Kings jersey. So
yes.
Yeah, no, that's exciting. Yeah, go on, log in. Let's do this.
All right. Shout out.
All right.
Okay, you know what? Hey, we're just gonna never mind. Chatty House is on it. Chatty House knows what's good. We're gonna move on though. Does last night's I try not to, because covering the NFL, it is so knee-jerk week in and week out, right?
Yeah.
It's one team is 1-0 this week and they could go to the Super Bowl, and did they figure it out? And then they lose the next one, and it's like, should they fire the coach? Like that's kind of how it goes. In the NBA with 82 games, it's a little bit different. And with this Kings team specifically, I feel like I've gotten fooled multiple times into thinking like, okay, this team is back. Like, oh, nope, this team is completely off the rails. They need to make a major change. Oh, no, maybe they're good. I don't know if you've ever seen the video or the GIF of the girl trying kombucha for the first time.
Oh,
where
wait, yes.
she takes a sip and makes like a nasty face, like, ugh, don't like it. And then she lets it sit for a second. Then she's like, well, maybe. And then she's like, no. And then she's like, well, maybe. And like, that's how the Kings have been to me all year. But
they are like kombucha, the kombucha Kings.
But, dude, one time, it is actually when we were in Reno, I decided I was going to just be a kombucha guy. Like, that's going to start. I'm going to make that my lane in life. And I bought a kombucha. That is disgusting. Ugh. I did not like it. I did not like it one bit. It was not my favorite thing I've ever had. I powered through the bottle because I felt like I had to, but I was not a fan. Anyways, last night though, it gets really, really difficult for me to not feel like that was a corner turned, where they gutted out that kind of win. And now the vibes are good going into the All-Star break. They get some time off. They get to make coaching staff gets to make a few tweaks and adjustments. The players get to rest up, get that mental reset. I have a really hard time not feeling really good about the direction that Sacramento is going, based on not just last night, based on the Phoenix game too. I know they lost, but I thought they played pretty well in that one. And then they come back and find a way to gut out a win against the Nuggets. That's something I didn't think that this team was capable of doing. And the fact that they are, I think, changes the outlook a little for me.
Well, I totally agree. This is one of those games where there is such thing as like a get right game in the NBA. Just like I think there is in almost every sport, where, there are these things in sports, like the makeup call. Like we saw a makeup call last night. There was no question we saw a makeup call. Maybe it was against the Suns when the ball went out of bounds. And Devin Booker said it was off of him. It wasn't off of him. And then the next time down, they call like a super quick offensive foul or something. Like there are makeup calls, and they're just like there are get right games. And for me, I felt like the Suns game was almost a turning point for this team, where again, you didn't play your best, but you fought and you were in it against a great team, and the other team beat you because shots fell, not because you did something grotesquely wrong or because you couldn't, defend the three ball or whatever. I mean, maybe that's a little bit of it, but when you get to the Denver game and you're in a contest that you're not your best, right there, and everyone can see you're not your best, but that doesn't mean that you're going to cash it in. You're going to sit there and play as hard and as you possibly can for the entire game. That to me was about as grimy and gritty a game as the Kings have won in the last 2 years, where you just thought, man, they don't have it at all, but they're not stopping. And to me, that's like, if you're a dad watching that, those are the games where the game ends, a whistle blows, and you just stand up and you start clapping. Like, that's a proud dad moment. And I'm sure that that's what Mike Brown felt afterwards, like this proud dad moment. Like,
Yeah.
holy cow. Like, I don't care if they won or lost. My boys just went in there and they fought. And
Yeah.
so I thought it was a great moment for the team.
That's kind of, it felt like that's what we've been asking for like all season though.
Yeah.
And that was like oh, hey, light bulb. Like yes, like that's it. Like that's all. If they had approached every single game this year like they approached last night, they'd have like 9 more wins.
Oh yeah.
that's what really jumped out to me.
That's the frustrating thing,
Oh,
right?
geez.
That's the thing that like that makes you just totally frustrates you. You're sitting there like, hey, what exactly? Oh, where is this on a nightly basis, Kyle? And I get it. You like the frustration level for this team. It's not just like, oh, all positive and like it's like, where are you guys those other nights where, because this isn't the first time you've looked this way where you couldn't buy a
Right.
basket or you didn't have any gas in the tank. Like this is you have to find this every time. And
Yeah.
I don't know what it was, who had the win one for the Gipper speech or whatever, but I certainly think that there was some sort of moment here where this team, like even if it was on the team playing together, they said, hey, look, we have to win this game.
Need this
We
one.
have got to
Yeah.
find a way. And then you get out there and nothing's falling, and you're like, guys, just looking at each other, like we cannot let go. We
Mhm.
can't let go tonight. We have got to keep playing
Yep.
because at this point, like, man, they wouldn't just be the 8 seed. They'd be the 8 seed by like a game and a half.
Yeah.
And that'd be not good.
It reminded me of their win at Brooklyn last year, where they beat Brooklyn 101-96. And Mike Brown after the game, let's see, I'm looking at the box score right now. They shot 39% from the field and 31.7% from 3. The Kings did against a decent Brooklyn team.
Yeah.
And Mike Brown said after the game, he was like, "That was the best defensive game we've played since I've been here." And that's a little bit how last night to me felt. Now the question becomes, okay, the effort was great. That's ultimately what matters. I don't think my optimism does not go so far as to say like, oh, hey, the Kings are also going to hold a bunch of teams under 105 points now and everything's going to be good. They've learned how to play defense. I think that was more of a one-off thing, but it's the grit, right? It's like the attitude and the competitive drive that to me matters more than, oh, did they figure it out on defense or not?
Kyle, it's the attitude that we didn't know if it still existed
Right.
with this team.
Yeah.
I mean, in all honesty, I didn't know if it still existed. Like, is this team broken? Can you fix it? That game last night told me, yeah, you can fix things. Like
Mhm.
you can get back in with this team during the All-Star break. You can have a couple of days off. You get back together. You can have some conversations, or guys can go have coffee together. Guys can have a barbecue or whatever. You know, I'd even go back to like Trey Lyles told us this last year before he was going into free agency that he said he'd never been invited to a teammate's house for dinner before, and before last season. And he said that like this, it felt like home, right? And that he had never been through a season where he felt like his teammates all had become close friends and like that they were sharing in each other's lives, like going to each other's houses for dinner and stuff. He said he'd never experienced that as an NBA player. And I
Yeah.
was taken aback by that. Like, really? You've never, like, really? But that's what some of this time is for. Like, hey, somebody throw a barbecue. Hey, let's get together and maybe watch a little bit of the All-Star game, or maybe not. Everyone go on vacation and have a good time. But you know, when we get back, let's reconvene. Let's get back on the same page. Let's be teammates. Let's find a way to like piece this thing together and
Yeah.
move forward together. And so I think it's a good moment. And I think this is the right way. This is the exact game you needed to send yourself into the All-Star break. And it's a feel-good moment. But yeah, Soren Smith says a team trip to Scandia.
Everybody just little mini golf.
Yeah, you know, like go bowling together, or just everyone just go over to somebody's house. Somebody's got a pool table, hang out, and just relax, and you know, have a drink and get to hang out and kind of like get back to the basics and reset who you are as a team. Because they just got done with that 14-day road trip, that 7-game trip.
Mhm.
I think you can wear on each other too. Like when things are good, I think it helps solidify teams. When things are not going well, or when things are a little odd with a group, spending all that time on together can be a detriment too. But this is a full-on reset button, and I think that's why I love the NBA All-Star break. I wish it was more towards the center of the season, so then that way, and the trade deadline was more towards the center of the season, so you had more time to grow afterwards. But that's okay.
Yeah. We have more suggestions in the chatty house for what the Kings can do. Top golf. Love the top golf idea.
Yep.
A chili cook-off.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay.
Little team chili cook-off. That's a normal thing. Yeah. No, I think the team chemistry aspect of this is just so important. And I think it shows up I think it's a little bit overrated in terms of like overall big picture success, but I think you see it matter in nights like last night where individually, maybe not everybody has it, but everybody else wants to, play for the guy next to them. I know that's so cheesy, but that's, I think, what kind of happens in those moments. And not every team has that. I think when you go look at, I don't think you have to look far. I think you can look at the Golden State Warriors last year. Like, so many of their failures was because they did not have that attitude. And you very much saw the Kings have it last night. And it's a reason they won a game that they had no business winning. And that kind of stuff matters a lot.
No, they had no business winning that game at all. And I think, sometimes, even for a guy like Chris Duarte, just think of Chris Duarte's season. He's been on the outside. He got injured, but he's been on the outside of the rotation. He can't break back into the rotation. Everything's gone wrong. And then not only to compound, like, he had been out of the rotation, and then to add insult to injury, or injury to insult, he literally rolls his ankle in warmups, and he's out for a week or two, right?
Brutal.
Like, that can be really isolating and really lonely as a player. And then to have a game like this going into the break, now you feel like maybe you're part of something. Maybe you can be part of something the second half. And so I think there's a lot of, sort of ways that, you can piece things back together and sort of mend fences going into an all-star break like this. And so hopefully they take it that way. Hopefully it was as positive as we're looking from the outside, that it's as positive on the inside.
Yeah, because they open after the break against the Spurs, right? I just smartly clicked out of the roster. So that's a good opportunity to just keep it rolling. Like, it's not like they have a juggernaut ahead of them. Although, dude, Wemby is so sick.
He's fun.
It is outrageous how he is just the version of basketball player that everybody said he was going to be. And he's just that now. He had a triple-double with blocks. Like, oh my God.
Yeah. Only doing this 30 minutes a game, too. Actually, he's only getting 28 minutes a game this season.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
I can't wait to see Davion Mitchell guard him. That's where I'm at. I'm like,
Vic would throw Davion over his shoulder and take him to the basket.
oh no, Davion would be like nipping at his kneecaps. Like, no, man, you're not going anywhere.
Just karate chopping the kneecaps. Just
just like, don't let him go anywhere. Like, you want to put the ball on the ground, that's fine. Like,
hand checking on the calf. Got his calf with the hand check.
Every every time he goes to drive, it's just like, where is that guy? I mean, he dribbles taller than Davion is. He dribbles it like, yeah. It's
Did you see the sequence the other night where he blocks the dunk and then comes back down on the other end and puts? I wish I could remember who was guarding him, but just puts him in a blender with like crossovers, and then hits a three from above the break. It's just like, what are you gonna do?
I don't know what you do. It's like watching Alperen Şengün, where he makes like 17 moves on one play, and you're like, what is happening? What is happening? I don't know what's happening. And then boom, he scores. Except for with Victor Wembanyama is like 7'4" and just like will dunk on you.
Outrageous. That's 1 week from today. The Kings will be back from the All-Star break, facing the Spurs at Golden One Center. Cannot wait to be in the building. That's going to be a ton of fun. Not a ton of fun for the 49ers yesterday. They fired their defensive coordinator. Was that the right move? And who will replace Steve Wilks? We'll talk about that next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. I will be right back.
Sweet. Yeah, the Chatty House, you guys are all in on Mason Jones, like being like awesome on the sidelines. I got to be honest. I'm writing during the game and I'm not paying attention to when the camera pans away to the bench and somebody who's bringing energy on the bench. I think that's a good thing. And it's a good thing that you found a two-way player that's bringing that kind of energy. I don't know. Man, people are strange. People are strange on the social media. I'd have to go back and watch like a moment where it's like, hey, look at him go. Huh. Good for you. But I have not. It didn't stand out like in the game action because I was more focused on what was happening in the game. Scooter 916, we haven't got anything on either one of them. Like, and we won't most likely, unless they, like the only way would be if it's something dramatic that's going to cost them time. Yeah, I'm going to guess that he's going to be okay. Yeah, Fox hurt his hand on the dunk early in the game but then played through it. The dunk attempt, I should say. He missed the dunk. Kyle's back.
I'm back.
A lot of you guys are asking
Baby.
any sense of whether Monk is going to leave. Like, look, it really does depend on how much money he gets. He doesn't have, he has early bird rights. You could try to do a 1+1, but that would mean that he can only get a raise off of like the percentage of what he made last year, which this year, which is like $10 million, and it'd only be like an 8% raise. I think you could probably even give him the mid-level.
I would take an 8% raise if anybody from Odyssey happens to be listening.
Yes.
James and I will both take 8% raises. Thanks.
We would take 8% raises.
You know, I'm going to join that little group too, as well. We'll take an 8% raise.
You know what? Yeah. 8% raises for the whole show. Who says no?
Right. Who says no?
We got to
Not
pull
me.
up on YouTube right now. Should the company give all of us 8% raises? Yes or no?
You know what? Chatty House gets 8% raises too. Odyssey will pay for it.
Yes.
Odyssey barely pays for this show, bro.
Let's not tell the people that. That's funny.
You know, I've never really looked out my office window before. It's kind of cute. I don't know. It's just kind of cute. I got a creek behind my house.
All right.
Solid window view is always underrated, I feel like.
I definitely like it. Doesn't suck. It's not the worst view I've ever. Trying to see if I can.
I have a good view.
Is that gonna? It's not gonna focus.
This looks like this light we're gonna walk into right there.
I think Jesus is about to walk through that window.
He's right on the other side of that.
Just you could shuffle off this mortal coil by going out there.
Back in town.
Probably never. The interest rates stay this high.
Live on the Odyssey app. Welcome back to hour number 2 of the ESPN 1320 Insiders. Get ready for the most up-to-date sports news and talk with the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hour number 2. I can hear
Yes.
it now, James. No, I'm good. Hour number 2.
I don't know when you hear it, when you don't.
So James, just so we're on the same page, Kyle can't hear the music, but he can hear like the intro.
Yeah.
But I never know what's about to play.
It's the start of the second hour. The second hour intro is about to play.
We're in. These things matter to you guys. They don't matter to me because I'm just waiting for you guys to start talking.
All right, we'll
But
do it,
you
James.
guys-
You know what, James? You know what we'll do one time? We'll do this for real, because you've been wanting me to come out and hang out at your house.
Yeah.
And I would like to do that. So I will come out there and we will sit down and I will just go through every aspect. We can pour up drinks and I will go through every aspect of the radio show
That's
and
right.
just do crash course in becoming a radio guy.
I'm just here to talk. That's all.
It'll be great. No, it'll be great. It'll be a ton of fun. And then we can go cook barbecue on a boat or whatever it is.
There it is.
You can
This
walk
sounds like
on
something I would do.
velvet, or I don't know what rich people do, but I'll ask Kenny.
That's nice. There we go. We'll have to ask Kenny.
Speaking of Kenny, D'Lo and Casey coming up in about an hour. They'll take you from noon to 4 right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. We've been talking a ton of Kings, and we're not done with that just yet. Nick Wagoner from ESPN, he covers the 49ers for ESPN. He'll be joining us at 11:30, so we'll talk some Niners with him. We're going to talk Niners here, but we'll also have some good, bad, and ugly from the Kings win over the Nuggets last night. That'll be coming up in about 10 minutes. And then the whole Steph and LeBron trade thing is hilarious, and I would like to talk about it.
Yeah, would you?
Yeah, so we're going to do that as well. Right after our show yesterday, right after James and I got done having a great conversation about whether the 49ers should keep or fire Steve Wilks, Kyle Shanahan held a conference call where he said, I have relieved Steve Wilks of his duties. He said, really tough decision, because this is a quote from Kyle Shanahan. Really tough decision because really says nothing about Steve as a man or as a football coach. He is exactly what we wanted as a man. He is a great football coach, but just where we're going and where we're at with our team from a scheme standpoint and things like that, looking through it all throughout the year, through these last few days, I felt pretty strongly that this was the decision that was best for our organization. The first thing I want to clear up here is this was not related to the Super Bowl. The 49ers didn't fire their defensive coordinator because they lost the Super Bowl. I thought Steve Wilks was really good in the Super Bowl for the most part and had a couple of unfortunate blitz calls in a couple of key spots. One of which Kyle Shanahan called a timeout because he didn't like the defensive look that Wilks was giving the Chiefs. This started, to me, James, in week 7. That was the Vikings game.
Yeah.
Where Wilks called the blitz at the end of the first half that led to the Vikings touchdown. And Shanahan didn't do the thing that coaches do at the end of a game where they go, yeah, we've got to look at everything and blah, blah, blah. He basically threw Wilks under the bus, more or less. And then Wilks came out and opened his next press conference with an apology. Like he had killed somebody. It was a really strange dynamic. And then you had the whole thing with him coming down from the booth to the field. It was just I think it was always a little bit of a bizarre fit. And I think that the 49ers, a team that is built front to back, they rely heavily on their pass rush from their defensive front. They rely heavily on what they get from their linebackers in the second level. And then they brought in a defensive coordinator who is traditionally a defensive backs guy and a coverage minded guy. And I don't think that's necessarily what the 49ers were looking for. So I don't think it's that Steve Wilks did a necessarily bad job. I just don't think that there was a schematic and philosophical alignment with Shanahan that needed to be there.
Yeah, I think because it happens like right as we're leaving the show, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Tim Kawakami from The Athletic wrote in his piece, Steve Wilks' firing isn't scapegoating as much as it is an admission that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch made a mistake when they hired Wilks in the first place.
Yes.
I think that's exactly. I don't feel like, should Steve Wilks have had his team prepared for the final play? Yes. Like without any question. That's a play that they run as soon as you saw Hardman go out and then come back in. You should have known that that's what they were doing, and you should have either called timeout or you should have been yelling that that's what's about to happen, right? So the final play of the game in the Super Bowl where the 49ers lose with McCole Hardman touchdown from Patrick Mahomes. So, but that's not the only time I felt this entire season that there was something wrong.
Yeah.
Like, to be honest with you, you spent so much money on the defensive line that couldn't get to anybody.
Yeah.
And that didn't make any sense. You sat there, you've got Nick Bosa, you've got Hargrave, you've got
traded for Chase Young.
You traded for Chase Young. You
Mm-hmm.
picked up Randy Gregory. You have all of these pieces. It's just so dynamic. And then on top of that, you have two of the great linebackers in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't send one of those linebackers. You can't send Hufanga, a safety when he was healthy, to go on a safety blitz. Like
Mm-hmm.
when they did blitz, it was so obvious and so poorly timed. And then the other times you're wondering, man, your 4-man front is not getting to the quarterback. Either you need to figure out some sort of stunts or some sort of different scheme or something to help them get there,
Mm-hmm.
or you got to send somebody else and break this thing up, because that's what it felt. It felt monotonous. It felt like their 4 guys up front were slamming into 5 big offensive linemen on every play and getting stuck. And okay, that's it. We can't get through tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And there was nothing else. There was no variant. And so for as good as the 49ers were and as far as they ended up getting, I think they could have been better. And it doesn't matter, like the overall yardage and all that stuff. To me, it doesn't matter. The product on the field looked weird quite a few times throughout the season. And Nick Bosa never looked right the entire season.
Yeah, and I think part of that too was some of the coverage stuff, which is what Wilks is supposed to really specialize in. There were games where the Niners would get pressure, but they were a step late, or there was an easy outlet for the quarterback. And I think that's a little bit where those issues came in, was they weren't good enough in the secondary to lean on the secondary the way they did, or to do the things schematically the way they did. And then you can go as far back as the Isaiah Oliver signing. They signed Isaiah Oliver to be the starting nickel, and then they were rotating him and Diamador Lenore in the slot, and then they wound up landing on Ambry Thomas on the outside, but then Ambry Thomas got benched for the Super Bowl, and they started Logan Ryan, who was on vacation in Mexico when the Niners called him over Thanksgiving. So like and then they started Logan Ryan in the Super Bowl at nickel, a position he hadn't played in years. So there were a lot of strange things. And I want to make it really clear that, like, I was very pro Steve Wilks signing. I think Steve Wilks is a excellent football coach. I thought the Panthers maybe made a little bit of a mistake not keeping him as their head coach, given the buy-in that he got from those players. He had more wins as the Panthers interim head coach than any of their last 3 head coaches have had combined. Like, that's nuts, dude. That more than Matt Rule, more than oh my God, Frank Reich, and more than whoever was before that. Oh, their interim guy from this year, but I forget his name. But I think Steve Wilks is a great coach, and Kyle Shanahan said as much. There was just a schematic difference that just never really lined up, and I think that was going to continue to be a problem.
Yeah, you can be a good coach and just not a good coach for the team you're on.
Yeah,
and I think that's at the end of the day what we saw. And like, again, I'm not firing him just because. I'm firing because, or blaming him for the Super Bowl. I'm firing because I felt like the entire season there was something missing with the defensive unit.
Yeah. So the Niners are looking for somebody more from the Pete Carroll kind of tree, that cover 3 style that Seattle runs. That's what Shanahan said, somebody who's more, aligned philosophically with what they want to do. Robert Saleh came from that tree. D'Amico Ryans came from under Robert Saleh. He was on the defensive staff. His first coaching job was with the 49ers in 2017, and he rose through the ranks to become the defensive coordinator. One of the names I'm watching, just as you're going to hear Mike Vrabel, you'll hear Bill Belichick, you'll hear Pete Carroll, you'll hear Brandon Staley, you'll hear all those names. One of the ones that intrigues me a lot, though, is Aaron Curry, who's the inside linebackers coach for the Steelers. He has a year now under Mike Tomlin. He had 4 years under Pete Carroll as a linebackers coach. As one of I was just kind of going through some potential candidates yesterday. That's the one that jumped out to me. So
okay,
we'll continue diving into that as names come out and as interviews happen. We'll keep you apprised of what's going on there. And then we'll also ask Nick Wagoner, who's coming up at 11:30, to continue our 49ers postmortem as they start moving into the offseason and looking to bounce back from another Super Bowl defeat. Before we do that, though, let's talk about good, bad, and ugly from the Kings win over the Denver Nuggets last night. Let's get the vibes going again. Kings 102, Nuggets 98. What was good? What was bad? What was ugly? We'll tell you next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
I'm not sure that I'm telling everybody that this one here, I'm just saying, I'm not sure it's a good thing that you trolled an NBA player's wife and that she went off on you in the DMs. I'm just saying.
That's trash. Don't do that.
Yeah, I'm not putting that out there. Just saying.
Stop.
I mean, you're the one who wrote it. No. Yeah, no Rex Ryan. Spencer, we're working on a pod. Sean and I were going back and forth, and Brendan's got he's got to fly somewhere today. So we might have to push it till tomorrow. But it's today or tomorrow we'll have another Kings Beat podcast. Yeah, see, I don't disagree with this right here. Yeah, maybe go to the Spagnola tree. Yeah. He's a good coach. What's up, TC?
TC, what's up, bro?
And who was that? Oh, Trojan. No. This one. Huh. Just looking at your avatar.
Should I take a COVID test live on air?
Oh, yeah. That'd be awesome. We've got people walking in the door right now. I don't know who they are. What do we got? Have the Lakers found their identity? 6-1 in their last 7 games. Good thing they got Brian Windhorst at ESPN, or we wouldn't have any of this coverage of the Los Angeles Lakers. Whoa. He does a lot of pointing. And then they're like on Zoom. And then the other person that they were talking to like must have coughed or something because it pans to someone else while he's talking. It just like skipped to them. I don't know what to say. Yes, Ray Stevenson, R.I.P. Did you take a test? No?
Me?
No.
We're back in 10, guys.
No, we're back in 10.
We're back in here. Sorry, I'm locked in to a couple of things happening on the internet right now. We got to get to good, bad, and ugly from the Kings win over the Nuggets. But before we do that, real quick, James, you'll be shocked to learn that Joe Lacob said that the Warriors' offseason plan 1A is to get out of the luxury tax. Stunning. A truly stunning development that nobody could have seen coming. The other thing.
Sorry, Clay.
Yeah, tough. It's really tough. How much credit are we giving Mason Jones for last night? Because it feels like he's getting way too much credit.
Just like, I don't know what is going on.
So
I didn't even really see it. I like
He was out there. He was like the first one off the bench, like dapping guys up. But
So no, look, here's look. So I saw our guy Deuce Mason after the game was like, "Yo, Mason Jones on the bench, ultimate vibes guy. He is the reason for tonight." And I was like, "Wow, that's kind of wild." And then Mike Brown after the game, it's like, "Man, energy was great. It was great having him out there. We have a quiet group, so for him to have that energy, it was really great and helpful." And then Deuce post a video of like a few examples of the energy Mason Jones brought, and it's just him being an NBA bench guy. And I'm sorry, I'm not
like
I don't see it. Yeah, no, he's doing the job, and I understand that could be helpful, and I get it. I just don't. It feels like he's getting too much credit for what like De'Aaron Fox and I don't think De'Aaron Fox turned into fourth quarter Fox because Mason Jones did a little dance after a layup. I don't. maybe I'm underthinking it.
For a guy who watched 10 other players go out there on the second night of a back-to-back when he didn't play on the night before, like you should have energy, and it's good. It's good that you have that, and it's I don't want to take away from the guy. I'd also say like Deuce knows Mason just a little bit. I would assume because Deuce is the play-by-play call announcer for the Stockton Kings, which is where Mason Jones was for the last like I don't know 3 weeks or so. He wasn't there that long, so
knows the kind of guy he is, knows the kind of personality he has.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, you need a vibes guy, right?
It's true.
The good old Kings, what was it? Mateen Cleaves. Like what Mateen Cleaves did after he left the Kings, like, no. Like, I don't want to talk about Mateen Cleaves, but as a guy on the bench, like doing jumping jacks and going crazy, Frank Mason, you had with the Liddy committee, like
the Liddy committee. That's
yeah, the Kings, like they've had those guys. Harry Giles was a big bench guy, and like the Kings have always had guys like that, and that's why you bring in guys like Matthew Dellavedova last year, who will like run laps during timeouts and stuff, and like he is always ready, and like you're looking for vibes guys. Even JaVale McGee is a vibes guy behind the scenes. Like
great
he's a guy that everybody's like a-okay with, and Juan Toscano Anderson when he was here in Sacramento. Same type of thing, but I'm not sure that in one game, like you got a guy on the bench and he's going nuts. And, Chimezie Metu last year, he's a big cheerleader guy. So, yeah.
I'm going to give him some credit because people smarter than me, Deuce, Mike Brown, are like, yeah, hey, it was super helpful, which is great. Okay. And I will even go as far as to make Mason Jones a good thing that happened for the Kings last night. He was one of the good things as we transition to good, bad, and ugly here. Mason, bench energy. Love that for him. And honestly, as a vibes guy myself, if he's going to continue curating good vibes when he's here in Sacramento, then I love it. Big fan.
Me too. Like, go ahead, be the vibes guy. I'm a-okay with that.
Yep, me too. What else you got as good from last night?
Fox took over the fourth quarter.
Goddamn time.
Yeah, that was pretty spectacular. Sabonis took Jokic to the woodshed.
Sure
There's
did.
even this. Go ahead.
It's really clear that I think one of the reasons the Kings match up so well with Denver is because other teams typically the Sixers don't, but most other teams in the NBA, so is that 27 other teams in the NBA, have to do things to their offense to get Jokic in unfavorable matchups. Whereas with the Kings, Sabonis exists in so many spaces on the floor that force Jokic away from the basket into spots that he's not necessarily comfortable, that I think it messes with his rhythm and maybe gasses him in a way that other teams can't. And I think Sabonis being as effective as he is as a center just kind of makes Jokic uncomfortable in ways that not a lot of guys can.
Yeah, and I would say this too. Like, there are players in the league, there's only a couple of them that really bother Sabonis, right? We've talked about it, the Kevon Looney's of the world, Steven Adams, even Valanciunas is usually pretty tough. It's these gigantic, super strong guys that can push you away from the basket, right? I think that it's possible that Sabonis is just one of those guys for Jokic. Like
Yeah.
whatever it is about the way that Sabonis plays, it makes him uncomfortable. And you're right. Like position defender, like Sabonis is he's not good in space. He's going to get beat like by if he gets caught out on the 3-point line and someone tries to go blow by him, he's going to get beat. And he's not a shot blocker. But that's another thing. The fact that he's not a shot blocker, that he stays down and he doesn't just let Jokic likes to get his weight on his opponent, hold him knock him down onto the floor, basically keep him grounded, and then go over the top of him. And I just think that Sabonis, it's really difficult to do that with. And he's a super, super strong guy. And he keeps fighting the whole time. So yeah, it's just a weird matchup. And even you saw Jokic lost his cool. Jokic should have been thrown out of the game. He went at an official like crazy for a while. And it was on a play where it sure didn't look like he got fouled at all.
Yeah.
And I don't know what he was angry about, but like the Kings took advantage in that situation. And really, I think a lot of it was Sabonis. So I think that matchup is spectacular. And you get to see why I consider Sabonis one of the better players in the league.
Yeah.
Because he can do that to one of the greats. Like that's probably going to be a 3-time MVP right there. And he probably already should have been a 3-time MVP, but he didn't win it.
Yep.
He didn't win it.
He is the I don't know about consensus, but if you're doing a straw poll of who's the best player in the world right now, Nikola Jokic is going to be the top of a lot of lists.
Yes.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, he is in the straw poll by Tim Bontemps. He is the number one. Yeah.
Good point.
Let's see what else we
have. Harrison Barnes is good last night too.
He was. That's our other good. Harrison Barnes is really good. He showed up. Kyle, are you okay if that's how Harrison is the rest of the season? That like he looks at a game and goes, you know what? I think they need me to rebound tonight, and he goes and rebounds. I think they need me to get to the free throw line tonight. I'm going to do that. Or I think they need me to hit a bunch of threes tonight.
One of the things we talk about the playoffs last year, right? And if De'Aaron hadn't broken his finger, if Harrison Barnes had made that shot, if on all this stuff, there were so many nights where it was like, man, 3 more good minutes from Harrison Barnes wins you this game. His ability to attack the rim, get to the line, take on bigger defenders. I think offensively he can be way more effective than he's been this year, and I think you saw it last night. So yeah, if that's the player he's going to be, like, hey, we need a little something extra offensively. We need to get to the line. Let's slow this thing down. Let's get a couple of free points, hit an open 3. I am very much here for it, and I would like to see that a lot moving forward.
Yep. I think the last good thing that we circled was Chris Duarte showed up, and like in all honesty, D'Lo and Casey got into this discussion yesterday, and when I brought up Chris Duarte, I think Damian almost fell off his stool. Like he didn't want to see Chris Duarte anymore. And sure enough, he comes in and he actually has a moment. And I didn't know he was going to play. I was just saying, like, look, if you're going to get 0 production off of the last 4 guys on your bench, then I'm okay with giving Chris Duarte some run. That's what happened. And he was good. I thought, hey, like, kudos to you, man. Stay ready. So I thought he was good. The bad, they were running in mud. That was tough to watch. It was tough to watch a team that had no legs trying to shoot threes. They had way too many turnovers early. And then watching Keegan Murray try to fight through whatever it is he's fighting through right now, it was, I don't know.
It's odd, man. It's very much, hopefully just growing pains and not some crazy like regression. But whatever it is, it's not going great for Keegan at the moment.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine after the break.
2 for his last 19 from 3. Oof.
Well, that's not good. On the ugly side, Malik didn't have it, and the second unit really didn't have it either. Outside of some bonus minutes from Chris Duarte, the second unit really, really struggled for a second straight night.
Yeah, that cannot become a trend. But at the same time, come playoff time, your bench depth matters a lot less. Can your best guy be the best guy on the floor, and can your top 7 guys not screw it up the rest of the way? And that's
right. And I thought Trey Lyles finished with 4 points and 5 rebounds. He's sick, and he played through the illness, so he missed his threes. But I also thought he had some impactful rebounds, and was like, okay, look, at least you're trying. you're putting some effort in there when you're not feeling well.
Yeah. All right. Let's hit a break. Niners postmortem with Nick Wagoner, who covers the 49ers for ESPN. He was down at the Super Bowl for 8 days and managed to survive that. He's been in press conferences, he's been in conference calls. Would love to get his thoughts next on what the next steps are for the 49ers and how they bounce back from another crushing defeat to end a season. That's coming up next. And LeBron to the Warriors? Question mark? We'll discuss that too on ESPN 1320.
Damn it, Kyle.
What?
We forgot to do our second Jiffy Lube player of the game.
No, we're doing it here. Those are my plans.
We're doing it right now.
Jesse, I think so.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
What up?
My man. How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing great.
Yeah.
Is that Gatorade towel? Excellent.
I just got off the treadmill. I apologize. I'm just glad you guys can't smell me. That's all.
Yeah, me
what
too.
was the audio of choice on the treadmill today?
Just random music.
Little Post Malone.
Yeah. Definitely he was in there per usual, of course. Yeah. Just the most random stuff you can imagine. Zach Bryan, who's my new homeboy after Vegas. So
Are you a
I've never
runner
heard
or
of
are
him
you
before.
a jogger or a walker? What do you do on the treadmill?
I would consider it running. Most people would call it jogging because I'm not very fast. I'm like 10 minutes a mile guy, but I go distance over speed. So yeah, like 3.5, 4 miles usually.
Tortoise in the hair.
Nice.
It's not
Read
fun.
that,
I hate
took
it.
that shit to heart.
I absolutely hate running, but I like the feeling afterwards, and I get my 10,000 steps much faster. So
That's true.
Your dedication to 10,000 steps is unmatched. Not a single person in America is more dedicated to their steps.
I mean, yeah, you get blood clots in your lungs, and it changes your perspective on life a little bit. So.
My God.
Yeah, that's not great.
Wow.
No.
I didn't know that. Sorry.
No.
I'm a dick.
Yeah, you knew that. That was a long time ago. That was like 5 years ago.
I had them in my leg, and I had to go in and have a vein sealed off last year, early last year. Yeah, that wasn't fun.
Yeah. No, that's what mine was. Is pulmonary embolism. So it started in my legs and traveled to my lungs, and I thought I had like a bad Charlie horse, right? Like because it was a weird feeling in my leg, and so then when I came back from a flight to Africa, it had moved because I didn't get up and move around, I guess, and so I started like I couldn't breathe real well, and so I ended up in the hospital. But
Oh my God.
that was like 2019.
I was lucky. Mine was in, I think the saffronous vein. So, like I've always had poofy veins down one leg, like varicose veins. And, like all of a sudden I felt something like down low. I'm like, oh, that's weird. And then I went to stand up and I'm like, oh no, they're like sharp pain near my ankle.
Ooh.
And I went right in and they found it. And then I got another one and then they went in and ran a wire and burned it closed and, all that good stuff. Yeah, it wasn't
That
fun.
just makes you smarter than me. You reacted instantly where I was like, oh, it's a Charlie horse. It'll be good. Don't worry. This breathing problem will go away. Just rub some dirt on it, Smart.
Yeah, my my inner thigh looked like I woke up and it was almost looked like there was like an open hot dog bun size underneath my skin. Like the whole thing was swollen and super, super painful. Yeah, not good. Yeah. Yeah, weird conversation here on the as we're building up to the show.
Yeah, it's just us here, right?
Yeah. Us in the chatty house.
Chatty house is sitting there like, oh
Chatty
no.
All right,
Yeah.
back in 10, guys.
All right, back in 10.
All right, we're back in here. Final segment before we hand it off to D'Lo and KC. We'll also have the handoff. I believe it'll be D'Lo hopping in with us today to discuss the LeBron Warriors rumors and the Kings win over the Nuggets. But before we do that, our guy, friend of the program, Nick Wagoner, he covers the 49ers for ESPN, joining us now to discuss some of the 49ers early offseason moves. Nick, thanks so much for taking time out of your day to hop in with us. Was firing Steve Wilks the right move for the 49ers?
Wow. I don't know if we can answer that right now, but I can say, like, I think, first of all, we need to look at this like holistically. I think the easy thing to do, and a lot of people are doing, is saying this is a reactionary scapegoating move based on what happened after the Super Bowl. And it wasn't just based on the Super Bowl. And I think everyone that will follow the 49ers all year knew that there was issues that took place throughout the course of the season that kind of built up to this and made this so that it wasn't a huge surprise if you were following along with the team. And let's just start back at the beginning, guys. Like, when Steve Wilks got hired, it was the first time the Niners had done two things. First of all, it was the first time that they had hired from outside of the building for the defensive coordinator job. Second of all, it was the first time that they had hired a defensive coordinator who had a background working with defensive backs rather than a linebacker. And Kyle Shanahan preferred having guys who were linebackers and coach linebackers because they do see things more holistically. They have a better idea of how to connect the front and the back, because that's what a linebacker's job is to know what everyone is supposed to do. So that put Steve Wilks at a disadvantage a little bit from the beginning. The other thing that put him at a disadvantage from the beginning was Kyle Shanahan did not want to change the scheme, and he wanted Steve Wilks to come in and learn his defense. So not only was Steve Wilks trying to learn a defense that he didn't have a lot of familiarity with, he was also trying to learn his players and understand what they want to do. And by the way, he didn't get to bring in any of his own staff. So this is a staff that he's learning and trying to understand that's already ahead of him in terms of knowledge of the scheme. So then we get into the season and we saw the things along the way, right? There was the incident in Minnesota where he calls cover zero blitz. At the end of the first half, it turns into a touchdown. Now you can say Charvarius Ward probably should have caught that ball. It should have been. Regardless, it wasn't a good call at the time. Kyle Shanahan openly questioned the move right after the game, followed up and doubled down on it the next day. Steve Wilks is apologizing during the week for it. You go into the bye week. There's all this discussion about should Steve Wilks move down to the field. He does move down to the field. So that was another thing along the way. The run defense towards the end of the year wasn't very good. And then we get into the playoffs, guys, and the first couple of games, particularly in the Detroit game, there were a lot of issues with the run defense. And the thing that sticks out to me the most through all this, you know, and you can point to what players were saying and all those things, but the thing that sticks out the most was we were, guys, in the weeks leading up to the Super Bowl, we were talking about defensive effort, which is just a crazy thing to really think about for any team, really, at any point in the year. You don't hear a lot of effort questions, but a team going to the Super Bowl, I never thought I would be writing stories and talking on TV about effort, and that had never been an issue under Kyle Shanahan. And so if you want to say that's not Steve Wilks' fault, that's kind of Chase Young's thing, that's a thing that has been on his resume throughout his career, sure, that's all fair. But it's still a crazy thing to think about. And then you get into the Super Bowl, and there was a couple of more things. So was it the right move? I guess that just depends on who they can get to replace him. It's late in this process. I happen to think that the Niners probably have a couple, 3 candidates in mind, or they wouldn't have made this move. But I also think that Steve Wilks had his issues. It's not a surprise that this happened necessarily, but also the defense wasn't bad. It just wasn't at the level that it had been in the past. I do think Steve Wilks knew that coming into this. And so I don't think he necessarily is even surprised either. I just think that the Niners are in a position where they're also not going to be able to make a lot of sweeping changes this offseason. And so what can they do to try to get over the hump is go find a defense coordinator who maybe can get them back to those dominant levels where they're equally dominant on both sides of the ball.
You know what, Nick? My first question, you brought it up. They've got a couple of guys out there that they have to have at least some idea of who they would chase. Who is it that you're hearing, or who is it that you would chase when it comes to that position? Because it is late in the program.
Yeah, it's interesting, James, because if you look at the Niners, like what they want to do schematically, there's not a lot of options out there of guys who do what they do and would be able to come in and not be in the same position that Wilks was in, right? Where he's got to learn the defense. I mean, the name that I think a lot of people are bringing up and throwing out there is Brandon Staley. So Brandon Staley has connections to Kyle Shanahan, you know, that whole kind of coaching tree with McVay, LaFleur. But I would caution a couple of things on Brandon Staley. First of all, and I'm not saying he's not a candidate for the job. I just think there's a couple of things to keep an eye on here. Number one, we're talking schematics. he is a Vic Fangio disciple, which is not the same defense that the 49ers run. And that's not to say that they couldn't do it or that he could adapt to it or that they could find kind of a happy medium there. But it's just something to keep in mind where there would be a little bit of a learning curve again with a new defensive coordinator if he was going to be the guy. The other thing that makes me wonder here is he interviewed with Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. He interviewed with Sean McVay to potentially go back to the Rams. Those are his guys that know him. Again, part of this tree. They didn't hire him. It makes you wonder, right? Like they had the number one defense with the Rams when he was there, and now he gets passed over when they have a chance to bring him back. It just kind of raises a couple of red flags. I mean, there's obviously the big names out there, the older guys that, the Bill Belichick's and the Pete Carrolls. I'm not going to sit here and say never that's impossible. I just think it's unlikely. I think if you're talking about like a Belichick, I wouldn't rule out the possibility of maybe a consultantship type of thing where he's coming and helping out on the side as just a way to stay connected to the league for his next coaching job. Also would give him the ability to help his son, who I think is coaching up at the University of Washington now, where maybe he could do some things both ways that way. Pete Carroll, he does run the scheme. It would certainly be a fun storyline. I mean, we saw Richard Sherman as a 49er, and a lot of people didn't think that was going to work. And now Sherman's one of the biggest 49ers defenders there is. So again, you can never say never. It just seems really unlikely. And so I think they're going to be in a position here where they've got to kind of figure out who they want to be, which Kyle Shanahan says they want to be the same kind of defense, but are they willing to take an inexperienced guy and start over again? Like they did in the past, or are they going to try to push hard and spend a lot of money to go get one of those big names? And I think just as we sit here right now, less than 24 hours removed from the announcement, it's just too early to say who exactly they're going to land on.
Nick Wagoner covers the 49ers for ESPN, joining us now. How do they or can they bounce back from another crushing playoff defeat? Like, teams don't lose the Super Bowl and then just go back the next year. It doesn't quite work like that. You've got George Kittle, who's going to be 31. You've got Trent Williams, who turns 36. You got Christian McCaffrey turning 28. It feels like they're not only are they up against it from just like an emotional bounce back standpoint, but they're starting to get up against it from like a just roster age standpoint.
I think it's the biggest thing that they've got to figure out, because to me, if you just look at this team and say, oh, we're going to run it back and hope that we can get over the hump next year with just a new defensive coordinator, it's probably not enough. And I think we've reached a point, I'm working on a story about this, but I think we've reached a point where the Chiefs are the end boss, right? Like they're going to be the team that you have to figure out how to beat. And I know that's weird to say because teams always talk about, oh, we got to win the division first. And so you talk about how you can beat the teams in your division. But I think the 49ers are at a point where they got to start thinking about what can we do to get past the Chiefs, knowing that there's a good chance if we get there again, they're going to be the team that we have to get past to get across the finish line. And to your point, Kyle, the problem is they're not going to be flush with cap space. They're not going to really be in a position where they can go make another big splash like they did last year with Javon Hargrave and free agency. There's a lot of talk, well, they could cut guys and do those things. A lot of problem with that is that a lot of their guys have already been restructured. So if you're going to move on from any high-priced veterans and try to replace them with other high-priced veterans, that's going to be really tough to do. And so I think they're going to have to really hope that they can get internal improvement, that, it starts with that defensive coordinator hire, that maybe there's someone who they can bring in who can get that defensive line revved up to the level that it was, the dominant level that they expected it to be, and the level that it was in 2019. Because quite frankly, they didn't. They weren't bad, but they just weren't as dominant as you would hope, given the resources that they had invested. The other side of that is they got to get that offensive line figured out. If you watch that Super Bowl again, and I understand people don't want to do that right away, but when Brock Purdy was clean in that Super Bowl, he was really good. He was right on the money, and he was hitting his receivers in stride, and they were making plays. But when he wasn't, which was a lot of times, I think I counted 8 or 9 times, there was a free rusher. And that's not bad blocking. That's bad communicating. And that's all part of it, right? You got to figure that out. So they got to get that offensive line figured out. I think that they're going to have to start looking at safety play. That's another issue. They're going to have to get a safety in there. I think another corner or two. I mean, if it's me, with all the draft picks they have, offensive line and defensive backs are the primary concerns. I also want another defensive lineman or two. They're probably going to have to get a linebacker because you don't know what Dre Greenlaw's situation is going to be. So there's a lot of things that they've got to kind of figure out. And the problem is not all those things are necessarily the things that are going to push you over the top if you just do one of them. If you can do all of them, maybe it is, but it is going to be a more difficult thing than I think a lot of people realize.
Yeah. All right. You're listening to the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. We have Nick Wagoner from ESPN talking 49ers. Nick, you brought it up a little bit there, cursory, but they are what 43 million over the salary cap. And if this was NBA, I could break down the salary cap to its minutia and bore everybody here. But when it comes to the NFL, I'm not all that well versed. How is it that they're going to get under the cap? Can they keep Brandon Ayuk? How are they going to piece this thing together here in the coming months? Because it sure does feel like they're at this precipice moment where they could really fall off if they don't bring some of these guys back.
Yeah, I'll try not to bore at least bore everybody more than I already am anyway, and get into the minutia of it all. But I think if you look at where they're at right now, they are going to have about $37 million in cap space left over from this year that they're going to be able to roll over. So that puts them close to it. There's a couple other things they can do, restructures and things like that. I don't think they're particularly worried about the cap as we go into next year. I say that with the caveat again of, they're not going to have a lot of space to go out and make moves. But what they can do, and I've written about this a couple times, and this is why I think the Niners were viewing this as a 2-year window, at least with this group. I'm not saying that after next year the window closes, because there's a lot of different things that could happen. But as long as Brock Purdy is super cheap, which he is through this next year, he has to be. They just rules of the league. They cannot negotiate a contract extension with Brock Purdy until after his 3rd season. So that gives them a little bit of wiggle room to make things happen where they can get under the cap and they can keep Brandon Ayuk. Now, if Brandon Ayuk's number goes to a crazy place, does that mean that they're going to be able to keep him? I'm not sure about that. And that's what happened with DeForest Buckner. The 49ers wanted to keep DeForest Buckner. That's a misnomer out there that they were dead set on trading him. It just got to a point where his price tag got so high they couldn't handle not only the keeping him, but kind of the opportunity cost of keeping him, where it was going to cost them 2 or 3 other players that they wanted to keep. If Brandon Ayuk's contract gets into that type of situation where you start getting into the 25, 26, $27 million a year range, and you can make the case that he deserves that, then it maybe becomes a little bit different conversation. But I say this too. They're in a position with Brandon Ayuk where his contract, where they would sign him, the first couple of years, generally, that number is pretty low. So next year, his number on the 5th-year option is like $14-something million, I believe. They could sign him to a deal where his number is 6 or 7, and boom, you're under the cap. You've saved enough money that you're under the cap just right there. Now, the deal's not going to get done in time for that to matter. It's probably going to be late in the offseason if it gets done. But I say that to say the big hits start coming in years 3 and 4 generally, or even year 2 of that deal, at which point then you're going to have other guys that start coming off the books, whether that's Eric Armstead, whether it's Charvarius Ward. It could be Deebo Samuel. He only signed a 3-year extension. So there's a lot of different things that play into this. And I think the way the Niners are viewing it is you have your nucleus right now, which is your George Kittles, your Eric Armsteads, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner. And you're going to have to start transitioning into what your next nucleus is. And that is your Brandon Ayuk's, your Brock Purdy's. Those are going to be kind of the next generation of 49ers that they hope will extend this window for as long as possible.
Nick Wagoner covers the 49ers for ESPN. One of my favorite people to talk football with, but also one of my favorite people to talk hoops with. What did you think about the LeBron Warriors stuff?
I honestly haven't thought about it at all, to be completely honest with you. Just terrible radio here. But
that's my bad. That's my bad.
I spent 8 nights in Las Vegas. You tell me how long it takes to get over that. That's all I want to know. That's all I got. I mean, I can't say I'm shocked by it, right? The Warriors have been clearly unafraid to try to make huge moves like that, but I can't say I'm surprised.
Nick, thanks so much for taking time out today. We will catch up with you a little bit later on in the offseason.
You got it, guys. See ya.
Appreciate you, buddy. It's Nick Wagoner, covers the 49ers for ESPN. Make sure to check him out at ESPN.com. It's where you can find his work. Yeah, I should have prepped him for the LeBron Warriors thing. I just assumed he would have been on top of it. That's my fault. That's on me.
Well, there was no banana boat leading up to this, so we hadn't seen, pictures of these guys all hanging out and I would think it wouldn't be with Steph and LeBron at this point. It wouldn't be with life vests on and all of them getting pulled behind a ski boat. I think it would be more like a cigar bar somewhere. You could see a GQ shoot with all of them sitting around smoking a cigar and hey, what if?
Yeah.
What if? The wind horse. What if? Yeah. So I don't know, man. I'm surprised. You guys are big time. You've been in the Warriors world for so long.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of wondering if LeBron goes to San Francisco and joins forces, right? First of all, what does that mean? Who leaves? Who's still around? All that stuff. So there's a lot of question marks that would have to be chopped through there to get to a point, which I don't know that could ever be figured out. But
right.
if he's gonna like take a minimum deal and say, "Hey, let's go play this out," I kind of wonder if that would be the end of the super team.
What do you
Like,
like? How so?
it would be the super team, like the swan song of the superstar. Everyone join in together and like, let's go out in a blaze of glory, because this seems like it's the superstar era. And LeBron was part of the superstar era where he takes his talents to Miami to go
Yeah.
join two other superstars and they try to make a super team. And it would kind of feel like maybe we just launched that era out into space and we let them close this out. And for me, I would hope it would end a very similar way that like, the Karl Malone and Gary Payton going to the Lakers era ended.
That's kind of how it would. Although the difference is Steph and LeBron are both still playing at a high level.
Oh, they're still great.
Yeah. But also, if it doesn't work, you're right. Like nobody is going to look and go, "Oh yeah, that's something we want to replicate." And I think with the backlash now, because for so long it was if you don't win a ring, your career is meaningless. Look at how people talk about Charles Barkley.
Oh, yeah.
Charles Barkley is one of the greatest NBA players to ever lace up sneakers, and nobody takes him seriously because he didn't win a title because he ran into Michael Jordan. Like, that's nuts, right? So for so long, and with LeBron, it was like, yeah, hey, nice little career you've got there, but no rings. So who are you really? And so he went to where he could go get a ring. Kevin Durant, same thing. And I think that became such a hyper focus that everybody, all these stars who didn't have rings wanted to start teaming up to get one.
Yeah.
And now that is, I think, less of a focus. At least that's how it seems. It seems like there's more of a dedication to, I want to stay with this team that drafted me, but I'm going to put pressure on them to make the moves necessary to get us over the hump to a title.
Yeah, I think that every player, again, we see Dirk Nowitzki get to play his entire career in Dallas, even though he wasn't drafted by Dallas. He's drafted by the Milwaukee Bucks and traded on draft night for Robert Tractor Trailer. Like, outside of that, like, it just doesn't feel like that's the era we live in anymore, where players get to play their entire career somewhere. And I love the fact that Steph Curry might get to play his entire career in Golden State. And for all those guys, if all three of them played out their entire careers and just finished with the Warriors, that would be fine. I don't think it will happen that way. I don't think Klay's going to get his money. I don't think that, like Draymond Green could get traded to clear out cap space. Like, there are a lot of things that could happen with that team. But I miss that era. I think it's sad that Karl Malone plays his entire career in Utah, and you can hate Karl Malone. That's fine, like whatever. But the fact that him and John Stockton didn't end their careers as members of the Jazz, it's kind of lame. I would like to see it. So, and as someone who's covered De'Aaron Fox since 2007, and watched him come into the league as a 19-year-old kid, I would love to see De'Aaron Fox finish his career in a Kings uniform, and that's possible. It's totally possible, but. Like, I get it. Like, at some point, you got to do what Damian Lillard did and say, hey, I need to go where I can actually win, because that's not who you guys are now. And that's where I want to be. And so maybe we see, like more of that, like in the future. But LeBron is kind of, his path as a superstar is kind of weird, where he has bounced around. It's not that he played for one franchise. He's played for one franchise twice. But he's also played for like a total of, in different stops, like 4 different franchises. So,
but he's been so much. He's like, I feel like Kevin Durant gets dinged for that, right? He gets dinged for being on, what is this, his 4th team? Is his 4th team now? OKC, Golden State, Brooklyn, and Phoenix. Yeah, so his 4th team. 5th if you want to count the Sonics. But he's with his 4th franchise.
Yep.
And I think he gets knocked for that, but LeBron is not going to, at least long term, because of just how dominant he's been at every single stop.
Yep.
Like he's just been. I know that people will use the decision against him forever or whatever, but like he's just been so individually great that by the time his career ends, nobody's going to be like, yeah, but he bounced around all those teams. Whereas I think if Damian Lillard had gotten out of Portland in 2013 or 14 or whenever, I think his career is probably viewed a little bit differently. But I think a lot of people probably respect the fact that Dame stuck around in Portland as long as he did to try and win a title. Like
Yeah,
he's
I've never
33 now, and he finally left there.
I've never thought that KD, like, I don't know if it was ring chasing. It's 5 teams for KD because he played for the Nets, right? So
Yeah,
so we've got OKC,
Oklahoma City, Golden State, Brooklyn.
Nets. Oh, okay, you're right. You're right. So 4 teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I don't even fault him because I was there when they lost to the Warriors and saw that series unwind and when he was with OKC and I could see the anguish on his face. I could see that like being the only player with just him and Russell and no one else, like not that they didn't have other players, but that it was so hyper focused on what they did and that they meant everything to the team and every shot had so much importance. I could just feel that he didn't want that. He wanted to be part of a team, not part of a group of 2. And so I don't blame him for going out and finding something different. So
yeah, I just think there was so much backlash to it that
Yeah.
now everybody's afraid to request out and try and get out of where they are. I think that's kind of and honestly, I think the league is better for that. If
No, I think so
you have
too.
more players kind of sticking around with their team, but we'll see what happens with LeBron because there's the Bronny James factor as well. Is he just going to go sign with whatever team winds up drafting him? But does he come out this year? That's a whole other thing. So going to be fascinating to see what happens at the end of LeBron's career here. But the fact that he's 39 and it still moves the needle that he's going to go somewhere is pretty nuts. So, all right. That's it for us. We're going to give it over to D'Lo and KC next. We'll be back tomorrow, as always, at 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320. James, any final thoughts on this Thursday?
Final thoughts. No, enjoy your All-Star break. That's what I'm going to enjoy my All-Star break. You enjoy it too.
Yeah. Get some time off, James. But hey, just because the Kings are off doesn't mean we are. We'll be right back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. on ESPN 1320. Sacramento Sports Later.
Sweet. We have Monday off, right?
Yeah. We do.
Oh, yes. A 3-day weekend. Sounds good to me. All right. I haven't seen the guys. Oh, I see them. They're wandering around out there. I don't know if they've looked at a clock, but sweet. Thanks, Chatty House. We're figuring out all the kinks. Oh, did we forget to do the Jiffy Lube player of the game?
Yeah, sure did. It's Fox. It's De'Aaron and Fox.
De'Aaron and Fox.
Yeah, so both of them will work. You'll get 2 entries.
Either one works, but both of them work. So make sure that you hit both.
Yeah.
The Baby Daddy, I'm working on a King's Beat podcast tonight or tomorrow. I think
when's the next happy hour?
Probably tomorrow. The next happy hour. You know what, Kyle? We should do a happy hour next Thursday.
I'm pulling up.
Well, we don't pull up, but like
we can't wait next Thursday.
Is there a game?
Yeah, it's the Spurs.
Okay, well maybe we do it next Wednesday. I don't know. I'm worried that the Kings will have practice late at night. Maybe not. Let me figure that one out. But yeah, we need to do a happy hour. I like overwhelmed. Yeah, maybe we'll do a live pod. I don't know if we'll do a live pod tonight or not. It'll either be tonight or it'll be tomorrow. We just have it's tough with Sean and I and Brendan's work schedules. So yeah, sweet. All right, everyone.
All right,
thank you.
See you guys.
D'Lo, in case you're here, I think D'Lo is wearing an ascot.
Oh, I'm sticking around.
Here we go.
Oh God. Oh, come on.
That's an ascot.
It's an ascot. See you guys.
Kyle Madsen.
Fred would be proud.
Let's get Nick Wagoner a ring light, huh?
Yeah. No, dude, here's the thing is he has a whole ESPN setup. Like his video could look better than all of ours.
I was walking by. I was like, "Is Jason? Like, who is that?"
Nah, Nick is hopping on and vibing. I appreciate it very much. He's a busy ass dude, so the fact that he took time out is great. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, I bet.
Matt followed up.
Ready.
I just worry about recruiting things. Maybe not.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, who's in a better mood today? Man, it feels like it's been a minute. I don't even remember the last time this record played.
But we back, baby.
Well, let's run it, man. Come on.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now.
See
Coming down the
now.
lane off the rebound.
Rebound.
It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the
beam.
beam.
Hey, hey,
hey.
hey.
You can tell them like the beam now.
Let's go.
Tell them like the beam now.
Let's go. Hey, it's the end of the first half, man. 2 verses.
Tell them like the beam, like the beam.
We can do that.
Yeah, it's the end of the first half, man. We ain't gonna see the Kings for a week, man. We gotta win in the first half of the season. Let's get it, baby. Come on.
Like the beam now. Tell you how this thing really goes. Yeah, we travel deep. Whether we home or on the road, we lit. You don't want that smoke with the team of the year. We shaking things over here. Don't doubt, we believe over here. We don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear. I only deal with real kings over here. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now.
Hey.
Tell them like the beam. Hey, baby. Hey. Yes, our man Young Zell right there with the intro and the victory theme as we welcome you in here to the Thursday, February 15th edition, the day after love.
Oh, yeah.
D-Lo and KC, I'm Damian
Successful
Barlin.
Valentine's Day.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Man, and we are happy that you are here with us. Mentals in a little bit better place. As Jacob Z says, everything is fixed. Everything is better.
Everything is awesome.
That game was gross, man. That game sucked. That game was dreadful. It was. Come on, man. That game was
I ain't
bad.
gonna say it was good. but it
Them
wasn't bad. It
two
wasn't that
teams.
bad.
Here's the bet. Those two
The first
teams.
half was nasty. Second half they started to play.
Well, no, I don't think they started to play. I think the Kings started to play.
There's that.
I think the first half, you had two teams that did not want to play basketball. You had two teams that wanted this game to be over more than anything in the world. Just Denver made a couple baskets. Then the Kings made a couple baskets, and then that's where I think the Kings were like, "Hey, we here, turn it up a little bit."
Yeah.
And De'Aaron, and I say De'Aaron in the fourth quarter, like whatever. De'Aaron in the final 2 minutes, De'Aaron doubled all of his stats in the fourth quarter.
Man.
He had like 15, I think it was 15, 4, and 3, 2 going into the no, I reversed the rebounds and assist numbers. I got those mixed up because he ended with 8 assists. He got 4 in the fourth quarter. I think he ended with 5 rebounds, so he got 2 in the fourth quarter. Yeah. And then what was it? 15 points in the fourth?
Points. Yeah, 15.
11, it felt like, in consecutive order.
I mean, he had the final 10 points of the game.
My boy bad, man.
You know what I mean? He put it away. And that is, when you look in totality of this week, those are 2 games that I'm looking for De'Aaron Fox. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
That's what I needed. I called for it on Monday. I said I needed him to be a leader. I needed him to lead this team as they close out the first half of the NBA season, and he did just that. His aggression, his ruthless aggression.
Oh, very nice.
As someone might say.
Who?
Just some.
Okay.
Triple H. I don't know.
That's
Trips.
fine. I was just wondering. You said someone. I was just wondering who said that.
Redacted said that.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
But yeah, I mean, to me, that's the key to this team and the key to this season. If you get De'Aaron Fox, an aggressive, engaged De'Aaron Fox in the final 28 games of the season, the way you did the last 2 games, mark my words, the Kings will be a top 6 team. I have no doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind. If you get the De'Aaron Fox that was engaged like these last 2 games and was, I don't know if you want to say healthy or engaged, whatever. I'm not here to put nothing on it. I'm just saying, if you get that level of play that you got in the first, what was the split? Like 25 games or something like that, or 30 games?
No, I think it was 30.
Yeah,
like
if
30,
you get that,
31.
and what you got, in the last 2 nights, there's nothing to worry about, Kings fans. They're going to be in the playoffs. Can they win in the playoffs? That's a whole nother story, but they'll definitely be top 6 if you get that De'Aaron Fox.
He did this a lot. I'm not going to push back on that because he did this a lot last year, and it was one of the big differences between last year and the first 30 games of the season was fourth quarter Fox is what got Fox like 25 or 26 points per game or whatever he was last year. And there would be games very, very similar to last night where he'd enter the fourth quarter with 15, and you don't feel like De'Aaron Fox is playing a bad game. He's taking a lot of shots to get there. The shot for no one is falling. Those 2 teams periodically hit shots until they managed to trade runs. I think there was a stretch where, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Denver won like a 10-0 run, and then Sacramento responded with an 0 run. And I think that happened, maybe not to that double-digit degree, but that happened like twice during the game where it was like 8-0, and then it was 8-0. Or it was 8-0, then it was 10-0, then it was 11, or something weird like that. But we would see a lot of games last year where De'Aaron would enter the fourth quarter with 13 points, 14 points, and then it would be time to put the game away or take the game over in one way or another. And before you knew it, we're coming on to the show the next day talking about De'Aaron had 31 last night, 32.
Yeah.
And that's why I won't push back too much on what you said, because that's what we saw last year. Yeah. De'Aaron kind of biding his time a little bit. What was different was the start of this year. There was first quarter Fox. I think there was third quarter Fox for a stretch of the season. Like De'Aaron was putting up, double digit point totals in multiple different quarters at various times throughout the season.
Yeah. And I'd love to see that again. You know what I mean? But just,
well, if he wants to wait till the fourth quarter to ensure the Kings win, I ain't going to be mad at it.
I'm definitely not going to be mad at that. But I also, I'm not, I know, James talks about it, and a lot of people talk about it from time to time. I'm not really concerned with him taking a lot of shots. Like if he say he had 30 last night and it took him 24 shots to get there, fine. I don't care because what I need from him is the aggression.
Yeah.
I just can't have De'Aaron Fox taking 14 shots in a loss, right? Like if they win and the ball's moving and everybody's cooking, sure, that's fine. But if they're trailing, like last night, they were trying to fight and get over the hump and get to a victory. It's whatever it takes. If it takes 27 shot attempts to get you to that point, so be it. And last night, I'm not sure my computer, I got to get the battery, but what did he end up with last night shot attempts?
26.
26, man. I thought it was 27, 26.
Yeah,
something
12
like
of
that.
26. Yep.
All right, cool.
12 in the fourth quarter. 7 of 12 in the fourth.
Cool. So I'm all for that. Do what you got to do. The last 27 seconds was crazy.
Jesus Christ. That was a circus. That was an absolute circus. The free throw goes in, the turnover, and I don't even know how you describe what happened next.
Crazy.
The Nuggets got what, three shots off?
Yeah.
At least 3 shots?
Yeah. Jokic got one.
Jokic had that overhead. That was the one I thought was going in.
That one went in and out.
The Larry Bird joint.
Well, the biggest thing about it for me was it was like, man, and they did a great job. Sabonis did a great job. Just don't foul these guys shooting the
Sabonis was
three.
terrific last night. Yeah.
Don't foul these guys shooting the three.
Yeah.
You know they're throwing up a three. Do not foul. Sabonis with a perfect closeout because it was as close as you can get without making contact.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just a crazy final.
Hey, and this is where because
seconds.
it wasn't just the Nuggets and the Kings who weren't interested in last night's game. The officials weren't either.
Oh.
So the fact that the officials just wanted the game to end and didn't blow the whistle when Domas breathed on Nikola Jokic there at the end was fantastic.
Well, how about the officials wanting so bad to end the game and get the hell out of here? They just gave 1-2 seconds off the clock. Rebound and foul happened with like 2.3. They're like, it's 0.8. What?
Yeah, that was
what?
Yeah.
How do we get to 0.8?
They're doing the math. You know, the Kings miss free throws. It's time they commit a foul, free throw. Like if we make a 0.8, Denver just might not quit. And sure enough, Denver was like, whatever, man. We're going to All-Star break. This is stupid. This is dumb.
But nah, it was a crazy finish.
Yeah.
It was almost saw Mike. I thought Mike Malone and Jokic got thrown out of that game. Jokic probably should have been thrown.
I can't, man, and I don't. So I don't know. I don't know what to say about that, right? Because it's the inconsistency of officiating. You want to applaud the officials for giving them like leeway, like they're those people there. They're there to see Nikola Jokic, Mike Malone, like whatever. Those people are there to see Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
Gave him a lot of leeway. Then you got. Look, I know I'm not comparing Herter to Jokic. Then you got what happened to Kevin Herter the other night.
Yeah, right.
Like it's yeah, the fact that neither one of those guys got thrown out in them and Jokic went back.
That was the crazy thing. It wasn't just the one time. Like while Harrison is shooting the technicals, he goes back over to the refs, starts saying whatever he's saying. Aaron Gordon's trying to be like, "Hey, bro, chill." Like, stop. You know what I mean? And that was crazy.
That was a weird. That was
a turning point of the game, I thought.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Those 2 technical fouls, I think.
Well, yeah, because HB hit the free throws
out of that possession.
Yeah, HB hit the free throws because HB got the basket. Then they launched into their promo with the official.
Yeah.
Harrison hit both shots, hit both free throws, and that was like, okay, we got something there. And HB quietly hit a couple of big shots.
He hit some big shots. He had a good game last night. He played really well last night. When nobody could do anything in the first half, he was the one that kind of kept things close enough for them to eventually make a run. Then he hit some shots in the second half as well. That foul that Jokic was upset about or non-call. I mean, stop.
That was whack.
Stop.
Like, calm down.
Bucket. Like you just smoked it.
Of all of the different plays, that's the one you turned up about.
Right. Stop, bro. Stop.
And Mike Brown still hates Kevin Herter. So, man, there's a lot to talk about today. We're happy that you're here with us. Vibes are lit up. Maybe I was a little emotional yesterday.
What happened?
I was a little down. Now, I don't think everything is fixed, but I like what you said about De'Aaron, and that goes into what like 90% of what we were talking about yesterday is. This team goes as De'Aaron goes. Mike's got some things to figure out. Mike and Kevin got some things to figure out together, but it really boils down to where is De'Aaron Fox going to take this basketball team, and it was never more apparent than last night. So we'll talk a lot more about that. Really interesting game to attempt to break down. Matt George is going to be with us in the final hour of the show. Steelum and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Thank you. Lost my pen, man. Lost my pen. Oh, yo. Yeah, Benny, that was weird. That was the moment where we'll probably bring this up at some point. That was the moment where it was like, oh yeah, these guys don't want to play. These guys don't want to play here. Neither team wants to play. They were just barely moving up and down the floor the whole game. What's up, Rich? Good to see you back in here, my man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Greetings from Tampa. All right. No, man. No chores list, Dr. David. No chores list. Cousin Pete, welcome back, man. We missed you too, brother. Cousin Pete. Well, they seem to have fun. There's a lot of leftover pizza in there. Oh, I appreciate you, Jay. Thanks, man. I just wanted to add some color. That's all it is. That guy needs a while. Let me see if I can rock one of these today. Let's see if I can rock it. Yeah, wins and a nice little Valentine's Day dinner. Got your boy feeling better for sure. All right on, Cousin Pete. Welcome to the club, baby. You a grown up now. You a grown up, big dog. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Life gets even more fun. The older you get, that's one of the misnomers of life. You would think like when you're younger, you think the older you get, it gets like depressing or whatever. Feels like every 7 to 10 years, it gets even more fun.
That's how it is for me, I feel like.
It just keeps getting better.
Collins, we don't slander Little Caesars here. Come on, man.
Yeah,
Wasn't Little Caesars yesterday, but we don't slander that.
Watch yourself.
What'd you find, Siri?
Eric Clapton, find yourself. Nobody even asked her.
Eric Clapton.
Happy belated, Robbie.
Right on, Robbie. Yes, sir. Happy birthday indeed. Indeed, indeed. Oh, Jesse he a little older than 22. Just a little bit.
Push it 24.
It's getting close. It's getting like he's like 10 months away from turning 24. Oh, wait, seriously, how old are you?
27, I think. No. 28 at the end of the year.
Oh,
You're
damn,
28
I thought
at
he
the
was
end of the year.
25.
27. So you started.
I was born December 31st, 96.
You were 23 when the show started?
Probably.
23.
Around
Because your
there.
birthday's in December. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was turning 24 that year. I was 23 when it started.
Okay.
Honestly, Russell, I'm out on stuff like crust pizza. It's disgusting. It's never been good. Nobody's ever made like a good like cheese crust pizza. Like it's not good. The idea of it is cool, but it just never tastes good.
Jesse got everybody. Jesse got everybody flustered. Uh-oh. Boy. I get so nervous when that silent sign goes up. There ain't nothing we can do about it, and we can just see it. It ain't got nothing to do with us.
We're just gonna start seeing people running across this window.
We got 10 of those TVs. Someone's gonna see it.
You would think, but man, that sign's there. It goes. All right. You never want to be the studio where someone is running to the silent sign.
No.
Speaking from experience.
Yeah, that did happen. That was. It didn't show up on ours though, right? Isn't that what happened?
It did. So we got a silent sign once when I don't think we were off the air. Remember when we clicked over and we could hear ourselves?
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute. What's going on?
What happened? Yeah.
I don't know what happened. And I never followed up with Jonathan to figure out what happened. But silence is the scariest thing. And not so much here. Like, we chill, we talk, we whatever. But silence on the FM side, that's terrifying. That is absolutely terrifying. As was the announcement that Ty Dolla $ign and Kanye West have been added to Rolling Loud. That's terrifying as well.
Well, look, there's a level of intrigue to it. But Kanye West is just President Obama said it best.
Yep.
He's a jackass.
He's a jackass. But he does add a high level of intrigue, and we've got tickets to Rolling Loud that we'll be giving away over on 102.5 today and tomorrow, and maybe even next week. Tap in with us when we wrap up here every day till 7 o'clock over there on 102.5 KSFM. But we're riding high today after the Sacramento Kings get a victory. De'Aaron Fox is 8-8-8. De'Aaron Fox is 38-8. Just start over. Start over. 3, 2, 1. De'Aaron Fox is 38-8. Was pretty amazing given the context of the game. We talked about how the aggressiveness of De'Aaron Fox really changes the trajectory of what the Sacramento Kings could do. He had 15 points and 4 assists in the fourth quarter, which means he entered the fourth quarter with 15 points and 4 assists.
Man.
That is ridiculous. Man. That is absolutely ridiculous.
When you talk about like that fourth quarter.
And his right-hand man couldn't make a shot to save his life.
No. But when you talk about that right-hand man, when you talk about the fourth quarter, he really doubled up like that in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, facts.
It wasn't like the whole fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
He finished, I think this is right, finished the game on a 10-0 run.
Mm-hmm.
He had the last 10 points of the game for the Kings.
Well, it wasn't 10. Well, I guess the game didn't end on a 10-0 run because he scored 10 straight for the Kings.
10-3 run.
Yeah, right.
Something
right.
like that.
Yeah.
Or actually, might have been 5 because Jokic went to the line. But you get what I'm saying.
I got you.
He finished.
He scored 10
Kings,
straight for the Kings. He
he
essentially put the game away, or so we thought, until the turnover in the frantic final few seconds there.
Yeah, they shouldn't have gave up that 3 either to Gordon. That was good. Don't give up the 3. Up 7.
Yeah,
the threes are the things that can beat you.
That was a tough look.
And they gave it up. He knocked it down, and then the ball was stolen. It was chaos ensued. But 2 things. I don't know if you want to call them side things about this game, but just little nuggets, no pun intended.
No.
Kings, I think this is a little understated. Kings have now 17 of their final 28 games at the Golden One Center.
Big deal. Yep.
And it's not like they're the Celtics at home, but they're pretty good. I think they're 15-9 on the season at home. So there was this 2-month stretch, month and a half stretch that we talk about where I think they saw Golden One Center 4 times. I think that's what we had talked about. They had 4 home games in that stretch. And for better or for worse, I know they're not in the top 6 right now, but you can say they made it through. They're here. They didn't crumble. They're still giving themselves an opportunity, 8 games over 500. And yeah, they'll play a good number of games at home in the second half of the season.
The Kings, as Casey mentioned right there, they've played 24 games at home. They're 15-9 as we speak. They've played 24 games at home. For context, Dallas, who is above Sacramento right now by half a game, has played 30. The Phoenix Suns, who are a game and a half above Sacramento right now, have played 29. even the Los Angeles Lakers, who are right behind the Sacramento Kings, 2 games behind the Sacramento Kings in the standings, they've played 28, as have the Golden State Warriors, who are 4 games behind Sacramento. They've played 28 at the dental office as well.
As I look here, Minnesota's there too. Minnesota and the Kings have played the fewest home games in the Western Conference by a good amount. I mean, everybody else is around like you said, like 28, 29. There's a
Quick
30
peek
in
looks
there.
like the whole league.
Yeah. So it's a opportunity.
Yeah.
You got an opportunity.
Yeah.
You made it through, the storm, and now you get to be at home for a little while. Take advantage of it. See what you can do. The other thing that I'll point out is depending on who you talk to. Look, I didn't think they were going to win last night, so maybe this is just a personal thing, but they got one back last night by beating Denver. Nobody thought they were going to win last night. They got one. Everybody thought they were going to beat Detroit. They lost one. You got one back. You got one back to even. If you look at the season as a totality, right?
Oh, okay.
You got one back, right? Like
Okay.
everybody's like, oh man, Detroit. Nobody banked on Detroit game being a loss or even a Charlotte game.
Well,
Nobody banked on this one being a win.
I'll take a different approach. You avoided something pretty ugly.
Well,
Not just the loss, not going into the All-Star break without a win, not losing, what would it have been, 4 or 5 or 5 or 6, whatever it would have been if they didn't get the win last night. Dallas won, Phoenix won, New Orleans won. All those teams won last night.
I'll go a step further. The Lakers won last night.
The Lakers won last night. Yeah. Like you were, and for a good minute, the Warriors were winning. Well, it didn't happen, but
Good.
for a minute, the Warriors were winning, and that was a tough. Ooh, this is going to be a tough. This is tough. But the fact that the Kings got that win, they didn't gain anything in terms of the standings, except over the Warriors. But perhaps in this situation, more importantly, they didn't lose anything because they would have dropped one to everybody had they not found a way to beat Denver for the 3rd straight time.
Yeah. So a good night. That was. I was hyped about that one. I was watching that one, and when they finally took the lead in that 4th quarter, I was like, all right, see if you guys can do something here.
Yeah.
I wasn't always comfortable with whether or not they were going to win or not, but let's see what you can do. And then Fox doing what he did at the end of that game. Man,
it felt like when they
phenomenal.
tied it. I'm either thinking of when they tied it or maybe they were down 1 at one point. It felt like forever before they finally took the lead. And it was right there.
Yeah.
They just need one push. And they got it from De'Aaron. They got that last push from De'Aaron. But yeah, it felt like they were not they were living in a tie game. It's like you just need one shot here, just one shot.
Hey, can we I don't know what you want to do. We'll see once we start talking about this. I will tip my hat to Mike Brown because Mike Brown showed what coaching is last night and what it can be. And what I'm talking about is, I believe, I can look this up. Maybe you have it more readily in front of you. Chris Duarte's first action of the night was at the start of the 4th quarter? Or had he been in before?
I thought it was in the 3rd, but let me confirm for you.
Because I know
3rd
he
quarter
came out at the start of the 4th quarter.
3rd quarter, no Chris Duarte. Yeah, it was the start of the. You're correct. It was the start of the 4th.
I see him to start the 4th quarter. I said, what? Why?
You know why?
I said what? But even and it's not even Duarte, so to speak. But it was like, all right, you didn't play him last night. You hadn't played him all night. Game had gotten close. You got back into this thing. Why are you putting him in the game right now? Like I said, the guy hadn't played. Like almost a disservice to him. Like, why are you putting him in this situation? Why is he playing? First thing that happens, backdoor, KCP didn't play, but whoever he was guarding, backdoor layup on Duarte. I said, What are you doing, Mike Brown? What are you doing? And that was like the last bad moment Duarte had all night. He wasn't a superstar, but the very next time working on the defensive end, he forced an offensive foul, an illegal screen. And then he had a big time three.
He had a three, yeah.
Late in the midway point.
Ugly as all hell, but still counted.
Hey, man. And this is what I mean when I say it's coaching. Sometimes you do things on your gut
Mm-hmm.
and on feel.
Mm-hmm.
And for whatever reason.
Sometimes you do it out of hatred.
Oh, there's that too. But even then, I don't know if Herter would have started the fourth. You know what I'm saying? Like putting Duarte in there at all.
Yeah.
It's like in my mind, if I'm putting Duarte in there, if I'm Mike Brown, I'm like, all right, let me see. Even let's just say
like he didn't go back to Keon,
right?
To start the fourth.
Exactly. My thought is somebody would have been there in that spot for Herter at that moment, even if you thought, all right, Herter's going to come back, but let me try and steal 3 minutes with somebody.
But
instead of Keon, he went with Duarte, and it worked.
It absolutely. Duarte was fantastic. He was good. He was good. He was good in the moments he was in there. He didn't finish the game.
No,
Malik did. How did Malik do last night?
Not very good.
Okay.
But Malik is Malik. Like Malik.
He sat Malik before. Like Malik, he sat Malik during that cold stretch where he'd go with like his starters as the closing lineup. He's done that before. Malik doesn't close every game.
He doesn't. But he's
Malik was the facilitator of the play that made me think, man, nobody want to play this game.
That little on the break.
Oh yeah, everybody saw that.
That was
everybody saw that, and he reacted. And like I think Mike trusts him enough. Hey, okay, did you get it out of your system?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Let's go do this.
I thought about that play because I'm just real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I thought about that play because it looked terrible.
It was awful.
But he's converted on that particular type of pass.
It wasn't the pass though. It was like there was no the game lacked energy at the beginning. And it's not just Malik. De'Aaron was walking everywhere. Like both teams were. Like this isn't an indictment of anybody. And I think De'Aaron acknowledged as much. Like these games are tough. Like everybody wants to get through them. It was clear from jump. Everybody wanted to get through them. That was the play with Malik, where it wasn't like the play that was bad. It was it looked like no one cared.
Yeah.
It looked like a pickup game down the street.
Bad. That was a bad moment.
It was tough.
I looked at it like, oh,
it was tough.
buddy.
But what's that say about Malik and Mike? That Mike trusts Malik. Okay, we're past that, right? I don't care that shit. What was like 1 of 11 or 2 of 11 or whatever he ended the night with. At one point, I know he was 1 of 11. Whatever he ended the night with, like you still trusted Malik in that moment.
Yeah,
you didn't trust Kevin Huerter.
I think he should trust Kevin Huerter more for sure. We talked about this at length yesterday, but he's not on Malik Monk status. Like if Huerter's 1 of 11,
but he wasn't.
But what I'm comparing it to Malik Monk. Like Malik, he has before, but to me, he shouldn't go out if he's 1 of 11 on this team in the closing lineup. Like, he ain't all right. Go be 2 of 12. Like you're not.
That's fine.
You're not coming out. Huerter, if he's 1 of 11, I might say, man, let me see.
And that's fine
I might
too.
Go back to Harrison.
But
so they're on a little different levels.
No, that's perfectly fine. But if Malik is all over, or excuse me, if Huerter is on the boards, if he's hitting a couple of shots, and you still don't go back to him, it speaks to the fact that there's something about Kevin Huerter that Mike Brown absolutely hates.
I understand that. Last night, who was coming out though?
To close?
Yeah. I'm not.
Well, it would have been Malik.
I'm not taking Malik. That's my whole point.
Then don't.
I'm not taking him, and it has it is completely separate to Kevin Huerter. It has nothing to do with Kevin Huerter. I'm not taking Malik Monk out of that game.
Okay.
The other night, I would have took Harrison out because I didn't think Harrison's defense was good enough to keep him in the game the other night. But Harrison played well yesterday, so that's my point of
Well, my point is, you can do whatever you want to. Like, again, trust. We're talking. This is all about trust. I keep joking with the word hate. I don't think Mike Brown hates Kevin Huerter. I don't think Mike Brown likes what Kevin Huerter brings to this team. Look, Malik did not play well yesterday in any way, shape, or form. I don't feel that was the case with Kevin Huerter.
No, I thought Kevin Huerter was fine.
But Mike was willing to trust in a tight game. He was willing to trust a player who was playing like crap over a player like Kevin Huerter, who, at least on the surface, appeared to be fine.
Yeah, I understand, but it's a different play. It's not Keon Ellis playing like crap. It's Malik Monk. I'm not.
But you keep saying that Malik hasn't missed, like Malik hasn't closed every game this year.
He hasn't closed every game. But I'm not. I'm just telling you right now. I'm not subbing Malik. I don't care what he did.
That's fine.
40.
That's fine. But the whole point is that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. And you know who else isn't? Mike Brown.
Yeah, but I think what you're saying is if Harrison was having that game and he kept Harrison in there instead of Huerter, now I got a problem. Malik, no, Huerter's not coming in that situation. Neither is Davion, neither is Keon. Duarte had to sit eventually too because it's Malik Monk. That's like he's not coming out. He has once or twice before, but he's not
once or twice.
He's not coming out. So I think to me, my whole point is it's separate of Kevin Huerter.
Yeah, I don't think I agree with that. I don't think I agree with that, but that's fine. It doesn't matter what either one of us think. It only matters what Mike Brown thinks, and Mike Brown made his opinion on that.
I think Huerter should play more.
That's facts. And I think a lot of it goes into the most recent history, the way you talk about I'm leaving Malik Monk in, I'm leaving Malik Monk in. Well, yeah, 22, 26, 23, 23, 18, 22, 23. Those are his last handful of games. It's when you get into the stretch of games before that where you see he played 14 minutes in the loss to Miami. He played 19 minutes against Memphis, 19 minutes against Dallas, 19 minutes against the Warriors. Last night was actually the first game, with the exception of the ass whooping they gave Denver a couple of nights ago at the Golden One Center, where like Malik doesn't play a ton of minutes when he's scoring. He just scored a bunch of points in a short order against Denver when they won by 29 the other night. Right. This is the difference. It's like it just, to me, watching that, seeing Chris Duarte in there, because even if you're going to Malik, you started the quarter with Chris Duarte. You knew at the start of the fourth quarter you weren't going back to Kevin Huerter. In my opinion, Mike Brown knew when the fourth quarter started, he's starting the quarter with Chris Duarte. And then he's however he manipulates the rotation, it's going to end with Keegan, who felt like got his just ass kicked last night, not in a basketball sense, in a physical sense. Harrison, De'Aaron, Domas, and you were going to end with Malik.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's my imagination, but I watched that fourth quarter like, boy, we were spot on today.
One of the things that might have happened though, is Duarte played better than you thought, and he played more minutes than you thought he would. So,
like, you planned to do 2 minutes, and
exactly
because he worked, you ran it with 7. I think he played 5 or whatever it was. I think it was 7, but maybe,
or you could be right. Maybe it was like, Kevin, put your warm ups on. That ain't happening today, or in this fourth quarter.
How many minutes did?
I thought Kevin Huerter was solid in his time out there too. He wasn't great. He wasn't spectacular, but I didn't think he was like hurting the team or anything.
So Malik played all 12 minutes of the fourth.
The person that probably would have come out is the way he was playing was Keegan.
I need to pull up the game. Oh, Trey. It was Trey. I was trying to pull. I'm like, who? What was the lineup? And Trey was in there at the start of the fourth. That's what it was. And Malik was out there the entire time, because even Davion didn't play in the fourth quarter. So they ran Malik, De'Aaron, and with the exception of 10 seconds, they ran Keegan the entire fourth quarter.
Yeah, and like I said,
Keegan took a nasty fall last night.
Yeah, it was tough.
That was tough. That was gross. Not as bad as Draymond's, which nearly killed him. But But yeah, he took a tough fall last night.
We'll get to Draymond.
We're thinking about you, Draymond.
That was one of the all-time.
Hope you're okay,
right
big
there,
fella.
Bro.
Hope you're okay, bro. We're gonna have to put that on the screen. Yeah, we'll get that on the screen. That's pretty incredible stuff.
But yeah, I just I wanted to, because we're pretty harsh on Coach Mike Brown yesterday, and feel justified, but you also got to do it both ways, man, because I thought his decision to go to Duarte proved right for him last night. And I thought Duarte, like you said, it wasn't spectacular, but it was some nice, solid minutes, and he hit a big time shot. So I had to give the same love to Coach Mike Brown.
I think that's one thing, and then it goes, back to the Kevin Huerter stuff. He has, I think Mike does have a great feel for the game. We've seen him leave Alex Lennon for extended periods in the past. We've seen Trey Lyles play 20 plus minutes in the past. Like he seems, Keon and Davion playing well together. Like Davion playing 20, just shy of 20 minutes. Like he seems to have he's willing to abandon what in his head is the rotation. Like the coaches who coach on a clock.
Right.
It's maddening, right? Because you feel like, why did you take Duarte out? He was playing really well. There are coaches who are like, well, there's 7.5 minutes left on the clock. I got to put Malik back in, or De'Aaron back in, or whoever is out. If someone's out, I got to get them back in the game because it's 7.5 minutes on the clock, and that's what I do. And having no feel for the game. Mike has a feel for the game.
He does.
So he has a reason for sitting Kevin Huerter to begin with. And then whether it's Chris Duarte played well and Mike was like, I'm riding this out, or that was the plan entering the fourth, who knows? Yeah. But he always goes with what's happening in the game.
Everything still applies, though, with what we said yesterday. There needs to be, hopefully, there's some conversations and some meeting of the minds and just trying to figure some stuff out over this next week or so. Because they're going to need Kevin Huerter if they're going to try and do what they want to do, make the playoffs, guarantee themselves a playoff series. They're going to need Kevin Huerter to be engaged, to be locked in, to feel like he's a part of the success that they're trying to get to. So a win doesn't change that. And, Huerter doing what he did, and playing solid doesn't change that as well. They still got to make sure they're on the same page.
The funny thing is Kevin Huerter played like 26 minutes last night. It's just he didn't play at all in the fourth quarter, and that stands out.
Yeah.
Let's get Herbert in here, 916-909-1320. The phone lines are open for you. We're thrilled that you're here with us. Herbert, what is up, my brother?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, big dog?
What's up with it, y'all? Hey, D-Lo, I agree with KC, man. Monk doesn't come out. He doesn't come out in that situation because Monk does a little bit more than Huerter. Monk's a playmaker. He can shoot the three, and he can get his own shot. Huerter's a little bit more one-dimensional. He has expanded his game a little bit, going to the rack. He D's up a little bit better, but yeah, Monk is my guy closing those games out.
All right, Herbert. Well, I'll tell you and Casey both. Y'all need to stop talking to me like I was trying to take Malik Monk out of the game.
You heard it here first.
Y'all need to stop talking to me like that. That's not what I was.
Damian wants Monk out of here.
Don't
Just
do
trying
that.
to trade Sabonis last week.
See this crap I got to deal with. It's ridiculous.
That was so funny, Dame, last week. I think Sabonis should take more shots. What, you think we're going to be better without him? What? You want to trade him? What?
Boy, they don't be listening to nothing we say half the time, man.
They really don't. That's fine.
You really think the Kings would be better without him?
Kenny was damn near the perpetrator of that. He wasn't even here.
I didn't even know nothing about it till midweek.
See, Zay said,
like, get him, Kenny.
D-Lo be wanting everyone gone. Well, all right. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. Phone lines open for you as well. If you want to get in, we want to hear from you. 916-909-1320. Steele and Casey. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. The Humidor is open right now. If you're looking for a great spot to go hang out, have some whiskey, have some bourbon, have some fine cigars, the Humidor is the ultimate upscale chill spot.
Yeah.
Go check it out inside Sky River Casino, and we'll come back with more here on ESPN 1320.
New Orleans has to make a decision between Zion and Ingram. I think it happens this summer. One Eastern Conference exec.
If you had to pick between the two, who are you sticking with? I'm going Ingram, I think.
Yeah, I think I'm going Ingram. Zion is what he could be is very intriguing, though. Very intriguing.
You use this pen?
No. It's a nice pen, though. I never even paid attention to it.
Honestly, Kyle Jesus might be the best for him. Just send him where he can't do anything.
Oh, he'll find something to do.
Just throw him in there right next to NBA Youngboy.
Yeah, he'll find something to, no pun intended, get into out there.
What was that thing you were reading?
Off of the Dunk Central. Dunk Central's official. No disrespect to them. Quote unquote. It's just really the reason why I like Dunk. They don't make news. They just
It's like hoops hype.
Yeah, they just say what's out there, and they changed their name because they didn't want to be affiliated with all them fake ones.
They throw the link in the tweets now too, like for the articles.
Yeah. Dunk Central's trying to do the right thing out here in life. But anyway, it says, quote, New Orleans has to make a decision between Zion and Ingram. I think it happens this summer, end quote. One Eastern Conference exec.
Okay, Eastern Conference exec.
That's a Knicks guy saying,
that
hey.
wasn't necessarily citing your sources. Right?
Eastern Conference exec. That's a Knicks person right there, I bet you.
Oh, as I go to the Dunk Central's page, TNT is extending Reggie Miller's contract per Front Office Sports.
No. That's fine. Reggie's fine.
Reggie might not be good, but he trends on Twitter.
I like Reggie.
He makes me laugh sometimes, so
he commentates like a dad.
He led the state of Chicago.
Can I tell you my theory about that one? Oh, okay.
Well, so I just want to be clear here. You've got a theory on this?
He led the state of Chicago in state of Illinois. Oh, okay. About to say.
You have a theory on that?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to say it though, because it might ruin the bit. I don't know. Man.
Well, I mean, that bit's been around for 2 years. You can ruin it.
Part of me thinks I want to. I can't remember what Harlan said. Part of me thinks Reggie thought he said state of Chicago and was like, state of Chicago?
No, I remember what he said. He said, I can't remember who they're talking about in the clip.
Patrick Beverly.
But he said he led the state in scoring. That's what he said. He led the state in scoring.
So Reggie might have thought he meant city. And he was like, state of Chicago? He's like, state of Illinois. So I was like, oh, I was about to say. I don't know if Reggie thought there was a state of Chicago.
That's how we'll tell the story, though.
That's all that matters.
No,
you hear what I'm saying, though? Like, I think,
no. Okay,
Reggie,
no, it's good. Since we're playing old sound bites, that's the way it is. Talking about?
Y'all really y'all think Reggie thinks there's a state of Chicago?
I don't think that's outrageous to think he thought the state was Chicago.
You know, sometimes we fumble and we say some dumb
that's
stuff.
all I
like
think
Reggie
it
did.
was.
Why you been stalling Reggie out all week too?
What
Why?
is
Yeah.
going on?
Reggie
Would you get a cut of Reggie's new deal with
Yeah,
TNT?
what's going on here?
What the hell is happening?
Reggie be getting some unnecessary hate in these NBA streets. Reggie don't bother me.
Well, that's fine.
Bothers me.
I want to see.
Reggie don't bother me.
If I can find the clip in its entirety.
Dan brought it up yesterday though. Reggie, when it comes to injuries, he will like overplay it. Like, oh, I don't know, Kevin. He might lose his foot. I don't know. He might lose the foot. We'll see.
He really do be doing that. He really be doing that. I don't know why he does that. Let's hold on. Now I gotta share the screen. Do all this. I'm logged in on James.
While we're at it, where did Gillespie play again? I can't remember.
You talking Florida?
No, I don't think it was Florida.
Gillespie sounds like a Florida name.
He went to Villanova, I think. Yeah, that's right.
He said he grew up in suburban Chicago.
He led the state in
scoring.
And so my thought is,
Kenny might be on. I don't know. Kenny might be on to something. I see it. I see it.
My thought is,
I see it.
What the hell is going on here?
My thought is, even if maybe he was thinking, because he said Chicago, he led the city in scoring.
Yeah,
and then when he says state, he's like, the state of Chicago.
No.
And he says,
I think
No.
like Reggie's still wrong, but I get it. Like Reggie's brain was moving a little too fast.
No, that's all it was. He
Yeah,
just
yeah.
made a mistake. I don't think that Reggie
Miller just
believes
like,
it's the state of Chicago.
Yeah, he just his brain
He
was
just-
got put in a pretzel. That's it.
Just he made that mistake on national TV. That's all.
Now, it's still funny to this day. Like, it's gonna be fun.
Okay.
What were you about to say, Reggie?
You was about to, Reggie, what?
About to say Chicago's not a state. And then Harlan said, no, Illinois. Oh, I was about to say.
You two.
Now, should I do this one? Because Reggie's still hilarious. There's no getting around. Should I say this?
Yeah.
There's no getting around amphibious.
Well, wait, wasn't that Chris?
That's why I asked, should I say it or not? Because that's my boy. It's a Sacramento.
Well, we're fair to everyone on this show. Anyone could get it.
Amphibious.
There's no getting around amphibious.
Amphibious is an all-timer. Hold on. Let's check in with our man. C. Webb here. Chris Webber.
Force the issue. And I don't know. Is this guy left-handed, right-handed? Is he amphibious? What is it?
Reggie said, "Is this man a frog?"
That'll never not be funny. Yeah, Chris gotta own amphibious. I want to see what happens after that. I want to hear more because this one got a little more on it. Hold on. Let's see. I need to hear what follows this.
Oh, brother.
This is bad audio on this one. Amphibious. Oh, Chris, that's a tough one.
So is he amphibious? I don't know what he is.
Well, I don't think he's that, Chris. I just there's a video over here that says Chris Webber worst analogy ever, and I want to click on it so bad.
Oh, we're already into it. It's All-Star break. Play it.
I want to know what it. But the problem is, it's like I could. It's.
Oh man!
It's
somebody
like
commentating?
It's recorded off of the TV. So I don't know like that we're actually going to be able to hear it, but I really
try.
The great Chris Webber.
I have to say a word. I know you're saying that train
left the stage. I'm just like, I got a simple idea of how to make.
Can't hear anything at all.
I can't hear over here.
I hear it all.
Oh no. Okay. All right. We'll let it go.
Does the people? Well, it's about the people. Do the people hear it? They said they can't. I hear it all.
Yeah, Zay says they could hear it. You can't hear it in there?
I couldn't, so I was worried maybe the radio couldn't, but I guess we're good.
I don't know. Hopefully everybody could hear. Cause
Will you come to my house for dinner tonight? Absolutely. I'm making tiger. You like tiger? I haven't had that before. But you probably wouldn't. So if you said no, I probably won't eat that. I would say I'm not serving tiger tonight. Do you want to stay? Yes or no? It's that simple. What would you like? Yeah, because
what is he talking about? What the hell is Chris talking about? All right, Chris. That's. I think it was in one channel, which is
it was coming through the left ear only.
A little goofy. Oh, Chris,
bro, can he hit the deck right now?
Chris, that's tough. Chris.
Real tears. Real.
I can't believe Chris has never been on this show before. That's a damn shame.
That's been the one number I've tried to search for, and just you can't get it.
Oh man, come on! What are we talking about, Chris? What are we?
Kenny trying to ruin all our bits here.
Oh man, I can't help those. I can't help those.
Wow. All right. Well, amphibious.
Don't hang up, Chris. Don't hang up.
Oh, that's on YouTube.
Play that one.
That's on.
Is it for real?
Yeah.
Oh snap.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't do this, Chris.
Yeah, that's on. Well, that one we might not be able to play. That belongs to somebody else.
We played it before, I think.
Have we? Oh, we played it on the stream for sure.
If it's on,
it's only stream,
on YouTube, just like NBA. We don't NBA TV don't belong to us, but it's on YouTube. We just play we play with the guy on that guy's channel.
Yeah, well, let's see. Let's see. If I typed in Chris Webber, don't hang up, what pops up? Chris Webber.
Chris Webber, don't hang up.
All right, that probably wasn't the best search.
Oh man.
Let's try Chris Webber.
Boy, oh
and
boy. My boy C Webb, that's my dog, man. That's my dog, man. That's what I said. I didn't want to go down there, man. That's my dog, C Webb. But those last two, those are oh boy.
They mentioned that's the one guess we have to get somehow.
We all our episodes are still up on YouTube. If we get Chris Webber and he confirms that night, we're putting this in private. We're putting this show on private.
He confirms what?
Like if we ask him, you want to come on the show? And he's like, yeah, we'll come on the show. This show is going on private. He ain't gonna be able to go back and watch.
Oh yeah, no, I won't post this. Don't worry.
Well, it's part of the stream, right? So it'll be there. We just putting this show on private.
Okay.
Today, he's not gonna be able to search our show and come across this segment. Because I love Chris Webber. I do. That was just hilarious. I had never heard the tiger serving tiger at the house. You coming or not?
You think Chris Webber's ever served tiger for dinner?
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, what sparked that analogy?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Big game on Sunday. Cooking tiger. Come over.
Did Doug Christie try to come over for dinner? And Doug was like, "Hey, bro, I'm not eating tiger."
Brent Barry was so confused.
No. Y'all really want me to play that clip? I'm not playing that clip. I found it.
Oh no!
Yeah, I found it.
We'll throw it on the stream if anything.
Stream. Yeah. We're gonna do it on the radio.
We'll play it during the commercul.
Yeah. We ain't gonna.
All right, I got it. It's even got the Hot Talk logo in the background.
Oh snap!
Oh no, that's the fan.
When was that era?
Them jackasses have changed their name so many damn times.
When was that era? I don't even remember.
It was around the time Chris Webber was told, "Don't hang up." This was 2012.
I listened to that interview live.
I hope you can never search D-Lo meltdown on the radio because there seems to be a few with your boy.
I've listened to that because wasn't the thing, didn't Chris, wasn't he on it was during the relocation, he had got on TNT. I thought he had got on TNT and was like, it's looking bleak or something like that.
Yeah, he was talking or whatever. Because I remember we brought that up in the chat, and I think it was John Bull saying like he mentioned it or whatever. He was talking the way he was talking, like it wasn't facts what he was saying.
Right. And then they got him on the radio, and yeah.
Well, that's
The
a
rest is
fantastic revisionist history by the host part, who was all geared up and ready to move to Anaheim.
Oh yeah, he was gone. He was ready to
He
roll.
said this city had done enough. This city, the Maloofs have done all they can. It's time to pack up and head south. Hey, sorry, the hell with Sacramento. Then all of a sudden it's Seattle, and it's time to roll your sleeves up to your freaking neck.
Because he wasn't going to be kept.
Oh yeah,
in
he was
Seattle.
gone. Brody was gone.
What's his name? Kyler, what the legendary? What's his
the bro who went? He Calabro. He went to Portland.
Yeah,
yeah.
He would have been back.
He would have been the
Seattle.
one. Yep. Yeah, that was long been determined.
And we had to roll them sleeves up.
And we had to roll them sleeves up.
It's not even possible, bro.
It's not
It's some fashion etiquette, bro. You don't roll past your forearms, jackass. Been over this before.
Oh man, good times, good times. It's just different vibes when the Kings win.
Different vibes, man.
Different vibes. Man.
I'm glad they got the win.
Yeah, I was happy to see that win too, because they just, not to sound like Trent Dilfer, but just get the win. So much talk about how they're playing, or like I've been the one like, oh, they lost, but they're playing
you
good
can't
basketball.
lose games in the NBA and win.
You can't. But oh man, yeah, I know they lost, but they're playing really well, and and if they keep doing this, hey man, you mentioned it earlier. It wasn't a beautiful game. You know what I mean? They had 30 points with like 3 minutes to go in the second quarter. But outside of all that, we just got the W.
They had 9 points for like 7 minutes.
I was in and out of the start of the game. And when I finally settled down, it was around the second quarter.
First quarter was great.
It was like 43-30 with 4 minutes. I said, what
the great part was the Kings were stuck at 9. It felt like for an eternity. And that Denver had gotten to 14. It's 14-9. It's like, all right, it's okay. So again, the good news is the Kings, they look rough. Denver is not interested. So can anyone at any point in this game turn it off? And I think you're right. When Michael Malone and Jokic got teed up, and Harrison had hit the tough shot with the 2 free throws that followed. Yeah, it was big time.
Yeah,
it was big time for them.
Shout out to Michael Malone, who I was, a couple times last couple years, like, settle down with the Sacramento organization. Hey, Michael, let's settle down. I get it, but let's settle down. But shout out to him because and look, we might be there in time on the 22nd. I'll ask the question if nobody else will, but they said Michael Malone made it clear, I voted for Sabonis to make the All-Star team.
So you're gonna ask
he went
Pop?
out of I asked Pop.
What'd you say it like that for?
Because people be acting scared of Pop.
I need Kenny versus Pop.
Nobody's scared of Pop. You can ask Pop a question if you want to. Pop literally stands under the tunnel. You can go right over there and talk
Pop
to
be
him.
trying to make people feel stupid.
No, Pop be trying to make announcers feel stupid.
I think Tone might do it though. Tone said, like I said, we set up a rotation. Tone, Ham
said he won't do it.
And Hunter Patterson.
Ham said he won't do it.
Why not?
He said it's awkward. James likes to avoid awkwardness.
Well, Tone and Hunter then. We'll get
and KC.
Yeah, sure. We'll get our boy Marcus Haynes on it too. He'll be in the rotation. We just ask these coaches every time they come in. Now,
what did you say his name was?
What'd I say?
Is it Mark Haynes?
What'd I say?
I thought you said Mark S. Haynes.
No, not like Marcus Allen.
I was like, why were you so Is his middle name begin with an S? That's terrific.
Hey, shout out to
Mark S. Haynes.
Marcus Jones.
Shout out
to him.
Hey,
Shout
Marcus
out.
Jones.
Mark Mason Jones.
Who we had Marcus Jones. What was the other one we had?
Burton. I called him
Marcus
Burton.
Burton.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah. Mason.
Yo,
Jones.
Mike talked about him in the
Mason,
post game.
I liked his energy, man.
Yeah, Mike talked about him in the post game about how he was an incredible amount of energy from the bench. He was the first one out there to greet everybody like he was as Kyle Madsen used to say, he was a vibe curator.
Yeah, that stuff to me, that stuff matters, man.
Absolutely, it matters.
You know, what's one of the enduring memories of the 2002 team?
Oh, the bench mob, the dancing, the way they cheered each other on.
Absolutely, everybody remembers Mateen Cleaves. Everybody remembers Mateen Cleaves. Mateen did never play, never play. But Mateen was up off the bench, getting people hyped, getting people locked in, all this other stuff. It's not. I don't know if you necessarily can win or lose a game that way, but it can help. It absolutely can help, man. So
especially in a close game.
Yeah.
Down by 30, man. Sit your ass down. What they call you, Marcus? Sit down, Marcus.
It's not gonna help you win, but it's always good to have a vibes.
It's good to have.
It's good for vibes.
Yeah, especially in a close game.
Yeah, you
man.
need the
Shout out
vibes.
Mason, man.
Especially them guys over there. They're at home. They're probably, you could. I think it matters a lot too when you can look at the body language of your opponent. If the body language of your opponent is trash, that stuff goes a long way.
I love
the fact that the head coach pointed it out. A kid that didn't even play, a young man that didn't even play. The fact that Mike pointed that out shows you that there's validity.
I love seeing guys like Mason. I love, and we'll talk about it later in the show, but I love seeing like Clippers bench last night. They were making a comeback.
Yeah.
I mean, all guys on the bench just
or whatnot. So I think it's been it's almost like, I don't want to say we needed that, but like the team they needed that win. Like in order to like really start locking in. I'm not saying they wouldn't lock in the last 29 games. I said yesterday that, and I think James Ham even echoed it. It was just good to see Fox get on his rhythm during that Suns game, and he continued that in the fourth quarter yesterday. And he's had like a tumultuous 7 weeks, and as you saw, although Demonis has been playing out of his mind, as De'Aaron was kind of trending downward, so was the team, right? I know they went on to 7-3 and then lost 4-5, but in order for us to get to the space of like getting a top 5 or 6, whatnot, we need Fox. We need number 5 to play at an elite level. What he was playing at the first, 30 games of the season or whatnot. And so I'm really excited about it, man. And, they got some time to rest up, recalibrate, refocus. And I think if we can get what we got out of that team, not shooting, but the focus out of that team from last night, even the Phoenix game. Like I said, I wasn't that upset about the way they played in Phoenix. So it was not a good loss, but I remember I told you, I said I didn't mind the loss because they played well offensively. But if we can get that same type of focus locked in for the next 29 games, I mean, I don't care, man. I think we can do some real damage. And we got 17 of like the last 28 games at home. Come on, man. Let's do some work.
I hear you.
Yeah, man. I just I know my partner isn't necessarily as I think you agree with what I'm saying, but can they get there is what we're wrestling with. I just think De'Aaron is a straw that stirs.
Well, that's absolutely, that's it.
They can do it. They've shown like this little stretch they got coming up. Like they got tough teams. I'm not worried about whether or not like they're gonna go 0 and whatever, but it's a matter of, are you going to show up continuously or whatever? Because they can hang with whoever they want, but it's up to them to show up and do it consistently. Like that's the issue. I feel like
I'm trying to remember, man, and I'm sorry we did this. It was a couple days ago. We did the 2023 De'Aaron where he was averaging 30 points per game. I think the record, and I can probably dig through our notes to find the exact record. I think the record was somewhere in the vicinity of 18 and 11.
When on the first of the year?
The first of the year.
They were 19 and 12 after New Year's Eve.
Okay.
On New Year's Day, they were
19 and 12. So that's 9. That's sorry. That's 7 games above 500. So you're plus 7, which is about what you are on the season.
In that,
so it goes
in that
to
time though, where are they're probably 1 over 500 since the first of the year. Because if they were 7 then and they're 8 total, and it's since like De'Aaron's slippage, they're a 500 team.
So so what we go to is the first 31. Harrison is non-existent. Herder's struggling. Herder hadn't found his way out of that early season funk yet. Domas was obviously still very good. Hell, I don't even know if Davion was playing.
Yeah, that was crazy.
So, like, there's some things that you could point to there. Second part of the season, you got Harrison, finding a groove a little bit. Kevin Herter had a great stretch of games. Malik has been overall. Malik has been consistent. He had a stretch of tough games and a stretch of phenomenal games, but overall, he's been pretty consistent. If you could somehow get these two worlds to merge, to me, that's the key of the season. Because if the Kings finish, so there's not 31 games left. What would you guys say? 28 games left.
28 games left. Yep.
Does +7, the final 28, get you 6?
+7, the final 28 should get you 6 because that puts you 15 games over.
I was going to say that should put you in the vicinity of 15 wins.
Because they're
50
8
wins
right now. Excuse me, they're 8 right now. Finish +7, yeah, put you 15 games over. Yeah, that should get you 6. Might even get you 5.
Yeah, to talk like 5's not attainable. 5 is absolutely. 5 and 6 are the same. It's essentially the same thing. It's a question of either of these, if any of these other 3 teams, if you want to throw the Lakers in there, you can. If any of those 4 teams will make a strong push for that.
And it's so dangerous just saying like, hey, do this, and everything will just happen. Like there's so many, moving parts and variables. But come on, man. If De'Aaron gets closer back to how he played in the first 31, and you're like you just laid out, you're getting anything from Harrison and Herder like you have been, you were able to be 7 over without that. Like you might be 8, 9, 10 over in this final, in the final 28. If those guys are giving you something that they didn't give you the first time around.
Well, and then but the De'Aaron thing is like that we're asking De'Aaron to basically do that again.
Or we're asking De'Aaron, because that was 31 points. Give me 27. Because in the downswing, he's been 21.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So give me 27 a night with Harrison and Herder showing up. Sabonis is going to do what he does. That should get you, that to that point you were in the first 31 games. But for whatever reason, like you said, it could all be so simple. Lauryn Hill, why can't everybody play good at one time? Like now Keegan's not playing good.
Yeah, it's not in the.
He's not being consistent. So I don't know. It sounds good.
I thought he was really good defensively last night, though, and that's where
he was good defensively. He was good.
Trying to stall him out a little bit as to what's happening offensively, but De'Aaron doesn't. I think my overall point yesterday regarding Keegan was De'Aaron doesn't get that luxury. Like if De'Aaron is upped his game on the defensive end, which I think we all believe that he has, but if we believe that he's really upped his game on the defensive end, it has to be in addition to what he does offensively. And it feels like if Harrison and Kevin Herter are going to kind of be all over the place a little bit, Keegan's got to find a way to do what he's doing defensively and have something on the offensive end.
Yep.
And the other stars don't get stalled out. Right. And if y'all have been saying for 2 years Keegan's going to be the one, you got to take that step to being the one, being that third guy, being the third piece of this group.
It's got to happen now, man. Like second, I'm not saying you got to be a finished product, but we can't have this. I don't want to see the same struggles we had in our rookie year, the second year.
Yeah, I got you. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk more NBA basketball. We got Matt George coming up in the final hour of the show. Of course, the phone lines are open for you, 916 909-1320. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We lost like 100 YouTube viewers because of whatever just happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was.
Yeah.
Well, that's a bitch. When y'all said there was struggles, I closed the share screen. Hang on.
Oh yeah. Well, maybe next commercial break. Mark. I don't know how long it is.
Your boy?
Yeah. Put that on my own mama. Oh my. Oh man. Saw that thumbnail.
Thank you very much. Chris, the information that was passed along last night by you, by Cheryl, when they were in.
If there was any incorrect information, just tell me the correct information and do it correctly. But let me tell you this. Just realize this, people of Sacramento. It's not about what information was given. It's about the fact that people are talking about Sacramento. My job in the media, all I've been doing is keeping Sacramento's name out there so it's a fact. If you remember last year, who got on national TV and said we need to have people call in and make sure Sacramento stays? Did I do that? On TNT? Did I call and ask the producer to do that? Did I stop my professionalism and go to my one agenda, which is to keep the team there? Can you ever accuse me of being professional when it comes to the Kings? You can't, because I can't be professional. That's my home. So if we need to have a conversation, let's have a conversation. But for those of you out there, I was in a meeting. People are calling, texting, saying, hey, we love you so much. It was so fun. I even missed the flight. And then I call in and do this, and this is what always happens.
What do you mean this is what always happens?
This is what's funny. Like, just call me and say what you want to talk about. How do you people at TNT? I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, what happened last night? Well, let me tell you. Let me tell you.
You say to me.
Well, wait a minute.
This is why the relationship with us has always been that way.
Now, why are you putting this on me? Well, wait a minute, Chris. Why are you putting this on me, Chris? Whoa, wait a minute now. Chris,
all you have to do is say, I want to talk about what happened yesterday.
Chris, I'm not the one that went on TNT and put out the wrong information. Why are you jumping on me for?
I called out of my heart.
Chris.
I called out of the goodness of my heart.
Chris.
Talk to you guys about how great it was last night to put on a jersey.
Chris.
And that's the first time I put on a basketball jersey since I retired.
Chris.
And then if you wanted to talk about that, we could.
Chris.
Man, I love your show, man. God bless you.
Chris, please, don't hang up, Chris.
Any bad information,
Chris.
go to Chris Webber,
Chris.
Chris Webber on Twitter.
Chris, don't hang up.
Radio show on the Fox.
Chris, don't hang up.
2 to 4 on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Chris, do not hang up.
Information.
Chris, do not hang up. Chris.
If I did anything wrong to the fans of Sacramento,
Chris.
I apologize. You know I love you. But I'm not going to give this guy a chance on this show to make you do that. I'll give you the forum to talk to me. I apologize if I did anything wrong, Sacramento.
Well, there you go.
Was that a dial tone?
That's an all-timer. That's an all-timer. Shout out to Jody Bacon. That had to be her that booked that. Oh, my
Shout out,
God.
Jody.
That is comedy. That is comedy.
Now, Chris, why do you want to bring that into this?
What are you mad at me for, Chris? I didn't do anything.
Oh, man.
Perfect timing. That was a fun commercial break.
That was hilarious. That was some good stuff.
Oh, man. 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on the phone lines and talk a little bit. We talked about.
No, I just remembered something. We talked, I think Kamara might have mentioned, he was like, something about the win being good momentum or whatever for the team or whatever. Well, according to reports, They felt real good about that win last night. You hear about that?
I don't think so.
About the lady saying it's really hard to hear Mike Malone because he's lost half of his voice, and the Kings are blasting music from the visitors' locker room.
Hey,
So I think they felt real good about that win last night.
why not?
The Denver report. I think it might have been the lady that we've had on our show like when we first started, when the Niners were about to play the Broncos. We talked.
I remember that. Yeah.
I think it was her because I'm following her. That's the only person I could think I'm following from Denver. But she's like, really tough to hear Michael Malone. He's lost half of his voice.
Yeah.
And the Kings are blasting music from the visitors' locker room.
How close is the visitors' locker room to the press conference area?
That's a good question. That's a good question because the visitors' locker room isn't even. Well, no, I guess it is. It
The
connects
home,
back.
though, not the home.
No, the visitors' press conference is past the media room down that little hallway.
In Golden One,
And-
right?
Yeah.
But
And
what I'm-
doesn't the locker room go?
But think about where Mike Brown would be doing the press conference.
Yep.
And where the
Oh, that's right.
visitors-
Because that's right. He's at home. That's right. Oh yeah, that is wild. Just construct a better arena,
it's
Denver.
almost like how Golden One is set up. It's almost as if the home team
It's
is
the
doing
opposite.
stuff
Yeah.
right behind the visitors'
Yeah.
locker room. That's
Yeah.
pretty wild. But
Reminds
somebody
me-
did an edit.
Reminds me of Cam Newton after the Super Bowl when he heard how loud it was and he kind of looks up, he puts his head down and leaves.
Cam.
That was a big L for Cam.
That was a big
L.
But somebody had done an edit last night of like, it probably sounded like this. And they have Mike Malone speaking low and Young Zell's Like the Beam was playing in the background.
As it should be. As it should be.
So when Kamara had said that, it reminded me, it feels like they felt good last night.
Well, De'Aaron was smiling in the post game when asked about, how sloppy that game was and not being able to hit shots. And he's just like, we had to kind of find a way to pull all of this together. Like we were never out of it.
Yeah.
Hanging around a little bit and just finding the right time to close out.
Mhm.
And he did a magnificent job. Timing was perfect. I mean, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they go up 2, maybe 3. And then Denver calls timeout. De'Aaron gets a steal.
Yep, right out of the timeout.
Right out the timeout and dunks it. And I was like, yo, the Kings are going to win this basketball game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. That was a trip to see. Like you said, they call timeout, down 3. Immediately Fox steals it.
Mm-hmm.
They try to get a quick bucket back, miss it.
Mm-hmm.
Fox winds down the clock, hits his little floater off the glass.
Yeah.
They call another timeout. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
this happened.
Yeah.
This happened.
Went from tied to 7 quick.
Yeah.
Quick. Not that anyone was breathing any easier as the final 30 seconds or so unfolded, but
It was crazy.
it didn't matter. It resulted in a win. We talked about Malik in the way that he played offensively. I thought Malik was actually pretty solid defensively. I thought he impacted the game at various points defensively.
And you're right. We always
Particularly late.
I won't say put everybody there, but I look at what he does on the offensive end. But one of the things that I feel has gotten better about Malik Monk is even if he doesn't have it on the offensive end, that energy that we always talk about, he transfers that energy to defense as well, as far as the way he works out there on the defensive end. And I don't know if that was always the case with him in his career. And that's something that should be applauded. Even like when we talk about offense, we talk about just the scoring, but his playmaking for others. Like we've seen games where the shot isn't falling, but he's still deadly on that pick and roll. And now he's, branching out and being effective on the defensive end as well. So yeah, shout out to Malik.
And I think that's why. I think that's part of the reason why, and this is certainly my own perception of what we've seen. I think that's part of the reason Mike trusts him so much when he's not shooting well.
Mm-hmm.
because he's going to find a way to impact the game. He wasn't even facilitating the same way. Part of the reason was shots weren't falling, right? But it wasn't a normal, particularly what we've seen over the last like week and a half. It wasn't a normal Malik Monk game, but he had such a strong impact defensively. It doesn't seem like Mike had any issue leaving him in for the entire fourth quarter to go along with De'Aaron Fox and the rest of the group, particularly Keegan Murray, who I think played all but 10 seconds in that quarter. Another strong note for the Sacramento Kings. We talk about shot making, talking about De'Aaron Fox, talking about the things that they did to ensure the victory. One of the top things that they did to help secure a win last night was they stopped turning the ball over. Yeah. 11 turnovers in the first half, 3 in the second. Yeah. That's big time.
Yeah, they were sloppy, to say the least. We talked about it, but very sloppy in that first half. There was a point late in that first half where I think the game was at 14, and with like 2 minutes to go, and I said, this stretch right here is the game. If I believed if they could get it to like 8 going into the half, they'd have a real shot. If they didn't, then I didn't think they were going to be able to get it done. Sabonis does something. He scores in some form or fashion. They get it to like 10, maybe 11, and then they get like a steal. And Sabonis he's on a fast break, and he tries to get the bounce pass to Harrison Barnes. It goes out of bounds. And I said, the sloppy play again. And I just thought I was like, it's just not going to happen tonight. It's not going to happen. Luckily, they were able to keep pushing. But early in that game, we talked about that play. We talked about Malik and his turnover. And, the guys were, just tipping a lot. The Denver was tipping a lot of their passes and stuff. And it was just not sound basketball early on. But they were able to clean that up in the second half. And I think that's a big reason why they were able to come back and win that game.
I'm glad they got it done. You mentioned Domas a minute ago. We really haven't discussed the fact that Domas had 12, 13, and 7 last night. It's 37, 38 double in a row or whatever it was. And one thing coming out of the frustrating loss to Phoenix the night before that I didn't mention yesterday, that I don't think we really talked about yesterday, was I'm really happy he played the way that he did in a close game on national television. We talk often, we love the sports media aspect of what we do. We love looking at numbers and ratings and audiences and different things like that. And when you have a close game, an audience can grow, right? Like people are tuning in, maybe they weren't tapped in at the start of the game, but you flip over, maybe your favorite team finished on League Pass and you come over and check it out. Oh, the Kings and the Suns, they're in a 2-point game with a couple minutes left. Yeah. You tap into that and you just keep hearing about Domas, or you keep seeing Domas. The fact that he played the way that he did in front of a nationally televised audience against a team that gets a lot of coverage, I was really happy about. As frustrating as the loss was, it wasn't anything where someone familiar or not familiar could look at Domantas Sabonis and go, that's empty calories. Like those stats don't even shoulder. Those stats don't mean nothing.
Right.
Like you couldn't do that. Like you watched that game and you recognize the impact that he had on Sabonis and whether or the impact Sabonis has on the Sacramento Kings, and whether you like the conversation about Sabonis and Tyrese or not, or you like the way that Reggie Miller approached it. It doesn't matter. They were talking about Domantas Sabonis and how he deserved to be an All-Star. And that was something I was really happy about because he deserves an All-NBA nod.
Absolutely.
And right now he deserves because of the rules, he deserves an All-NBA second team nod. This isn't an Anthony Davis or Domantas Sabonis situation. Domantas Sabonis is playing better than Anthony Davis. Yeah. And if I think it's the media, if the media deprives him of that, that's a shame. Yeah. And like Joel's out. Like this isn't Jokic. Joel can't earn that honor because of the way that the rules are set up. Domantas Sabonis deserves it. He doesn't deserve a cursory third team nod because he's not on the popular Los Angeles Lakers team. He deserves the second team nod because he is the second best player at his position in the game right now. And it just so happens that he plays really, really well every time he plays the guy who is at that best spot in that position in the entire league.
No, facts, man. 100%. One thing he deserves that he doesn't have is an all-star spot, and he may be getting that. Though.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, he may be getting that, and I would.
Domas ain't gonna answer his phone.
Right? Price has gone up. Yesterday's price is not.
Domas ain't
price.
gonna answer his phone.
It'd be crazy if he didn't get the call. Like it would be insane if he didn't get that call. I know. We feel like they both should have been there, but you talk about what Sabonis has done all year, but even since the All-Star announcement, the way he's played.
Yeah.
I don't know how that goes now. I don't know if they just go down the list of voting, how far he was off.
No, Adam does it.
Adam does it. Well, come on, man.
Yeah, and unless I'm wrong, I think Adam Silver makes the call himself.
Yeah, if that's
now, not that he might not confer with people.
If it lines up, then yeah, just go with the list. But sometimes you got to make that executive decision. And
like adding Dirk to the team.
Well, Dirk said, "Why did you do this?"
Sir, I do not want to do this. Do I? Dirk hit him with the. Do I have to? All right.
So I mean, I can't even think of anybody else who would have an argument over Sabonis.
De'Aaron. This is the only one. And if you were to force me to pick, I'd probably go Domas first. When I thought coaches were doing it, I thought De'Aaron was going to get the nod because of perception, not both deserving, but like this is De'Aaron's team.
Right.
I think like as good as Domas is, and he's very, very good, it's De'Aaron's team. And I think Domas even acknowledges as much. And you talk about all the time how, hey, what do you want to do in this fourth quarter? I'm following you here. 30 points, 15 assists, 15 rebounds. What do you want me to do? I'm following you here. And if it's you're going to attack and try to get 10 straight, then I'm going to put you in the best position to attack and get 10 straight. But that's what you do when you have a leader like De'Aaron Fox on your squad. But, man, when you talk about play, he's played out of this world. He deserves it.
And
he just ain't going to answer his phone.
We're talking as if everybody knows, but William in the chat said, wait, who's out of the All-Star team? It's not official.
Yeah.
But it looks like Kawhi's not going to play.
Yeah.
For the All-Star game. So that'll leave a spot open, and that spot
was that the Clippers last game?
Yes.
So it's not a discussion anymore, right?
If he's going to be out for the All-Star game?
Yeah. Because
no, it's not, but it's not been official.
Okay.
It was
I know this is a WNBA thing. Maybe it's not an NBA thing.
That they have to play before.
You can't miss the game before the All-Star break.
Yeah,
but that might not be an NBA thing. I could be getting my leagues jumbled.
I think Ty Lue yesterday had said something to the effect of, it's not ruled out if he won't play in the All-Star game, but he wasn't playing last night. And it's not a serious injury, but they're going to be cautious.
Ty Lue's thinking I can't rule him out. It's not my job, but I'm going to pull Kawhi aside the second I'm done talking to you guys and make sure I don't think Kawhi's going, man, coach, I really wanted to go to Indiana, bro. Sure I can't go. I think that was new. I don't think you've done the Kawhi laugh.
Yeah, that was the debut right there.
That was the debut of the Kawhi laugh. That's good stuff. Man, that's tough. That's tough.
Now the other Kawhi is, hey, what it do, baby?
What it do, baby? Kawhi is my guy. I like Kawhi. Salute to the Clippers. Go ahead.
Should he get more MVP consideration?
Kawhi?
Yeah, because that team, like he's hurt right now or whatever,
Sure.
but like they're top of the West and all that. I feel like he's not getting enough hype for it, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
no, go ahead.
I just feel like it's probably Jokic's award at this point. I feel like we've ruled out Giannis for some reason.
We have for some reason. It's funny you say this.
It's Doc Rivers' fault.
My boy, our boy, worldwide Wob, whatever you want to say. He got his leaderboard up right now.
Made an update there.
He did.
Okay.
MVP is SGA on his leaderboard.
You see, there's another update there too, bro.
Yeah, sixth man is Malik Monk. For whatever reason, I shouldn't say that because I'm sure he's had a good season, but it was Tim Hardaway Jr. for a lot of the season, and Malik Monk is now his leader for six man. Watching that game last night, that Clipper game last night, Richard Jefferson was on the call, I think.
Yeah.
And he said Norman Powell, when he was going crazy like he was, he's like, leader for sixth man of the year, Norman Powell.
He's not the leader, but he can be in the conversation.
Yeah, he's in the convo.
He's absolutely in the conversation. The Clippers, like I hate some, like the Clippers are phenomenal. It's worked. Some of the things I was frustrated about are kind of just manifesting. Like people, I'm sure, have seen the PJ Tucker stuff. I think he just got a very hefty fine.
75,000.
Yeah, from the NBA. That's a trip to the shoe store for PJ.
Sell a couple shoes. You're good.
But there's also Bones Highland. Bones was playing really, really well before Harden got there. They made the change with Russ. Like he was playing good ball, and that was one of the things we talked about when the switch was made. The team was struggling. It was like you had a group that was pretty solid. You had guys that were playing really well. You have guys who were playing really well who you might not be able to play anymore. And that was Bones Highland. Yeah. And that conversation has manifested itself over the last 30 some odd games. And now I think they just sent him home.
Yeah, they sent him and PJ home for the All-Star break.
It's tough, man. I feel like he's playing. That's tough. I really sympathize with the athletes in that because like there's nothing you can do. Right. You're not better than you were playing well, but you're not Russell Westbrook and you're not James Harden, and things are working. You're just kind of the odd man out on a team that has a lot of dudes on it, and that sucks.
Yeah, it does, man. And it's easy to say, hey, you're on a winning team, like be along for the ride with the winning team and be ready. Be Mason Jones, in that situation.
Right.
But, like you said, these guys are like, I was contributing. I was actually playing well out there. And now to not be able to play, it's got to be a little frustrating.
Well, Bones Highland, too, is trying to make a career. And I feel like it might have been the same with Denver, where you got buried on the bench there, too. And it's just like you have ability. You keep getting buried on the bench. Eventually, they're going to forget about you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a little too much like Malik Monk, but man, I'd love to have Bones Highland on the squad. You're talking about you need another guard. They've been looking for another guard. They're looking for offense a lot of the times.
He just get buried here unless you did something at the starting two guards.
Well, because I like this guy, but I'd like if you're gonna try everybody else out in that situation, give him Davion's minutes. I like Davion. I wouldn't.
Oh my God!
No, I got you.
See, wait, just no.
Davion's leaning over the ropes right now.
No. I'm just saying you weren't playing him before. Well, now you are playing him. But I'm just saying you weren't playing him for a stretch. If you're gonna do that, then I would like to see what Highland could do. But yeah.
I like Bones Highland. Yeah. Sure. Whatever. I'm fine with that too. I do like the way that Davion's been playing. I think Bones has a bit of a stronger bag, might be a stretch, but he's a little bit better of an offensive player. Yeah. Very good defensively. But I think he's a better.
He probably needs to go find himself on some bad teams and get run that way, because they're always going to try and upgrade off of you. Like we've seen it with Denver and Clippers now. Like they're always just going to try and upgrade. Like Bones and Highland never going to be the guy.
But you're right. I just hope that's not the case though, because the context of what happened in LA has to be a part of how any general manager evaluates Bones Highland. He was playing well. They went and got James Harden. What were you going to do?
That's my thing though. You're always going to try and upgrade over someone like Bones
but
Highland.
That's it. But all right, you're right. You're right. No. But James Harden, that's a different.
Yeah, he's different.
That's a different.
That's
a different tier of play. Like I don't think you. This isn't a shot, but I don't think like you have Bones Highlands on your team. I got to go get Kevin Huerter. Right. You know what I mean? Like I don't know that those conversations happen. Like it has to be a clearly better player to me.
It's almost like this. Maybe this is a bad analogy. Like a tiger.
Like a tiger, yeah.
You're gonna call him amphibious right
now. But like Kings aren't trying to do anything in the way of moving on from Keegan Murray. Like, he's the future.
Mhm.
Unless Milwaukee is like, you can have Giannis for Keegan Murray, and then things change. Not saying Harden is Giannis, but it's almost like that. Like, Bones, he's cool. Like, we feel like we're good with him.
Mhm.
Damn, we can get James Harden? Yeah, we got to make that move, dog.
Yeah.
We got to make that move.
Yeah.
So.
And it wasn't even trading Bones. It was just he lost his spot. And it wasn't just that he lost his spot because James Harden came in. He lost his spot because Russell Westbrook's there too. Like, it's a series. It's just, and that's why I hope general managers are fair to him moving forward, because it's just a series of really difficult and unique circumstances. And especially when they moved Russ to the bench, it was over.
Yeah.
It was nothing for you to do at that point.
Tough, man. I like Bones Highland, man. So I hope
Clippers are playing good ball, and that's
works
the toughest part of all of it. The Clippers are a game and a half back of the Timberwolves right now, and so yeah, Bones, you want to go home, bro? You haven't played in a few months. Go ahead.
they had a couple of games where like they were coming back down to earth a little bit. That was
Mhm.
a big win for them last night.
Yeah, they needed that. That would have. I think that would that have been their third straight?
Third and last 4 games.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a Detroit game sprinkled in there.
Well,
Once
thank
they
God
got
for
into it with the
Detroit.
Warriors and Ty Lue got booted from the game, I feel like that's when they started to pick it up too.
Yeah.
Like that was their momentum right there.
Yeah.
Pumped them up.
I mean, well, we can go there now or when we come back. But
I don't know what that guy was doing
I
yesterday.
got the video.
Well, did you get the other video with your boy with the 4 fingers?
No.
You didn't see? Come on.
I'll pull
No,
that
I don't.
one up.
No, I don't have the
Did you see
video.
it?
I didn't.
Come on, this dude.
He was being like a little kid, bro. Like legit. Like how a little kid like does like
Wait.
faces at you and stuff like that.
Which one, Clay?
Draymond.
Dude,
I only have the
this
video
dude's
of.
crazy.
I only
Yeah, we
have.
gonna need that
I
one.
only
We
have
gonna
the
need that
video
one.
of
Yeah.
Draymond's unfortunate demise.
Just look up Draymond Green. It'll be the next video you see.
Okay, I got it. All right.
What's
Well,
wrong with this guy, man?
I got you.
He's literally like a child, bro.
What's
He's
wrong
like
with
making
this guy?
faces, like sticking his tongue out at James Harden and stuff.
And then just some weird hand gestures, like
Yeah, I don't know.
know, bro.
We
I
got to
don't
learn
know
sign
what's
language to
going
figure
on
out what
there.
that meant.
all
Yeah,
right.
it's a wild boy. He's a
We'll
wild
come back, and I'm gonna be honest. We'll come back. We'll just laugh at Draymond Green when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. That's why Drew Down don't.
It
listen
was
to us
weird,
no
bro.
boy.
more. Drew Down is so sick of our crap. That's why he just left us. He's over there with the guy Kenny Block the other day who was going to 95.7.
Shout out little brother. Wasn't being
Little
big.
brother.
Wasn't
Little-
very big brother of him.
Little brother also was just in a 5-minute timeout, so he's not
He
blocked
ain't
for
never
life.
coming
He
back.
ain't Victor. He ain't Victor.
Was Victor accidentally sent into the abyss?
Yeah, he was.
No, yes, but
You
I
found him.
found Victor. He may have never come back. Victor just tweeted, "Hey guys, love your show. Sorry, sir, you can't send messages here." Oh man. Screw these guys.
No, it's like the guy who said, I saw him at a Kings game and big timed him.
Oh, well.
I don't know what the hell happened there.
I can't wait till we watch these videos.
Woo-wee.
This morning I woke up.
Soren Steph said something that Harden took the wrong way because he went back to him quick to
Yo, that
clear that up, whatever it was. He was like, no, James, I didn't mean that. Whatever it was.
Yo, the league is starting to cook, boy. The league is they getting ready for the second half, boy. That was some good stuff.
We got the Rising Stars game tomorrow, by the way.
Okay. Today feel like Friday, man. I ain't even gonna lie. Like, the fuck are we doing tomorrow?
Having a good old time.
I guess so. Top elimination chamber moments of all time.
Coming up with ways for Cody to finish the story.
When is Elimination Chamber?
Next weekend.
24th?
Yeah.
Damn, February. February was popping this year. Yeah.
Do we have a meme leader for this month? We can do a D'Lo and KC meme leader too. We don't have to do like Twitter. It's just whatever we have thought. Like, like popped on the show.
It might be Draymond.
Yeah.
It might be Draymond after the day.
I think I got January's written down too.
What was January's?
Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, we could start putting a social media post up that says D'Lo and Casey's February meeting.
Cat Williams got January.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Hell
yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah, who is February?
We still got 2 more weeks to figure it out too. So we're gonna name it right now.
Draymond might be the leader though. Might be the leader in the clubhouse.
What if video of Isaiah Stewart punching?
See that could then enter into the race. We're back right now, by the way.
All right. Let's go to the video here on the YouTube channel.
Man,
we won't.
This is gold.
I don't think there'll be any. There won't be any sound involved in this, but a unfortunate occurrence. Oh, Draymond goes down.
Being
oh
a
my
maniac
goodness.
gets himself hurt.
Yeah, and then now a couple of shots get up. Draymond's lying on the floor, and there they go. Fast break the other way. Paul George. This is a pull-up 3. We got a rebound, and here we go. We're going the other way. Draymond still on the ground. Draymond is dead. He has not moved. The Warriors have scored again. Now his teammates are looking at him funny. Back down the floor again. The Clippers, fast break. 2 points for the Clippers.
The Clay look is perfect. It's hilarious. Because Clay's like, what are you doing?
So
him hurting himself being a maniac. That's a underrated part of this.
So let's talk like I didn't see this game. There's 9 minutes left. I actually didn't see this live. There's 9 minutes left. Draymond didn't, he didn't play anymore the rest of the game, right?
Hell no, he came back.
Oh no, because he appears to be like in serious trouble.
I know. Look at the look.
Oh, he's down.
He actually was so fine. He was doing sign language later on in the game.
Yeah, Draymond was back in the third quarter.
Oh, because it looked like that probably eliminated him maybe for the season.
Hey, bruh left the court, went to the locker room. Got evaluated for a concussion, I think.
Oh my God.
This is a shoot. This is real talk.
Oh goodness.
What?
He got hit in the throat, so he got evaluated for a concussion. I got it.
Oh man. That dude. But like Jesse said, he wasn't done. He wasn't done because there was a little tussle going on between the Clippers and the Warriors, and Draymond had some weird trash talking. It's
almost
bizarre.
like Draymond's trying to turn face, but he doesn't know how.
This isn't the video, but you brought this up the other day, and it's very funny, so it's worth playing. For those who can't see it, this is Draymond Green screaming 2 feet. He's screaming a foot from Steve Kerr's face. Call timeout! Call timeout! Call timeout! And Steve's like, I don't have a timeout. Oh, okay. Okay. See?
Basketball IQ off the charts, though.
That's where the therapy comes in, though, because the old Draymond Green would have punched Steve Kerr the second he said, I don't have a timeout.
Imagine his throat punches Steve Kerr.
He just would have punched him right in the throat.
Remember after, I think it was after one of the 2 ejections, either Rudy Gobert or Yusuf Nurkic. But remember when they're like, oh, clips of Draymond Green, and they use like WWE 24 footage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
beating the hell out of basketball players.
This clip.
Look at this. Look at his face. Look at his face right now.
This clip is labeled Draymond Green is a 33-year-old child. That's the name of this clip right there. What exactly is he doing in this?
Who knows? That's not the end of it.
What is he grabbing?
No, we gotta get.
Well, this is all I got. I'm doing the best I can.
Let me see. I'll pull it up right now. I'll share my screen right now.
Bro,
you got it?
The extended clip. That's just the beginning.
Okay, Jesse's
just
got
the beginning for this dude. What is he doing?
I don't know.
What's wrong with this guy? This guy's a maniac, man. He's a maniac.
All right, Jesse. All right, here we go. Jesse, go ahead and go and kill the sound on that, Jesse. What is he doing? Why does he look like Michael Jackson? Shimon in.
What's wrong with this guy, man?
Who's he talking to?
Harden or Paul George, I think.
That was right after they got into it where Mason Plumlee fouled Pods pretty hard or whatever, and they got into a dust-up. So he's talking to some Clippers player. I know that. Look at his face.
So I have a serious question. Is therapy like continuous, or is it just like, hey, you graduated?
Honestly, I don't know.
Who knows?
Boy,
This was bizarre. Tough. This guy.
That is.
I don't know what was wrong with him.
Tough.
I don't know what was wrong with him. Like I said, the league was on one yesterday, man. The league was absolutely on one.
But it's just the faces he's making too. Like, look, like it's like a little kid, like the kid at the lunch table. Like, oh, I'm like the teacher's right here, but I'm mad at you right now.
Hold on. Hold on. What? Look at your boy here. Draymond literally at the thing, like he like at a gang fight.
He want to be Dylan Brooks so bad.
Oh, that's a wild statement.
He want to be Dylan.
I don't think I can ever respect this dude. People have like smart, really, really smart people have told me how good he is and how I have to.
You're still jumping through hoops for him, or you see it.
I do not respect this dude.
Hey, so the other, I just tagged you guys in something else because the other story for last night, like I said, the NBA going crazy, was Isaiah Stewart punching Drew Eubanks before the game in the tunnel, and Brick Muse, who is also Brick Muse is it's a sneaky little Twitter account, man. They be having some good stuff on there. They had a caption that said even Draymond was afraid of Isaiah Stewart. They got in the
yeah,
and Isaiah Stewart, and the words of Gorilla Monsoon is tossing him out like a rag doll.
You ever see the gif? You ever see the gif of Andre the Giant in the corner of the ring or whatever? And he's got the button-up shirt. He's like, no. That's Draymond right now.
That's when Jake brought the snake out.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly what Draymond looks like right here.
Draymond gets tossed like a rag doll in this one.
There it is. Yep. And as is the case, nope, I'm on probation.
Look at Andre.
As is the case, though, watch this again. Look who starts it. Who starts it.
Isaiah looks to finish it, and Draymond gets tossed around like a rag doll.
Draymond is grabbing his jersey, and Isaiah's like, "Oh word, oh word, oh no."
Isaiah grabs his jersey and brings him right to him.
No.
Look at him.
Oh, let's go, big fella. Nah, man, I'm good.
That is I'm good, Ron. I'm sorry, Ron. My bad, Ron.
My bad, Ron.
Part two.
My bad, Ron.
That's part 2 right there.
That's
my bad,
Ron.
Part 2.
Oh, my bad, Ron. Sorry, bro.
Oh man,
This dude whack. Man. He's so whack, dude.
Oh man, so
he's so whack.
Do we have anything? We got anything else to say about Draymond in that situation?
Just comedy, I guess. Yeah,
he's whack.
Isaiah Stewart. That was crazy.
Isaiah Stewart's got to chill out.
Yeah, that dude. This is the second fight he's gotten into.
So there's video of it.
I ain't seen video.
Well, no, because I think only the NBA has it. I think arena footage has it.
Yeah.
Well, because now police are involved too, so they probably got to hold on to that video. I'm sure.
Did he get
That's
charges
right.
pressed on him, or
I believe he was arrested.
that's what I
They
thought
took
too.
him. They
I
took him
wasn't
in and they
sure
let him
what
out.
that
So,
was.
but it was arrested with a citation.
Yeah, they let him out with a citation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what that was. I ain't trying to get Chetty House no more. I don't know.
No, that was a shoot, but like he wasn't hauled off like Killer Mike was.
Wow. Jeez, don't even remind me. But yeah, Isaiah Stewart. So he's gotten a fight where he went after LeBron and all this other stuff. He didn't socked up Eubanks.
Mm.
He challenged Brandon Miller to a fight, and I don't know if it was the same clip, but they separated everybody, and then you could see. I think it might have been on Legends or something. He's the camera catches him like talking to somebody on the other team, like, "Hey, you want to go after the game? You want to do like you want to fight out? Let's go. That's what you're trying to do. Calm down, bro. Calm down. Isaiah Stewart gonna find himself out of the
Yeah,
league.
because the Pistons, what kind of like caught my attention? The Pistons haven't even said anything or threw in a statement defending their guy.
He gonna find himself out of the league. Keep doing this.
Well, you're right. You're 100% right. I just one more. I'm sorry. I'm messed up. Stand by. Just one. This is a super slow mo.
Elbow to the face. Right there.
Oh God. Oh, down goes Draymond. Look at. Just deadly contact. Wow. This is. Oh God. I mean, he got hit so hard he's limping. He got hit in the jaw so hard he's limping.
He did. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to play, guys.
Remember,
figured in a $3 bill. Man.
Remember when Pam slapped Michael, and Michael goes to walk in and he's limping, and Dwight goes, "Why are you limping?"
Oh yeah.
That's Draymond right there. Why are you limping? I don't know. Goes upstairs, puts a steak on his face.
So are you hurt? Hello, you're fine.
You're fine. That's Draymond Green. So you're fine.
See, Soren was on it as well. Is it limping like Michael Scott after Pam?
See, Pam got him.
Michael,
Hell
I
of a
said a
game
$3
last
bill.
night.
What are you talking about? He is figured in a $3 bill. What you talking about?
Michael was so eager to tell you were wrong, he didn't recognize that you said the phrase perfectly. Michael, sir, you heard wrong.
We can run the tape back if we want. It was free.
Michael trying to regional manager you right here in the chatty house. Michael, settle down. Settle down, Michael.
Shut up, Michael.
Hey, it's a good call. We should have gotten that Paul Pierce wheelchair out.
Yeah, should we have? Yeah.
Yeah, help him to the back.
This dude really
Help him
went
to the back.
after that. Then was it yesterday's game? Or no, it was Phoenix when Domas took a shoulder to the elbow from Nurkic, and it was just a play on. This dude took an elbow. It was a good little
And
shot.
died.
It was a good little shot.
Yeah.
But he had to leave the court.
Yeah, after like 6 points were scored.
Should have did a chalk outline right there.
Another one. How many chalk outlines has Draymond had in the last 8 months?
This dude, he looking.
I mean, the
bad.
one at the Golden One Center still there.
It's gonna forever be on that playing court.
It's forever there. They should hang that up in the, like when you walk in, the chalk outline of the playing court from
A part of the
Draymond
court's in
Green.
someone's evidence locker right now.
That's the
man.
shoot.
But
That's the shoot.
we had that going on last night.
All kidding aside, that was a 17-2 run
Yeah.
by the Clippers to close that game out and get that win that we both
Norm
think that they needed.
Powell was monster. Off
Yeah,
the top of
'cause-
my head, he hit 4 threes in that fourth quarter.
Because Kawhi was out,
Mhm.
Paul George
He fouled out.
fouled
With
out.
about 5 minutes to go.
Yeah.
And Norm Powell closed it out. Even Coffee came in, hit some shots. Russ obviously did his thing.
Mm-hmm.
That was a big time win. And that was
Coffee hit.
I saw this.
He had a couple shots.
He did. Coffee a good little ball player.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the stat last night. Did you see the blown lead stat?
No. This is a Clippers or a Warriors?
Well, it's the Warriors. 6 times this season, they have blown a 15-plus point lead.
In the fourth or just in
game,
general?
In the game. Tied with the Spurs. Both have 6 this year. Think about that. You have 15. I know it's a different type of NBA, but I mean, you're supposed to have like the GOAT, and you got Draymond and all this other stuff.
But that's what. But that's why people can't separate the Warriors from Steph, because Steph is still there, and Steph is still playing it. Didn't Steph have like 41 last night?
He was up there.
He had a lot. If it wasn't 41, he had a lot.
He had 7, 8 threes.
So, yeah. Which like he's still breaking records, but they have Steph doing that, and you still don't know what you're going to get from the Warriors on a night-to-night basis. Because you got a young player in Kuminga who's finally getting a shot to figure it all out, but you still got headache number 1, and I guess a guy who's turned into a slightly less headache number 2 on that team, dominating a ton of space.
Who you think about slightly less?
Clay.
Yeah. Do you see that play last night?
Yeah.
They might have to stop closing with that guy.
Well, they had. I
don't know why they brought him in.
I don't either. I don't know why they did that. Like Steve has done it recently. He cried at the locker room, or a bit unfair. He maybe shed a tear at the locker room or in the locker room talking to Anthony Slater like a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
And that wasn't the only game he didn't close.
No, but they brought him in last night.
I don't know why they did that.
And I don't know. Poor Kerr just almost collapsed on the court because they hit a 3. Pods, who played really well, hit a 3 to get the lead to 3 with like 39 seconds to go. And Clay goes and fouls on the inbound like it's 12 seconds.
Richard Jefferson did not let that go, by the way, too.
What were we doing?
That dude kept going at Clay.
Steph did finish with 41. He took 19 threes yesterday.
That's a lot.
Pods was 5 of 5. That is crazy.
Man.
He was 5 of 5 from 3, 9 of 12. I love that kid, man. He's legit.
He's a really good ball.
Steph Klay Thompson, on the other hand, was 1 of 9. Yeah, Pods had the Malik Monk vibes off the bench because there wasn't a lot going on there.
Pods ended up getting slapped up too.
Got slapped up by who?
Plumlee. That's how all that stuff started.
Yeah, Plumlee fouled him like it was a pickup game.
Faces.
Because I think, well, actually, Plumlee got slapped up in the face. They didn't call the foul. Plumlee gets mad and just fouls the hell out of Pods in the backcourt, and then that's how the whole dust up started.
Wiggins had 4 steals last night. Solid 4 of 12 from Draymond Green.
He had some nice little layups. Good for him.
And it's tough. It's tough. Steph gets you to 41. 19 threes. That's a lot of threes, dude.
That's a lot.
That is crazy. It was 9 of 19 from 3. I know he has this number of like the consecutive number of games that he's made 7 threes. But looking at that 19 makes me want to look and see how many he shot in all of these games. It's going to take me a second to get to the game logs. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay, here we are. 41 last night. Let's see. That's field goal attempts. 19. He shot 16 against Utah, 16 versus Phoenix. He was 11 of 16 versus Indiana. And then he shot 4 against Philadelphia.
Yeah, and they play tonight against Utah. That's a big game for them tonight.
19 isn't even the most 3-pointers he shot this year, this calendar year.
Did he shoot?
It's actually
20 something. Close. Did he shoot like 24 against the Kings or something?
He shot. No, he only shot 14 against the Kings. The next game against the Clippers, he shot 21. That's not the most.
It's 24, isn't it?
He was 10 of 23.
Oh, it was the Saturday game.
7-point loss.
Yeah, I remember
to Atlanta.
I saw it. Yeah.
That was the game he had 60.
He had 60.
That was the game he had 60. I wonder, that has to be the most on the year, right? It is.
Yeah.
It is. Those are.
I wonder what the most of his career is.
Oh, that would take me 31.
I don't know. I'm guessing, but I think that sounds about right. Let's see.
I don't know an easy way to find that number. Maybe Warriors Muse has it or something, or Will Z has it. The most he shot last year. Just you want to guess?
Most he shot last year.
The most 3-pointers he shot last year. The most he shot this year were 23. He also shot 21 this year. The most he shot last year.
26.
18. He shot 20 the year before versus Memphis. That number, it might be 23. This is going to I can't go through all of these. I'm just fascinated by this. That's amazing. He shot 20 against Sacramento in 2019. He hasn't hit the 20.
Right. It is 23.
I was going to say
That's the most in his career.
He hasn't hit the 20. It doesn't look like he's hitting that 20 shot number, that 23-point number a lot. He hit it, once per season the last 3 years I looked at. This is the first year I've seen it where he's done it twice. And he did it twice. I think one was at the end of January, so he didn't do twice this month, but he's done twice this calendar year that he's had that many.
Now I'm confused. Oh yeah, they're wrong because he didn't have 51 points last night.
41.
StatMuse has 24 attempts last night. And I was like, he didn't shoot 24 last night, but something happened, a glitch in their matrix because it's 24 attempts, 51 points. They're wrong. So 23 is the one. In 2021, he had 22. In 2021, that was the year he went crazy with no help, and they missed the playoffs, right? Because he's got
what year was it?
2021. I think that was the
year. That's the season that starts in 2020.
Yeah, I think that's the year. Yeah, that was the first out of the bubble year.
Yeah.
He's got
they lost in the play-in, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of his top 10 3-point attempt games.
Oh my gosh!
Year.
Wow.
All 20 and above.
Wow. So I wonder if that tells you about his feelings on the Golden State Warriors right now. We're obviously reading pretty deep into this.
Yeah, well, look, 3 of them are this year. 3 of his top 10 are this year. So he probably looks at them as the same type.
And the other 3 are, or he has how many from the other year?
6.
Man.
As I look at this, the only one that's
tough.
not in one of those 2 years is 2019 against the Kings. He shot 20 3-pointers.
Yeah.
The rest are 2021 or this year.
Maybe that says something about how he feels about this team right now.
Tells us
about
the
that
Warriors
team.
ass.
The cold piece is I just don't think that's true. I don't.
I think they're cool. I think they're a cool team. I think they're a playing team.
I'm not Bonte Hill. Despite the fact we're the same shade, I'm not Bonte Hill, but if you remove Draymond and Clay from this team, you can't just remove them. You fill them with guys that fit or guys that operate different mentally or whatever. You can't I would easily pick this team to be in the mix for a 6th spot. With Steph, Pods, I'd be curious what that type of work does for Andrew Wiggins, what that type of roster reconstruction does for Andrew Wiggins. The belief in Kuminga, I thought Saric was a really in terms of role players. I feel like they have good role players in Saric, Kevon Looney.
Looney done. Looney's been awful this year.
He can't be anything.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to say can't be, but the way he's played this year, he's been awful.
Okay.
But your point is still they've got a deep roster. Chris Paul's going to come back at some point.
Yeah, Chris isn't going to be back next year. You're right. Yeah, you're 100% right. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, you're right. If this team really, and I guess that's just they would just rather be this than a more solid playoff team, right? Maybe we'll make it with Clay and Draymond, and if we don't, well, whatever. But I feel like this team is good. Does Trace Jackson Davis get more run if Draymond and Clay are gone?
Maybe Clay, I don't know, affects it, but
But Clay
Draymond for
doesn't. You're
sure.
right. He doesn't. But
I think, like I said, I think they're a solid team. The problem with them though is they're horrendous on the defensive end.
well,
Like,
welcome to the NBA, pal.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. All the things that we talk
The
about,
Indiana
with the
Warriors.
and all this other stuff, they're the same way. They can't defend to save their lives.
It's fine.
They're-
Even though they have the greatest defender of the generation on their team.
Is he still off the floor yet? Is he?
I think he's still there. The Warriors just left him there.
What's wrong?
The Clay thing is funny. Jesse was right. Clay looking down at him like, probably thinking in his head, Jesus.
What's wrong with that guy, man?
I just wish Steve would have yelled, "Get up!" like he did at the Golden One Center, and then like a pro wrestler, no selling a move like the Ultimate Warrior, he just pops up and starts running down the floor.
They the league
only team in that mix that lost last night was the Warriors.
That was tough. Jazz tonight. That was tough though for
in Utah.
For them. That was a tough loss for them. League was on one last night. Did you see Jordan Poole's carry?
Yes.
Looking like Barry Sanders out there.
Yeah, that was I don't want to make any more Jordan Poole jokes.
No,
man.
that was funny though.
That's tough. That was tough. He covered a lot of court with that carry. We might have to put that one on the screen. That was a tough one. If you haven't seen it and you're listening on the radio, you got to go out of your way. Like if dazzling dunks and basketball bloopers were still a thing.
Bring them back. It's Shackton. That's what.
Well, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, that was. I saw that. I said, "Come on, man."
This is labeled Jordan Poole with one of the greatest carries anyone has ever attempted. Here comes Jordan Poole, and he goes from the 3-point line. Oh man, that's just amazing. And I know he thought he had one too. My man, hey, that's not legal.
Jones. I was like, wait a minute.
That's not legal.
To be honest with you, though, you might have a point.
My favorite is Jordan's reaction.
You might have a point, though. Jordan may not. Did he go under the basketball? That's what I need to see. Yeah, slightly though. If you would have had the hand placement a little different, like you can do that if you stay on top of the basketball. He didn't stay on top of it though. It was a little closer than.
I feel like that's not what officials are watching. They're watching how long the ball is in the air.
Well,
for the next dribble.
Yeah, they're not, because have you seen some of these like stutter step hezzies?
Oh, who
these people are going from the 3-point line to the dots in the key on a hezzy.
Someone
like,
had
how is that not travel?
Someone had a Euro last night that I was bugging out over. Like, is that legal? I can't.
Was it Pods where he slowed it down?
It might have been Pods.
That was a nice
I saw
move.
it this morning on sports. It might have been Pods.
That was a nice move when he did that too.
Yeah, it might have been Pods. Did he go under the basket?
I don't remember.
Maybe it was Pods.
Yeah,
they wild.
Yeah, but yeah, just sometimes just go look at like when they give you the hezzy and they give you like the stutter, like they give you like 6 stutter steps on the hezzy. They're carrying that ball, they're moving, and then they dribble again.
Your mom out there making friends. Your mom know everybody.
What's she do now?
Check your text. Literally just got a text. Kenny, I had lunch with your mama. I love her. 47 heart emojis. Like Casey's mom knows everyone. It's the most incredible thing.
She does know everybody.
Literally everyone. She makes friends with every single person she comes across. Shout out Cheryl in Elk Grove. We'll come back. Matt George is going to join us coming up in the 3:00 hour. We'll talk to him about his trip to Las Vegas. Of course, we'll talk Kings basketball with the host of the Locked On Kings podcast.
When we come back, can we take 2 seconds from basketball and talk football? Because I'm kind of perplexed by
I'm with you.
Kyle Shanahan.
I'm with you.
Steve Wilks situation.
I think there's a couple of things to talk about in that regard. And then, of course, we'll talk De'Aaron Fox. 71 points for De'Aaron Fox in the last 2 games.
That's what I'm talking about.
So that's all ahead here. Steele with KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hey, 2 seconds, mute me. Hey, man, kicking it with KC's not going down today. It was Valentine's Day yesterday. I have one for you tomorrow, though. I have two 13th rounds next week, too. I don't think there's any fights going on this weekend. I don't think so. Let me check the schedule. Let me check. We'll see what's going on, man. Let me see. Might be something on DAZN. Yeah, no. Yeah, there is something. JoJo Diaz. Yeah, whatever. Oh, yes. Oh, okay. ESPN got some fights. Okay, all right. DAZN got another fight card. DAZN, if they would have kept their price at $9, I keep DAZN because they have fights on like all the time. But they talking like $25. Like, stop, bro. Stop. Who knows? I might go back to DAZN at some point.
I just tagged you on Twitter right now in the video. It's just Spike Dudley's greatest hits.
Oh, snap. What is Spike doing? Oh, no. The first one is crazy. What did they just threw him to the floor? Oh,
Bro, it's a minute 30 highlight tape.
oh my gosh. Oh, Lita. Why was he the professional just oh.
Every time he just tries to do a move off the top rope, they just throw him over the ring.
Bro, the power bombs are crazy. Yo, they no, man, the power bombs. That's crazy. Oh.
I'm watching Brock beat him up right now.
Yeah, oh, I just got to Brock, the clothesline. Oh my God.
And I know they didn't pay him enough to do this either.
Hell no. Oh, and then the one that he went into the steps and the steps didn't move.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh. Oh, this.
You see the louder one?
Yeah.
Why are you watching Spike Dudley get his ass?
Oh, they used to tear Spike up. Oh, the power bomb again, bro. He's taking.
Was that the one where he missed the
crazy
table?
Power bomb. Well, that was how they started it,
Mm.
and then like in ring power bombs. I've never seen somebody get power bomb like that before, and they had 4 of them.
They beat.
This is the same move Zay was talking about. Yeah, he tries to do the move where he's got you in the headlock and he jumps off the ropes and they just throw him off every time.
Jeez. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That is crazy.
Can y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here, please? Pretty, please. Hit the thumbs up.
Who's better, Spike Dudley or that Ellsworth guy?
Who's
Spike.
Ellsworth?
Spike.
I don't know no Ellsworth.
He was with AJ
was
Styles
that-
for a little bit.
Yeah, Ellsworth was that goofy looking dude they had doing stuff for a minute. Matt George coming up about 1 hour from now. We'll talk Kings basketball with him.
Real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this applies. I know this doesn't apply to you. I think Jesse's with me here.
Okay.
I think Jesse's with me here.
Okay.
Jesse, did you see
College football? I already know. You don't even have to say it. You don't even have to say it. It's not even in the rundown, too. Yeah, I'm already ready to go. NCAA football's back.
Summer 2024.
It's back.
So did they? I saw that pop up in the athletic. Did they drop like a trailer
They
for
said
it?
the trailer's coming in May.
Okay.
But they put it out there like, yeah, we've heard what everybody's saying. It was a commercial. We've heard what everybody's saying. It ain't coming out. It ain't. No, we're working. It's happening.
I'm gonna have to make that move
They
for that
got the
PS5.
official- yeah. You do. They got the official logo for it. It's going down. Oh, but NCAA.
It's one of the greatest games of all time. Dan, you're shaking your head. This is big news. This is big time.
It's better than Madden, and I really like Madden, but it's better than Madden. It's yeah.
Then get a PS5. We'll do dynasties together. You can take like Tennessee or something. I'll take like Cal or whatever.
I'm taking Michigan. You already know that. You ain't gotta tell me twice.
I'm gonna turn Sac State into a dynasty.
Sac State is on there. Well, they were on the last one. I don't know if they're on this one, but Sac State was on the last one that they had. Yeah.
Let me ask you two something. When am I go get it? You want me to go get a PS5?
Dude, so we can hang out. We'll Twitch.
Twitch. I should start twitching my Madden games.
Like, when are we gonna do this?
Weekends, bro.
Okay.
There was
Can you walk into a built place and buy a PS5 now?
Best Buy, yeah.
I think so.
I just don't say it was the hottest thing
I
in
can't
the world
remember
for
the
a
last
minute.
time I was in a Best Buy though.
Probably
I
when
think
I
to get
returned
the
my
Oculus.
Oculus was the last time I was there.
When we got ours, that's when I went to Best Buy. Yeah, shout out.
Okay.
But yeah, you can get a PS5 now.
Where'd you get your Apple Vision Pro from?
I don't have one. What's this guy talking? What's this? Where's this come? What's this guy talking?
I was just asking when you got yours. When you get it?
Is it on the list?
No, I'm not getting that. I feel like it. Not right now. Like it'll probably be a few years from now. If it's
too
I don't need
futuristic for
something
me.
else that just shuts me off from the real world. That's what I don't
Well,
like.
you said
about
this
the
one doesn't shut you off the same way.
It doesn't, but I don't need that on my face.
That stuff can't be good for your eyes either.
Yeah. I don't need it. Like, and it's all luxury.
So, like, if Apple dropped off 3 of these, Jesse, like, nah, it's
Well,
probably
free is
not
me.
good for
Free
my
is
eyes.
me.
Oh,
Free is
okay.
me.
That's
Okay.
different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, see,
Okay.
that was different.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Smokey.
So yeah, but I did on the Oculus, and they should have this on the Apple. See, that's the other thing. I don't know if Apple has games.
Oh,
But
they do.
They do?
Yeah, I was reading about them yesterday.
Okay.
They do.
Well, that's a good look. Because on the Oculus, they have I might need to get back on it too. They got the golf game. I like the golf. It's a good look.
Okay.
Yeah, so
All right.
something like that. Got the golf game. Got a couple other games. Like it's cool, but I don't know if I want to spend a whole lot of time on it.
If I'm ever able to drop back and play quarterback with one of these things, maybe they get the Madden games going or something.
They
Maybe
do.
is when I'll think about
They
it.
do have that on the Oculus.
You know what I think would be fire? You talk about playing the quarterback position, and I know you wanted to talk about Steve Wilks. Like, what if you could be like a coach? Like you got an Oculus.
Well,
They tried this once.
They tried it as a game. It was awful.
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't work?
It was
it was an Xbox game. You don't control it from the Oculus, but like with the controller and stuff and all that, yeah, it didn't work.
literally you're Kyle Shanahan. You don't like, you know how you're
But that's what I mean. Like, but if you're in the virtual reality
The Oculus
world,
might help if you're the coach
and you're
watching it
standing
go
on
down.
the sideline and you're interacting. I don't know how you could possibly talk to a quarterback though.
Oh, like real people?
No,
No,
like
it's a Madden game. Yeah, he's
like
doing
a game.
Yeah, basically
Yeah.
NFL head coach, but virtual reality stuff.
I think it's still like because nobody wants to sit through those plays. That's what it would have come down to.
Yeah.
You call the play and then you got to sit through it with no control and watch.
I never got
what
through the
happens.
first game of the preseason.
The reason why they made the game is because the thought, in theory, sounds great. Like what you just said sounds like, yo, that would be dope. And then when you actually do it,
Well,
it's
the
like,
thing
this
that
is
sounds dope
awful.
to me is standing on the sideline.
See, that's where it might help. Because if you're watching you're there, you're watching the play. You're like, I'm here on the field. Like it might help.
Maybe you have like a card in your hand, right? And you're looking, and it's got your play card on it, depending on the team that you're.
Dame's cooking right now. He's cooking.
Hey, real talk. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I got a play sheet for Madden. I got a playbook.
Like you created one on the game, or you have one like
I
a
have
sheet
one,
that you pull out.
A notepad with my plays.
That's crazy.
You know, because it can't.
Can you throw the headset on too?
Nah, I can though. If
You
need
have
be.
to.
But see, they have so many plays.
Yeah.
And like the way you play the game now, you can't keep running the same play because the AI, they're like after about 5 games, they lock that play down. So now you need to find a new play. So on the play sheet, I probably got about 70 plays.
Telling you, gotta get the Twitch going. Do one of us playing Twitch on Saturdays or whatever? Another way to build it up. Dame doing GM mode on WWE 2K or whatever.
No. Matt George.
There's more things to sell.
All right.
They did that during the pandemic. Guru and them, they had a season and they played the games and they would report on.
Yeah, that San Francisco sales team doesn't seem to have any issue.
They reported on that game. What they got? They got a new joint. They got a new venture.
I don't know. Every time I turn their stream on, there's logos all over the place. So
my heart broke when they sold their chatty house.
Yeah, they barely even got a chatty house and they sold it.
My heart broke.
Yeah, Odyssey loves them some 95.7, that's for sure. Meanwhile, there's people out here selling stuff. They ain't even got numbers before the points on their ratings. Just a big
the Wilt sign
0.0, bro. That's a shoot.
0.0.
We didn't see the real. Hey, we didn't see the real.
You want the real? If this is still true, this was true like a year ago. You could eliminate our radio audience, and our stream would beat them.
Facts.
Like not the chatty house. I'm not
bro.
talking about the chatty house. I'm talking about like Odyssey.
Yeah,
I'm talking about TuneIn.
seen it with my own two eyes, man. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
But yet we gotta beg and plead for, hey, literally have the biggest sports audience in the community right here.
And I don't understand. I don't understand. They told me that they told us not to sweat them too hard though.
Oh well. All right, we'll see. Baseball is on a countdown. They're about 5 years away from being better. Jeff Passan says Robert Manfred said his tenure as Major League Baseball commissioner will end in early 2029. So 5 short years, baseball can get better. Congratulations to Major League Baseball. Baseball clearly has a 5-year plan.
So he's gone in 5 years.
That's what it says.
Okay. They just got to hold on. Don't fall off the face of the earth in 5 years. That's their job. That's their job.
Well, Oakland or Las Vegas have a baseball team by the time early 2025 gets here.
Las Vegas.
Or 2029, excuse me, 2029.
Las Vegas.
You want to talk about Steve Wilks?
Yeah, man. Like, so yesterday, Steve Wilks got relieved of his duties as defensive coordinator. And apparently, this was like the biggest news of all time. I'm like, I don't get it. I don't understand what the big deal was. Now, a lot of this is, I think I said it real time, said it yesterday when I was explaining it. The defense was up and down throughout the season. And I'm not going to say that's all Steve Wilks' fault or anything like that. I'm just calling it what it is. It was an up and down defense. The early part of the season, even when they were 5-0, I didn't like the scheme that they had of playing defense. I was talking to the homies about this. They can verify it. When they was 5-0, I was like, I don't like this style of defense. But they were winning. Couldn't really say too much of it. Then they lost 3 straight, and the defense just got obliterated. He had to come down out of the booth, came down onto the sidelines and all this other stuff. And they played really well for the majority after the bye week until they ran into Baltimore. They got shredded against Baltimore. And then after that, there was 2 games. There was not much you could decipher. Like, if you want to really, like, nitpick some stuff, Washington, for about 2.5 quarters, was able to move the ball on them. That's saying something. But you get into the playoffs, and it was ugly until the Super Bowl. I thought they played a really good game in the Super Bowl. But then, so I think this is what I think happened. Somebody else brought this up, and they showed the footage. So on the broadcast, Tony Romo, when Kyle Shanahan calls the timeout to stop the defense, Romo was like, he's playing cover 0, and Kyle Shanahan doesn't want to show him, like, that's what you're playing and all this other stuff. And cover 0, in my eyes, man-to-man, blitz is coming, all this other stuff. And Kyle didn't want to show that. Somebody had the video of them in overtime. And routinely, they had the 2 cornerbacks, the 2 safeties behind the first down marker. Didn't matter what the down and distance was.
Okay.
If one of them was 2nd and 14. They were both behind. All four of them were like at or behind the first down marker. What happened on the 2nd 14 is Mahomes just threw it to like Valdez-Scantling for 8 yards. Now it's 3rd and manageable. Like what are you doing? You just gave them 8 yards.
Mhm.
So he did that essentially like a prevent, don't get beat deep, don't give up nothing deep type defense the whole way through. And Kyle had enough. Kyle's like, we're dying by paper cuts here. Stop doing that. And I think that's what it was. It wasn't this cover zero thing. It was you just keep giving them free yards with this sorry ass cushion defense that you're giving them. And he had enough. And that was the same complaint I had of Wilks in the early part of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So I say all this a long-winded way of I've watched every snap of this team this year. And I understand that I had the same frustrations with the play call and the scheme and all this other stuff throughout the year. So it didn't seem like they vibed. It didn't seem like it was a right fit for what Kyle wanted to do. So he decided to make the change. Made sense to me. You really would have thought Kyle fired what's his name?
Steve Spagnuolo.
Spagnuolo. I don't understand the outrage. And what I came to the conclusion to, and you can tell me this, you can tell me if I'm being exaggerated or whatever, is Kyle the most
So
hated?
before you ask that question, before you ask that, and maybe these two things tie in together. Why do you think it got that type of reaction? Like, why do you think people were so over the top with the reaction to Steve Wilks being like, oh, given like let's not rewrite history here. There was discussion about Steve Wilks and the way that the 49ers, there was conversations about Steve Wilks as the defensive coordinator virtually all year, whether it be Booth versus Field, whether it be that 3-game losing, no matter what it was, and it wasn't just outward. There, I asked how big of a difference is it from the booth to the field. The second Fred Warner said it's a massive difference the week after they returned from the bye. I didn't ask any more questions. It's Fred Warner. Like, okay, Fred Warner says it's a big deal. So I ride with it. Why do you, given the totality of the season, why do you think it got such a aggressive reaction yesterday?
Well, I think there's a couple of reasons going on. Number one, I think a lot of people, and rightfully so, they don't all have to watch every 49ers game, but they're not privy to the season-long discussion that was going on with the 49ers defense, schemes, all this other stuff. So that's number one.
Okay.
Number two, I think, and look, man, I'm just calling a spade a spade. I think a lot of people, until they like got educated or like reminded themselves, was looking for a racial component to this situation. And then they're like,
oh, that doesn't work here.
No, we can't use that. But their initial thought was Kyle Shanahan putting the blame on this black defensive coordinator for his failures. And then they either did a little history or they reminded themselves and they're like, oh, well, yeah, we can't really go there. But it's still like this brother got done wrong and all this other stuff. And I think those two things are issue. And then I just, for whatever reason, and we could talk about this, we can figure out if it's true, if it's accurate or whatever. I think Kyle Shanahan is the most hated coach in the NFL and maybe all of sports.
And that's what you were going to ask me a second ago.
Yeah. Do you think that's accurate? Is he the most hated coach? They had Jason LaCanfora. Did you see his tweet yesterday when he announced the guy that Steve Wilks got released? Started off with, I should have just bring it up, but it was something to the effect of serial scapegoater Kyle Shanahan has relieved Steve Wilks of his duties. Bro, you for real? So, for whatever reason, I don't really know what the issue is. but
there
people
could
do
be
not like him.
There
They
could
do
be
not like Kyle Shanahan.
I think there's a lot of I think there could be a couple of things at play when it comes to Kyle. The first one is no matter how good of a head coach he is, he doesn't have a Super Bowl yet. That's one.
Mhm.
And we've talked about we laid this out. Mike Tomlin won a Super Bowl a long time ago.
Mhm.
Andy Reid was very, very well respected, despite the fact that he went 20 years without a Super Bowl. I'm missing someone. Harbaugh's Super Bowl was like 20 years ago.
Mhm.
You get the one, it does a lot for you. But Kyle has another dynamic he has to navigate. And it's the nepotism thing. So that's where Mike Shanahan plays into this, and this could play on multiple different levels. Kyle only got a shot because he's Mike's son. Whether that's fair or not, or whether he's even whether that's fair or not, doesn't matter. Whether the fact that he's good at this shot, it doesn't matter. When people set into like a thought, a narrative or whatever, they kind of ride with it.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is Mike Shanahan could have treated a lot of people the wrong way. And the sins of the father.
Mm.
Like, I don't know, like I maybe I'm out of the loop. I don't know where I don't know what Kyle's history of scapegoating. I don't know where that is. I mean, I don't. I know he was on the staff with his dad that, I absolutely believe destroyed Robert Griffin the third's career. And I don't know how much Kyle had to do with that, but he was a part of that staff. I don't know how many people care about that or think about that or factor that in. But I always think about, like, I think when you have a father who's such a big figure in the industry you're in, it takes a toll. It's a weird example not everybody will get, but I always joke about your Jeff Jarrett references. His dad was in the business for a very long time, and a lot of people hated his dad. By de facto, who do you think else they hated?
Jeff.
By all accounts, Jeff is a perfectly fine individual who loves the professional wrestling business. But his dad stiffed people on payoffs. His dad fired people. His dad treated people like crap. Jeff lived in a mansion with his dad. Therefore, they hated Jeff too. I feel like Kyle gets some of that also. And I don't know. It seems like the main media people we hear, the loudest media voice, they seem to really like Mike Shanahan. But Mike was a tough personality. He was kind of a jerk. Very outwardly, he came across like a jerk a lot. And I don't know if that...
And that's some of the stuff they say for Kyle Shanahan, right? Like this arrogance, or, he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room and all this other stuff. I don't understand it. Like, and
the smartest thing in the room, the smartest guy in the room always kind of cracks me up, because I have no idea. But like, if you walked into a room with radio people and I'm in that room, oh, look at D-Lo. He thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. Bitch, because I am. I'm going to feel that way.
Right.
You ain't going to be able to tell me this dude down the hall is smarter in this game than I am.
Hey, well, look, I'll go a step further, because I was thinking the same exact thing. If I do radio 7-8 hours a day like I do, you think I'm going to listen to the guy that covers people who do radio and tell me how to do my job?
Yeah.
Like, no.
Yeah.
Like, no, I do know more than you about this. And so Kyle Shanahan is at a podium, and these guys, and Grant Cohn is sitting there, and Grant Cohn is trying to tell him about what he should and shouldn't do with the starting quarterback and using the cover two. And Kyle's going to be like, shut the hell up. I know more about this than you do, period.
But he doesn't say that, right? He gives an answer in a certain tone that gives off the vibe. this guy thinks he's the smartest person in the room. And that's actually his diplomatic way of answering the question. Whether
he
it's
could tell you the
locking
real
for
way, and you really feel that way.
Right.
So yeah, I don't understand. You know, and there was a lot of people like Clarence. I forgot dude's name. He writes for Dallas, and he was sitting there, you know, trying to talk about like, oh man, how all this happened in the game? How is this Wilks' fault? Clarence Hill. Yeah, how's this Wilks' fault? And I don't know if anybody's necessarily saying the loss is his fault, but a change needed to be made.
Yeah. Here's the other, like, the 49ers strip the ball away from Kelsey at the 7 and win. You know, he still could have been let go.
Yeah.
And my guess is he would have been.
Yeah.
Everything transpires exactly the same way, except one play, a turnover, whatever, ends it, and the 49ers win. I'd be willing to bet your money, and you know how freely I like to do that
all the time.
That I think Steve Wilks would still be. It didn't fit. Like, and I'm not. Obviously, I follow this team. It's my job to follow. You go home and rewatch them, and I don't do all that.
Yeah.
You're my main 49ers insider. I didn't need to know all that. This it was obvious. It was surface level obvious that this didn't work.
There was rumors at the bye.
Right. That's what I mean. Why is this so confusing?
and here's the ironic thing about it, because there's so many ironic things when it comes to Kyle Shanahan. You talk about if they strip Kelsey at the 7 and they win the Super Bowl, Steve Wilks might still be fired. I can make the argument if they strip Kelsey at the 7 and they win the Super Bowl, he probably won't be fired. But guess what? If Kyle Shanahan, if he would have won that game, you wouldn't have called him a loser, right? You would have looked at him differently because he won the game. He didn't. So you look at him like a loser and you call him whatever. Steve Wilks didn't win the game. So he doesn't get to stay. You know what I mean? Like, it's as simple as that. When you talk about Kyle Shanahan, you talk about him differently if he wins. He doesn't win, so you talk about him like he's a loser. Steve Wilks, he may have a job if they would have won. Guess what? They didn't win. So he don't have a job. That's life. And I feel like that's probably how Kyle looking at it. Like, so what? You guys don't look at me any differently, or excuse me, you do look at me differently whether I win or lose. This guy's job was on the line. He didn't win. It's time to move on. And I don't even think that's the way he's looking at it. But because you're right, he could have still been let go even if he would have won.
Yeah.
But it's a wild situation, man. It really is a wild situation.
Let's talk to our man Stanley here for a minute. Stanley.
Oh,
what's going on, brother?
Well, I want to preface this by saying, man, you know, I will give you both you guys this. You all have always addressed cultural situations, and I just got back from a remembrance up through Colorado Springs, Colorado, about someone who passed on. And I saw that, I got back last night and I saw that thing on about what Kansas City did, you know, at the celebration, the parade. And I just I know you all don't condone that, so I just wanted to hear a little bit about that. But I want to get in Kenny Caraway's face because, you know, he has always been dogging me about the Cowboys. Let me tell you something, Mr. Caraway. You are a loser again. And let me tell you something about coming in second place. That means you're the first loser, okay? And then
beat your ass, Stanley. We beat them Cowboys up.
Super Bowl more recently. The Cowboys or the 49ers?
Oh, the Cowboys. You guys are still a laughing joke of a franchise, though. Laughing stock of a franchise.
Just as many Super Bowls as you have.
You guys are irrelevant. Like, you know, there are teams in this league that have more playoff wins in your stadium than you do.
Jesse's making us go. That's funny. That was a great. Stanley was so like sincere. Can you guys talk about what happened in Kansas City? And then, boy, did he turn heel quick.
Cowboy fans can't say nothing to me.
For Stanley and Stanley only. Yeah, we'll give our thoughts on what happened yesterday, and we'll talk with Matt George coming up in about 30 minutes. Stilo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. That was tremendous. That was absolutely tremendous. So, Rock is on SmackDown tomorrow, huh?
Yep, he's around.
Okay. It's really hard to text with a Band-Aid right on the end of your thumb. Rock and Roman. All right, I'm interested. I'm interested. I love that we got Stanley, man. That makes me so happy.
Is this storyline the Bloodline versus the WWE sort of? You think it's going to turn into that? Because they got Triple H involved. He's like, no, I call the shots, you know?
Yeah, Triple H doesn't feel like a background figure in this.
Yeah, I don't think he is. Because he came out on Monday, too, I think it was, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever the first show after the press conference was.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Triple H is involved in this somehow. Yeah, they've got some dots to connect, that's for sure. Yeah, Stanley loves Pretzel Day, that's for sure. I thought we were going to do Bloodline versus the Judgment Day, but not now. Nah.
Wait, but what time does it start? I didn't even realize it might be later because Australia.
No, I'll watch it I'll watch it a different day. These oranges are amazing. And for the purposes of this stream, I'm going to say I got them in Safeway. Michigan, I don't think those tank tops are. I'll check again, Michigan, but I don't think those tank tops are coming, man. I couldn't find a quality that I liked at all. I'll look to see if they've upgraded any. I'd love like a dry fit one. I'm not confident. No chance in hell. I'll catch it on a different day, buddy. I am going to watch Iron Claw this weekend, though.
That's out on digital now, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a tough one to watch, huh?
Complex watched it last night. He said he liked it. Yeah, there's also like, are we getting Goldust back? Like they keep. I mean, you know what the funny part about this is, and I didn't even catch it till the replay. The clear acknowledgement that The Rock and Roman aren't actually related. That was my favorite part. Roman's grandfather, my grandfather, the high chief beat him, made of blood. Oh, wait, you bitches aren't even related. What is this crap? Me, Kenny, and Jesse are going to form our own bloodline. Even though we're not related, it doesn't matter. We're bound by blood.
Matter.
Just like The Rock said. You know The Rock's on SmackDown tomorrow. Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
See what's next.
Yeah. Let's see what's going on.
See what's next.
One other thing about that 49ers Super Bowl game. Every little clip that comes out gets more and more heartbreaking. Did you see the clip of Fred Warner?
I did.
Oh my God. So for those who didn't see it,
That's one of my favorite players on the team too. So I felt for him.
There was a clip of Warner when Dre Greenlaw got hurt. They obviously were going out on defense, so they played defense. They get a stop or whatever. They come back to the bench and they probably get more of an idea of what's going on with Dre. And I think they show him finally getting carted off. And Fred Warner's just kind of sitting there, and you could tell he's just devastated. Nick Bosa comes over and says, "Hey, man, we gotta lock back in. We gotta do this for him, but we gotta get back in." And Fred is starting to cry. You hear it in his voice. He's starting to cry, and he's still trying to get his thoughts together, take his time, takes his knee, gets his cries out for about 15, 20 seconds. And then he sits up, wipes the tears off his face, and tries to get back into it. I felt so bad for him.
Yeah.
And that was just him. I mean, I'm sure there's other that, it's a family, it's a team.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of other guys who probably felt that way in that moment, and they had to fight through it to try and get to that ultimate goal. But yeah, that was tough to watch. I felt bad for him. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some tough clips out there now with all the NFL film stuff out there circulating. That's I feel for those guys, and I know I would have felt for the Chiefs, like in that kind of game under those circumstances in that moment, like someone was, that's the game. Someone gets heartbroken.
Here's the deal with that though, and I'm a little more close to it as a 49er fan and all this other stuff, and not saying that those other guys didn't want to win. But the history of this 49ers group, and getting that close again and getting your heart ripped out, and then you see Fred during the game. You see these guys just. I think Kyle talked about it, or no, David Lombardi of The Athletic talked about it. He said that was the most down I've ever seen a locker room after that game. He said those guys were absolutely heartbroken by what happened. And then you see Brandon Ayuk, break down at his locker, meeting the media, afterwards or a couple days later. And you see the post and all this other stuff. And these guys, this group, they deserve, man, it doesn't mean they're going to get it, but they deserve to get to that mountaintop. I mean, they have poured their heart and soul into trying to win this championship. And they just keep getting denied, and it may not ever happen for them. But man, every day a new video comes out, and I feel so bad for these guys. I talked to a couple other people that I know that are like Niners fans, and they're not like follow everything like me, but they watch the games on Sunday, and that is what keeps coming across. And I haven't heard these words in years, maybe ever. I was heartbroken. That broke a lot of people's hearts, what happened on Sunday. And I was one of them. I was devastated.
That Fred Warner clip is brutal. I kept watching the Greenlaw thing. Like, did he get hurt before he started moving out there? He started to move so weird. It had to have happened like instantly.
No, it was instantly.
He's
jumping
immediately.
Up and down, he's hyped, and he takes a jump.
It happened on the jump, right?
Well, no, it happened. He jumps up, his feet hit the ground, and he goes to push off.
And goes. It's gone. Oh man.
And then even in that clip, Fred is like, no. And
because Fred knew. Yeah, Fred knew. Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Randy
awful.
Randy Lilly says, I'm not ready to watch that just yet.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm never watching
fair
that
enough.
game. I'll tell you this, right? Unless we're doing a live show at Sky River and it's on in the background again, I ain't never.
No, we're gonna have them turn that one off.
I ain't never watching that.
I'll give you a happier emotional thing to go back and watch.
What's that?
You might have already seen it 20 years ago.
What would that be? It's 20.
Is this a wrestling thing?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go John Cena.
I don't think you guys will get it, to be honest with you.
Unless
you saw it.
I was out of the game at that time. I was out of the game.
Our friend in WCW was there. San Francisco.
Oh, Eddie Guerrero.
Yeah, Eddie beat Brock Lesnar.
Oh, I saw that clip today. I was out of the game for.
That's one of the greatest pops of all time.
So yeah, it's incredible. Eddie,
that was in San Francisco.
It was in San Francisco. It was at the Cow Palace.
Yeah.
Eddie beats. I did a relive episode on this match, and I was paying attention, but I wasn't like, I didn't order this. I wasn't watching like everything. Like I was just waiting for WrestleMania, like I do in February. So I was like, how did they get to like Eddie and Brock? And it was really like a 3-week period of just promos. It was nothing. And it was probably the greatest 3-week stretch of Eddie's career. Like he was giving these incredible promos. Michael Cole did a fine job. I wish it had been JR to call this, but it was it's just such a phenomenal moment to see Eddie, especially with the context of Eddie not being here anymore. Is such like this clip probably more than any other one speaks to how much that dude was loved.
Was that when he went into the crowd?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Taz with the Eddie cheated.
Yeah.
That was he, because like I said, I was out of the wrestling game, not out, but I just wasn't watching what was going on at that time. Was his where would you put the La Raza era, the Latino Heat era? Is it Daniel Bryant? Is it Cody right now? Like where would you put that as far as like people being invested in the heat that he had, the push that he had?
Yeah, it's up there with Brian and Cody. Yeah, it's up there with Kofi. Like it was pretty big. And the thing with him is,
where did it come from?
They just liked him. Like it wasn't, it was as simple. There wasn't like the story like, or it was Eddie versus Vince McMahon like it was with Daniel Bryan. There wasn't he's the first Latino. It was none of that. It's just the crowd really, really liked him. And part of the pop is, this was Brock Lesnar. It was a month before WrestleMania. I don't think anyone knew he was leaving yet. Like outwardly, I don't think people knew he was leaving yet. So I think we really, really like Eddie. And we're getting a title change. And there was, and again, Eddie told an incredible story leading in to this match. And Brock laughed it off. Like, whatever, dude. Look at me. And they told like everything, like they told the whole entire story up until that match perfectly. When the network first dropped, that was the first match I went and watched. When the very first day the WWE network was available, that was the first match I went and watched.
Yeah,
just really good.
I missed that Eddie era.
Yeah, Eddie was. There's always a report that I think 1 million people have confirmed, like in like the timing of it, the timetable of it, I think is what really gets like debated. But when Eddie passed away, he was getting ready for his next run. There was a conversation. It was there's a story that it was supposed to be that. I don't remember if it was Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, whatever day SmackDown was on at the time. He was supposed to win the title at that time. Oh, wow. But if you remember, Batista, I think, forfeited the title shortly thereafter because he was hurt. Eddie was going to be the guy. He was never going to forfeit it. Eddie was going to get it, and he was going to be the one.
Man, that's crazy.
It's good stuff, though. Yeah. It's good stuff, man. Eddie's an incredible character.
You know what I remember from Eddie, and I feel like I don't even want to bring this up, is when he did the frog splash and hurt his elbow.
It was like his first night in.
Oh, I remember.
Like he full on dislocated it. Yeah.
And he did it. And I was like, hey.
Yeah.
With his arm.
His arm was the wrong way.
Oh, no.
Yeah, his arm was the wrong way.
Ugh.
Brutal. I don't want to ignore I don't know what Stanley wants us to say about what happened in Kansas City. We were trying to unfollow it. We were trying to follow it yesterday while relaying information responsibly. Obviously, I feel like although most of the details are out there, there's videos. This country has a problem, man. I'm not going to back away from that. Yeah. This country has a problem. Yeah. It has a fascination with guns. And I don't know, like, if you're a Second Amendment person, hey, man, salute, right to protect your home, whatever you feel, good for you. I don't know why you need an AR-15 to do that. Right. And I also don't think you need a safe full. If you have to convince me, you need a gun in your home to protect yourself. All right, okay. You need a safe full of guns in your home to what type of invasion are you preparing for? And I don't know, man. This country has a problem. It's a problem. We've talked about this before. It's not going to get fixed. When they killed babies in Sandy Hook, they said how many people were injured yesterday? 22. 12 of them were children. 12 children got hurt at a championship parade yesterday. Who said something today? Anybody say anything today? Anybody say, you know what? We're going to change the way we do things here. No, because that's never going to happen. That's never. And you think it's going to happen 6 months before an election? 7 months before an election? Absolutely not. There isn't a man or woman on either party that has the balls to do that. No. And so this is going to happen again in a couple weeks or a month, and everyone's going to be sad and talk about how tragic it is, and then it's going to go away. Then it's going to happen again, and it's just a repetitive cycle over and over and over and over again, and nothing's going to be done about it.
Oh, man. And the worst thing that could happen in these situations has happened, in my opinion, is we've become numb to it. Like, not saying that it's not newsworthy or anything else like that, but in a news cycle and like in society, something like yesterday happens and we're like, that's sad, that's crazy. And then we just move on with life. Like, that's crazy what happened. Like, for instance, and do you remember how long we talked about Columbine when that happened?
Yeah.
Weeks.
Yeah, that was a minute.
Weeks.
Yeah, that was a minute.
You think we're going to talk about this for weeks?
Absolutely not.
We'd be lucky if we get to the weekend.
Absolutely not.
And that's the worst thing that can happen. We've gotten desensitized to these type of things, and to a certain degree, we've normalized them as
that's what
part
it
of
is.
life.
Yeah,
and that's the worst thing that could have happened. And like you said, just being real, I just don't think it gets any better.
It doesn't. There's no scenario. There's no plan. There's no idea. There's no. Yeah, it's not. All I can do is pray it doesn't happen to any of our loved ones, and pray for those that it has happened to, because thoughts and prayers is so played out and it's so tired. It's literally all we got. Because you think we could rely on someone else to do it? Look, most people know where we lean politically. Not that stuff matters. Like Biden putting out a tweet after the Chiefs Super Bowl, playing into the Taylor Swift stuff, I thought was gross.
I didn't even see it.
It was so. Well, of course you did. Nor should you have. You should have been away from Twitter immediately following the game. But there's all these goofy Republican conspiracy. It's not even Republican. It's like crazy right-wing conspiracy things about Taylor Swift and Joe Biden and all of that stuff, and how the whole plan was for the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl so Taylor could endorse Biden and win the election. Well, Biden played into that. And all I could think was, this is our country. This is our leader. Man, I used to think the office of the presidency was such a distinguished thing. Man, it's a joke now.
It is.
This office is a joke. You got this thing from Charlie. Hey, tell everyone you're going to be off Monday, and tell everyone your favorite president. No, I'll just tell everyone we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
I ain't celebrating this office again. It's like politics is a circus. And again, thoughts and prayers because it's all we got. So Stanley, that's all we can offer that situation, man. It's a damn shame. It is. I just feel so man, kids, just trying to see Patrick Mahomes on a float.
That's it. And not that it makes it any more or less sad, but the radio personality was the one that was killed.
Mm-hmm.
So that very literally could have been me or you at the King's Parade, just being happy because, something like that happened. Minding our own business. Something like that happens, man. Like you said, kids there to see Patrick Mahomes and enjoy a championship in sports. They can't even do that.
No, they can't. It's a joke. No easy way to transition, but we're going to. But Stanley had asked about that, so Stanley, that's the best we could offer you regarding that subject.
And the Cowboys still suck, Stanley.
Stanley's voice change was so funny, man. I want that call. Like I need that call to live forever. Stanley's voice change was just marvelous. As is this recent change in De'Aaron Fox. That man scored 71 points in the last 2 games. And you talked about being encouraged headed into the All-Star break. That's certainly a sign of encouragement. De'Aaron Fox's aggressiveness in the last 2 games is certainly a sign of encouragement. And in a game last night where it felt like everyone was dragging, De'Aaron was kind of along for the ride. And it felt like, still an old JR line. He was cerebral. What do you used to call 100? The cerebral assassin. He just waited. He just waited. Score tied. Got him. And you saw him turn it up. I mean, I can't get over the 3-pointer. I still think one of the best sequences we've seen from this team all year was that 3 and the steal right out of the timeout. Right out of the timeout, De'Aaron gets that steal, and it goes from 3 to 5. And as you pointed that they tried to get it back quick, couldn't. De'Aaron got another one. And I think when they went up by 7, it was like 56 seconds left. That's where I started writing the Sack Hoops update. I was like, we got this one. King. They made my stomach turn for a minute, but no, King's got this one.
Yeah, man. So like, I'm seeing De'Aaron do what he did on Tuesday night, do what he did last night, and I'm hyped up because I'm seeing it, but I'm also looking at it like, man, I really wish you wouldn't have those lows that you have. Because you are that talented, De'Aaron, to be able to do this on a nightly basis and you already are one of the stars of the league, but like one of them ones, like another level star, in this league, verified, certified all-star. And I wonder if we see that in his career where there are no lulls in the season, and he just gives you that De'Aaron Fox that we saw the last 2 nights and in the first 31 games for a season.
I thought this was the one.
I thought it was too.
Yeah, I thought this was
the one. Too. And there's nothing that you can do about it now. Like what's done is done. If he comes and, is killing for the last 28 games of the season, that's what we want. That's great.
And math has me like if that's the case, we're talking like 60 out of the 82. Like I'll take it.
Right. Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, exactly. So I just watched him last night and I was like, man, this dude is so good.
But that also means you're right. You're 100% right. But like HB, Kevin Huerter, Malik never would, but mainly those two. Keegan, don't fall back and watch. Harrison needs to do what he did over this 2024 calendar year stretch where he was playing really well. Huerter needs to do what he did when he was regularly hitting, 16, 17, 20 plus points in the game. He needs this at some point. This group has to hit on all cylinders together, or maybe not all of them, but you got to hit on more than 2. Like it's got to be more than Domas, and it's got to be more than De'Aaron with a sprinkle of Malik Monk. Like you guys got to do something too.
Yeah. Yeah, I just for this team to go, you want everybody cooking, but I don't know. Maybe De'Aaron does have an on-off switch. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I think he's unbelievably talented and really good. Like maybe he's that good where he can turn it on and off, which is even more frustrating.
Don't turn it off so long.
Yeah. Instead of 21 games, make it 5.
I do think I think this break will help. I think he's probably been a little bit more roughed up than we thought. I think there's
Didn't Mike talk about that yesterday?
He did. He talked about all of them. Like he talked about. I think he even said, did Keegan hurt his ankle?
Yeah, he said he landed on somebody's foot or landed on somebody's ankle or something.
And that doesn't even include the play where he got rock bottomed, or the one where he got shoved in the back and they didn't call a flagrant. Normally, I think our dear friends on the announce team can go a little overboard with some calls. But I think it was Katie. Katie was 100%. That's not a basketball play.
No, he shoved him.
Like, if the rule is, regardless of if, like, maybe Keegan needed to lay on the floor for a couple of plays like Draymond Green did, but Katie was 100. That's not a basketball play.
No.
Why wasn't that a flagrant foul?
I have no idea.
Maybe because Keegan got right back up and just went to the foul line like you're supposed to do when you're not being a jackass. Maybe that's why Mike didn't say anything. Maybe Mike felt like because the game was close, he shouldn't like push it. The officials are already on edge because Mike Malone and Nikola Jokic were screaming at him. But that's not a basketball. That was a flagrant foul. Regardless of whether Keegan got up or not, that was a flagrant foul.
And it was clear as day. Like what are you looking at?
Like he realized he was stuck, so he pushed him while he was in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a bad look. Bad look.
He's right.
Bad look by the officials.
We talk about them all the time, but they've got to be way better. They're awful right now.
Yeah, they are. They had a bad night. They had a legit bad night.
Ty Lue was going at the refs yesterday too. Talking about after the game.
He was after the game.
It's every day, bro.
He was.
These guys, it's crazy that these guys are just willingly taking fines.
I think that's the difference now, though, is like now they're like, fine me, I don't care, because like it's a real problem. They're fed up. Like it's an actual issue. Now it's not fans and us, but oh, refs suck. No, like this is an issue, I think.
Hopefully, some of these week.
Go ahead. I'm pissing away $70,000. Come on, ask me about the officials.
and Edwards after the games, find me what you want, need to, or whatever. But the refs suck.
What a mess. What a mess. Yeah, that one was frustrating. That Keegan Murray play was frustrating. But luckily, yeah, Mike did.
So luckily it didn't cost them though.
Yeah,
it cost them the game.
Yeah, yeah. But Mike did talk about how beat up De'Aaron is. I think he talked about how beat up the team is overall, and he mentioned Keegan a little bit in that as well. So hopefully Domas declines what might be an invitation to the All-Star game coming up here in a day or two in this team. It's funny, Domas is the one who gets beat up the most, and I'm sure he's exhausted. I'm sure he just wants to be at home or have some wine or do whatever Domas does that makes Domas happy. But he does get roughed up a lot.
Yeah, man.
He gets roughed up a lot.
And that's another person that's going to, even if he does go to the All-Star game, like he's going to get some good solace out of a few days off. You know what I mean? So that's one thing that when Mike Brown talked about it, that kind of stood out. He just kind of talked about how they were beat up and they could use this time. Get ready, because you got to handle business. We got to get to this playoffs.
Starting with HBCU night.
Let's go.
Thursday, February 22nd. I'm so excited for HBCU night. I can't even see the date right.
And I didn't even go to an HBCU.
I didn't either, but I will be on February 22nd. I'm going to lunch.
Yeah, Howard alumni.
Yeah. We need to pledge our fraternity that night. We just, hey, will y'all take us? Will y'all take a couple 40-year-old like honorary members? The first fraternity to say yes.
Yeah,
we in there. Give me the hoodie.
We starting with the Kappas.
Kendra, if you're still listening, we want in on a fraternity this year.
We're gonna ask the Kappas first.
We'll come back. Matt George joins us. Excited to talk to Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey, Weezy, Aldrin J, let's fall back a little bit. I not to sound like The Rock. I appreciate the passion, but let's fall back a little bit. We said what we had to say. Everybody said what they had to say. Let's move on. Aldrin J, Weezy, let's Scooter. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's get back to the Kings or wrestling or fucking cereal. I don't care. Whatever y'all want. Let's just get off that. Jordan says he ain't broke, fire broke. Well, I mean, if they'll have me, might order a couple more. I don't think this is a ascot, though. I don't know if that's correct. But if they'll have me, I ordered like 3 more. Now you good, Weezy. It's all good, man. You good? No, Scooter, I got you. You definitely are, but it's tough when there's a group of individuals in here, and it's just you. But you're 100% right. I'm with you. Come back home,
Ramsey. I didn't feel the way I feel about HBCUs until I was an adult. When I was coming out of high school. It's different for a California kid, and even if I liked it, like California kids going out to them HBCUs, it's different, man. And not all of them are Morehouse, not all of them are Howard. Some of them are in the middle of nowhere. Even Gramblin's in the middle of nowhere, and it's different for California kids to go out there, go out to the sticks sometimes.
Yeah,
and yeah, it's different, but I wish I would have done it. I don't know if my man Coach JT's in here. I think he went to Alcorn or something like that.
Which HBCUs did you consider, Matt?
All of them. I sent in my application to all of them. I got refusal letters literally 20 seconds later.
Oh, well.
I went and put it in the mailbox, and the mailman just said no.
Oh,
Stay away.
No, no, Matt, don't send this letter, buddy.
Yeah, stop it. No, I'm excited for HBCU night. I hope Jason Jones comes.
Oh, I doubt he's coming out. That'd be awesome if he did, but
I miss him. I miss his
we'll be there.
Comment. Well, will you be there the entire night? Or just
Well, actually be there. Will I be there no, of course I won't.
I was gonna say halftime. See ya.
No, it might be a little bit longer than halftime. If it's anything like the last one was, it'll be a little bit longer than halftime. But I have a role to play at HBCU night.
So,
yeah.
I don't.
You play a role every game.
I haven't been.
Hey, look at Tiger.
It's been weeks since I've been to a Kings game in the Golden One Center. It was so weird not going to I'm glad I missed the Pistons game, but it was very weird not being there for the Nuggets game, and I miss it, man. I feel like I haven't been home in too long.
Yeah, there haven't been too many games as it is, even if you were here. But yeah, I don't even remember the last game I was at. It's been a few minutes.
Last game I went to was the Hawks.
Mm-hmm.
Before that, I think it was the Pelicans. 30-point beatdown.
Tiger. I was just looking. Tiger for the first time starting to look a little older.
What's the brand? Red.
Sunday Red.
Sunday Red.
Sunday Red.
I'm sad. I'm sad his logo's gone, man. I literally got it right here.
How old is Tiger?
48. He looks a little older than 48.
Tiger been through a lot.
Yeah, he's been through a lot.
I don't like him getting rid of the logo. I like the TW.
Boy, I'm going to guess he probably can't have it. It's probably still Nike's. We're coming back, Matt. We are back here with our man Matt George, who's back in the Locked On Kings home podcast studio after a nice little trip to Las Vegas. It's good to see you and Jake Gaden getting your jokes off on a regular basis at the hands of at the expense of D'Lo and KC, but it's all up. Before we get to the Kings and the refreshing victory last night against the Denver Nuggets, how was your trip to Vegas and covering the Super Bowl and what looked like a really, really frantic week for you out there?
It was chaotic in the best way. So we ended up tallying 91 hours of work. At least I did 91 hours of work over 7 days, which is pretty crazy, but it doesn't feel like it when you're in it. Like when your head hits the pillow at the end of the day, you're like, okay, I'm exhausted. But when you're in it, man, it's just a football festival. That's exactly what it is. It's just a football festival. And it happened to be in Las Vegas with plenty of other things to do, plenty of other distractions, but to be there for an actual Super Bowl, two major takeaways that I had from being at the Super Bowl in person. The first takeaway is that TV timeouts are horrendously long. Oh my, the amount of waiting around you do attending a Super Bowl is insane. While all y'all are seeing and watching all those fun Doritos and whatever Dunkin' Donuts commercials back at home, we're literally just sitting there staring at nothing. And they played the same songs over and over and over again because they were playing the songs for each team's respective kickoff, what they play at Arrowhead Stadium, what they play at Levi Stadium. I think every single time the Chiefs start a drive, they play Purple Lamborghini, but they by Rick Ross and Skrillex, but they play just the first 5 seconds of it over and over and over again throughout the entire freaking night. So that was one of my first takeaways. The second takeaway was the best part, the absolute best part of the game was Usher. And it's not even close. Like being there for Usher. Now I had to go back and actually watch the show from the TV side of things afterwards, but being there, being out there for it, seeing the stage, seeing how they set up and tear down the stage, just being there for the full set, man. Usher left and I was like, forget the second half. I just want to watch more Usher. It was that good. But it was an incredible experience.
Do you have any stories from the week that you can tell?
Nothing interesting. Like we really behaved ourselves with everything being in Vegas. So I think all three of us, myself, Kevin, and then Chris Costello, our photographer, we went 7 days in Vegas without gambling once, which might be a record. Like we didn't have time and really didn't have the interest to. No real interesting stories. Basically, everything was just like, it was like Fort Knox out there. I was telling people like to even get credentialed, we had to like confirm our identities, give social security numbers and stuff like that. Like the NFL treats this like you're entering the White House or a government building. And they had the Allegiant Stadium like blocked off 2 blocks from the stadium itself. And we had to go through multiple scanners and scan our credentials a million times just to get in certain areas. Not too many stories other than what you guys saw on the ABC 10 broadcast. It was just, like I said, a football festival, and it was a lot of fun, and bumped into some Sacramento people while we were out there, and it was just a good time.
You know, when that started, I think I was reading a story about this once when because the Super Bowl, it didn't used to be like that. It was a football game you go to, the Whitney Houston Super Bowl, Desert Storm. Yeah. I can't remember who that was. I'm sure it was Bills and somebody. I don't remember Bills and Giants. Bills and Giants. It was that one because there was a strong thought of canceling the Super Bowl that year. And instead, what they did is they created like a tremendous amount of security for it, and it never really changed. Of course, it's heightened because that was 90 something, 91 maybe. And 10 years later, it gets heightened again in 2001. And then, that's kind of where we've lived since then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I learned too that they actually like closed the airspace above the Allegiant Stadium too within a certain radius. There were like you'd walk into the NFL fan experience in the Mandalay Bay Convention Center, and there's police officers everywhere, including guys with just full rifles slung across their laps, just ready for anything. Like they know, I guess it's a hot spot for any kind of attacks or targets or something like that. And thankfully everything was fine. Everything went smooth. And then of course what happened at the KC championship parade or Super Bowl parade is just horrendous. So there's a reason why they take all that security seriously. But I mean, it's incredibly, there's so many moving parts to it, but it was really, really well organized. I thought Vegas did a tremendous job hosting. I mean, Vegas is used to that kind of thing. The infrastructure was already there. I see Wheezy asking in the chat, like, it was pretty quiet Monday through Wednesday. It was also rainy and cold the entire time, which Vegas does not do rain very well. It just does not handle rain. There's just puddles and crap everywhere. But once it got to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it really ramped up. And I'll say this too. I don't know how well you could tell on TV. It was probably 65 or 70% Niner fans at the game. Like the faithful traveled really, really well. It was a Niner home game. The Chiefs crowd was making some noise in certain moments, but it was a Niner home crowd, or it looked like it.
I figured it was a Niner. By the way, the question Wheezy asked was, how was the crowd there during the week? Was everything packed? And I assumed it was a 49ers heavy crowd when they booed Taylor Swift chugging a beer.
Yes.
Like, you never boo the person chugging a beer unless she's on the opposing team, and she was essentially, by all intents and purposes, on the opposing team yesterday. Oh, well, good, Matt. I'm glad you guys did a great job covering it. I don't know why, but I laughed at the video of you tackling Kevin John repeatedly. I don't know why I found that as entertaining as I did. Probably because Kevin is just so damn innocent. But I thought that was a great little piece of business that y'all did.
It was a good tackle. It was a clean tackle.
It was clean. It was clean. It's textbook.
Blindside.
Textbook tackle.
He spent too long in the pocket.
Let's talk Kings basketball, man. Matt, I'll fill you in. If you weren't with us yesterday, I was really, really upset following that loss to Phoenix. Really disappointed, and after a smidge bit of convincing from my partner, I did recognize the fact that the team played well against Phoenix.
You mean the love doctor?
But the love doctor, indeed. It was Valentine's Day. He was talking me off the ledge. But I'm so much more excited in a game where everyone played like crap, but they walked away with a victory. What is your how have you been able to digest these last two games over the last two nights from Sacramento?
Yeah, I basically called myself a hypocrite on the Locked On Kings podcast last night because the Kings had that really ugly win in Memphis and I was furious with it. And then they had that really ugly win last night against Denver and I was not elated or thrilled, but I was like, okay, I can accept that. I'm happy with that. Probably the quality of opponent has to do with that. Also the fact that, like, I went into last night's game, full transparency, completely expecting a loss, like gearing myself up for it. It wasn't just the second night of a back-to-back. It wasn't just that it was in Denver. It's against the Nuggets team you've beaten twice. You just outplayed them and beat them on your home floor. I know the Nuggets were looking just as eager, if not even more eager for the All-Star break than the Kings were last night. But I thought that was the Nuggets team that was going to go, yeah, we're not losing to this team 3 times. And they just weren't. They weren't that. Regardless, the Kings went down by 16 points on the road in Denver, second night of a back-to-back, could have folded the game before the All-Star break, and they didn't. So I also like that I didn't like that they had 9 turnovers in the first 15 minutes of the game or something like that, or 16 minutes of the game. That being said, they cleaned it up. They didn't turn the ball over the second half. What I really liked is De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk combined for 11 turnovers the night before in Phoenix. Last night, I think Fox only had 1. Malik only had 1 or 2. So they did a good job them taking care of the basketball, which the Kings can always make up for turnovers from Sabonis or other guys more than they can make up for their primary ball handlers, turning the ball over as much as they did in Phoenix. So overall, I wouldn't call it a good win necessarily. Like, it didn't look good. It didn't necessarily feel good, but it's a win that makes you feel a whole heck of a lot better going into the All-Star break than had they lost that game. Then they would have lost 3 out of their last 4 or 4 out of their last 5, and including that loss to the Pistons. So that was I thought it was a good way to end the quote unquote first half of the season. Just get to that vacation or wherever you're going, get to that week off with your 3rd victory over the defending champs and get ready to hit the ground running for the home stretch, because the West is going to be crazy during this playoff race.
Loki in the chat says last night was the best win of the season. Do you agree with that one?
Not at all. No, not even remotely close. I guess I get where he's coming from, because the Kings played like crap and still beat the defending champs, but that wasn't even close to the best version of the Denver Nuggets. Nikola Jokic didn't look like he had any interest in being there. I mean, he was just kind of going through the motions and was more interested in screaming at the officials, which shout out Mike Malone.
He's good at that.
shout out Mike Malone for keeping him in the game. I don't know how he did because Jokic wanted to get ejected. Jokic almost looked mad at Mike for getting a text so he didn't get his second one. Like, what the hell? I want to go watch horse racing. Get me out of here. But also, I mean, the Nuggets are shorthanded too. So that Denver Nuggets team, they didn't look like they had any interest at all in really giving a major effort in that game. So regardless of the circumstances, I don't take anything away from the Kings. You've still beaten the defending champions 3 times. You still won on the second night of a back-to-back. It was a very, very needed win. Context be damn, a very needed win going into the All-Star break.
Well, I think that's where the statement comes from, though. It's not necessarily they played well. Best games they played this year might have been the Bucks game, and they lost. So it's not performance. It's if you look at what this team is going through, where they're at.
Well, the last time they played Denver was pretty good too.
No, it was.
I mean, the game.
But there wasn't usually when we have these conversations, right? There wasn't a level of adversity in the game that there was in this one. The Kings could have. We talk about Denver not wanting to be there. The Kings, when they were down 12 or whatever at the half, could have said, "Let's just get out of here." Get out of here.
Yeah.
And they didn't. They kept battling. They got a win. And I don't know. I don't know if it is the best win of the season or not, but I think it's in the conversation. The ones that come to my mind off the top of my head is 2 Warrior wins, the Magic game, and this game.
I'd also submit the road win in Minnesota, given the T-Wolves their first road win of the season. I thought the first win against Oklahoma City without De'Aaron Fox was a big win. The second win against Oklahoma City with De'Aaron Fox was a big win. The fact that Domantas Sabonis is 6-0 now against Jokic, AD, and Karl Anthony Towns, add any of those games in there. But I mean, I get the point. I think it was encouraging for us to see Sacramento beat a team to the level of the Denver Nuggets while not playing their best basketball, not necessarily playing their brand of basketball. But I thought this Kings team has looked better, obviously, has played better and had better performances that have led to wins this season compared to that one. And let's put it this way, like, it's great that they got that win, but if they play that way the majority of the time throughout the remainder of the season, their chances of actually securing a playoff spot are pretty rough. And that's where I look at, like, I think the Nuggets are in a position where they can afford to coast a little bit, right? They're dealing with injuries. They're a championship team. They know if they make it to the playoffs, plus they're in a much better standing situation than the Kings are. They make it to the playoffs. They know they can make a run. Sacramento is, I think, has, and I'm curious if you guys feel the same way about this, because we talked after the trade deadline, but before Monty McNair's press conference. And Monty typically doesn't say a lot of things in his press conference that really piqued my attention or piqued my interest. But one of the things that he said in that press conference after the trade deadline was that he mentioned, I don't have the exact quote in front of me, but he essentially said something along the lines of, like, of course the regular season is important, but when we get there, that's when we feel like you're going to see the growth and what we've learned from the playoff series against the Golden State Warriors. And I understand exactly what he's saying, but there are teams that are established veteran teams to some extent, like the Lakers and the Warriors, even though they've kind of burnt up their safety net. Those are the teams, maybe even the Phoenix Suns to some extent. Those are the teams that I can say, okay, you're kind of allowed to coast into the playoffs, because once you get there, you're good enough and experienced enough to make that run. I just don't think the Sacramento Kings are good enough to coast into any kind of playoff situation and just rely on one playoff series last year as how they're going to grow. So when I look at the Nuggets last night, I look at a team that was kind of coasting their way into the All-Star break and is just going to try and put the pieces together and make a push and try and get hot right before the playoffs begin. And the Sacramento Kings are in a position where they've used up all their safety net. They've used up all their bad losses. I think, Kenny, you were talking about it last night. To me, the Kings need to figure out how to get hot now and start playing well coming out of the All-Star break, similar to how they did last season, or they're looking at a play-in instead of a playoff scenario. That's just how tough the West is at this point. And the Kings want to avoid the play-in at all costs, in my opinion.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. One thing I'll say about last night's game, though, Matt, you talk about the Nuggets kind of playing like they just wanted to get out of there. It felt like the Kings wanted to play to get out of there. And when they got within striking distance, because the difference really between the two halves was the Denver Nuggets were making shots in the first half and the Kings weren't. Then in the second half, the Kings started making shots and the Denver Nuggets weren't. And the Kings had themselves in a position where they kind of got the momentum a little bit. They're the ones hitting shots. Denver's not. And that's where the cerebral assassin, that's where De'Aaron Fox was like, all right, we're here. Let's get out of here with a win. And, he goes on that tear that he goes on in the final 2 minutes. He doubled all of his numbers there in the fourth quarter. And it was like, now we got fourth quarter Fox, which I think makes everybody, all Kings fans feel warm and fuzzy. But bigger picture, loss or otherwise, it sucks they lost that Phoenix game, given how Domas and De'Aaron played. You got 71 points from De'Aaron Fox in the last 2 games.
Yep.
And we haven't been able to say that for a little while.
No, that's fantastic. And yeah, because before that, what was it? Five straight games or 4 out of 5 games that he didn't even break 20. And I think some people were concerned about that. Now, one of those games was when he had like 15 points, 10 assists, and 5 steals, which was against the Denver Nuggets in that win. So some fans were, I guess, still not too pleased with that because of the scoring numbers. To me, that fourth quarter last night was just a reminder of how quick De'Aaron can take over a game. And we have not seen it nearly as much as we saw it certainly to start this season. But that's where I kind of like I subscribe to Monty's style of thinking a little bit. Is I do believe, and I think last night was a good reminder of once the Kings get to the playoffs, they have their guy. I mean, I have all faith on the planet that De'Aaron Fox, knock on wood, as long as he stays healthy, De'Aaron Fox is going to be that superstar that we saw at the beginning of the year when he gets into the postseason. Like, the Kings can feel very, very good about that, and it's just the rest of the supporting cast keeping up. Is Domantas Sabonis having a better series than he did last time in the playoffs, even though he's having the best regular season of his career right now and just outplayed Nikola Jokic again? And then you have Kevin Huerter. Can he be more of an impact? Harrison Barnes, can he be more of an impact? Can Keegan Murray get going sooner than game 4, right? Like, it's the pieces around De'Aaron. But I think last night was a good reminder, D-Lo, that when the Kings get there, even if Fox is kind of going through this slump and kind of going through the motions like it feels like he has been through January and early February, when games on the line in a big game, big moments of a game, you can turn to De'Aaron and he won't just get the job done on the offensive end, scoring the 15 points like he did. He'll get it started with picking someone's pocket with that steal. He had 3 steals last night, picking someone's pocket, going down the other end, throwing down a dunk. And that's how he'll get himself going, not just relying on that step back 3 like at times he's relied on too much. So
yeah, I like when he's aggressive. I like when he's going downhill, not settling for the step back jump shots. And I would like to see him like get to the cup, get to the foul line a little bit more to kind of get him in the groove to eventually take those step backs and those threes and things of that nature. But when he's aggressive, when he's cooking that, we talked about this yesterday, talked about it today. I have so much more confidence in this team as a whole about where they can go and who they can be when Fox, the leader, the best player on the team, is out there being aggressive and taking on that responsibility of leading these guys moving forward. When he's like that, I got no worries about them making the playoffs. They might even be able to get out of the first round.
Yeah, I don't know what there is left to say about De'Aaron in terms of like, I don't know what's missing. I don't use injuries as an excuse. I expect he's playing banged up. We've heard about the ankle, heard about the shoulder. He hurt his wrists last night, or one of his wrists, going for a big tomahawk dunk in the first quarter. Like, De'Aaron gets banged up and he plays banged up all the time. If he's getting out there and they're clearing him to play, I'm not using that as an excuse. To me, it all goes back to what Mike Brown said at the end of last season, is he has every capability to be one of the top elite players in the league. He just has to bring it and do it every single night. And I think it's easy to say that and hard to actually execute that. Like, you have to be a special breed of athlete, of player, of competitor to be willing to go out there and put yourself in that scenario and give your all and take every game as seriously as possible on an 82 regular season game basis. Now, I'm not using that as an excuse because we all know how much money De'Aaron's being played. We all know how he is exalted as the star and hero and leader of Sacramento, right? But like, at this point, to me, it's when De'Aaron decides, or De'Aaron is engaged in that takeover mode, nobody's going to stop me, or I'm going to get us this win tonight. That's when this Kings team is at their best. And I have no doubts in my mind that that side of De'Aaron will come out in the playoffs. Hopefully that side of De'Aaron will come out in these meaningful games in the race for the playoffs. But it's getting through this dog days trenches of the regular season patch where they've built enough of a cushion in terms of wins and losses, and they're far enough above 500 to where De'Aaron doesn't feel the sense of urgency to give his all every single night like he did at the start of the season. But despite the Kings' record, the standings still are in the situation where the Kings are 8 games over 500. Doesn't matter. They're in 8th place. So how do the Sacramento Kings, how does De'Aaron Fox mentally and physically bring it every single night? How do the Kings get that out of him? That, to me, is the foundation of any success that they're going to have throughout the rest of this season.
What's your theory on why Mike hates Kevin Huerter?
Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, I heard you guys talking about this. I couldn't agree with you more yesterday.
Okay. For those, I kid. I don't think Mike hates Kevin Huerter. I got to stop saying it. I'm joking. There's something about Kevin Huerter's game that Mike Brown definitely doesn't like, and that's very clear.
Kevin I think it's clear Kevin just does not fit what Mike is trying to do. And I understand, right? And far be it from me to question the head coach or a man who's gone from good to great before and who actually knows how to do this thing. And I'm been in Sacramento basically my entire life and watched the Kings basically my entire life. So I sure as hell don't know what it takes to get from good to great. That being said, like, I understand if you believe the Kings have to get to this level defensively or have to improve this to become a championship contender. But I look at the shortcomings of the Sacramento Kings on the defensive end. I look at what they can and can't do, and I think it's more personnel based than it is scheme based, right? This coaching staff is loaded with some of the most brilliant minds in basketball. Jordi Fernandez is going to be plucked and is going to be a brand new head coach in the very, very near future. I think this is the last year that Jordi is a member of the Sacramento Kings. That being said, he is technically the defensive coordinator on that coaching staff along with Mike. Jay Triano is the guy that's in charge of the offense. Plus, you have Doug Christie on that bench, who is literally known for defense here in Sacramento. You have guys across that bench that know what it takes to execute defensively and play good fundamental defense. You still have to have the personnel to execute it and play it. But the reality is the Kings personnel is not that, which is ultimately a front office and Monty McNair problem and an issue that the Kings will need to address, and I believe will address this upcoming summer, this upcoming offseason. That being said, I think that you guys were saying this yesterday, like the trade deadline is passed. Your roster is your roster. Mm-hmm. And you have a starting shooting guard who not only can be one of the most electrifying and prolific three-point shooters in the league, he is schematically a perfect floor spacing fit with your main two pieces. Even Keegan Murray, if you want to add in a third. Mm-hmm. Like, emphasizing Kevin Huerter's strengths is something that the Kings have gone so far away from. Because I think back to last season, Kevin started the season red hot, but it wasn't just, oh, Kevin is getting these catch and shoot 3 opportunities and he's knocking all of them down. The Kings were emphasizing Kevin with the DHO game with Domantas Sabonis, right? Kevin said going into that season during media day, and I still remember it, he said Domantas Sabonis is the easiest player in the league to play with, because he was talking about how Sabonis gets Kevin the ball where Kevin wants the ball. The Kings have gone away from that this year. To some extent, they went away from where Harrison likes the ball too. Maybe it to James Ham's theory. Maybe it had to do with trying to get Keegan more involved. Maybe it had to do with De'Aaron and Domantas Sabonis both need to shoot the ball a little bit more. Regardless, like, I trust Mike wholeheartedly. I believe in Mike wholeheartedly. That doesn't mean I blindly follow everything he does. The biggest question that I've had, the biggest criticism I've had of Mike this season is of how he's handled Kevin Huerter. I don't think Kevin has given Mike what Mike needs out of his starting 2-guard spot. But Chris Duarte had good minutes last night. Chris Duarte suddenly started the fourth quarter after not playing more than 3 minutes since January 25th. Like, it worked last night, and I'm glad it worked last night.
So I always tell you guys, Mike Brown's hilarious. Mike Brown is hilarious.
That was wild.
That was wild. Kevin Huerter is your best 2-guard on this roster, not named Malik Monk. And if you are going to stick stubbornly with, I am not moving Malik out of the second unit, then Kevin Huerter needs to be in that spot and emphasize his strengths. And I don't think Mike has done a good job of that.
So are you of the belief, like I am, I think the Kings need Kevin Huerter. they need him. It's not just he should be playing because we like to see him playing and all this other stuff. I think they need what he brings to the table. Now, the structure of the offense and the way they run stuff, like you said, the dribble handoffs and the amount of opportunities he gets on that side of the floor may still not be the same as they were last year. But I just think there are certain times, like I thought in that Phoenix game at the end of it, they needed that threat of a shooter late in the game to help them get through that. And I didn't think Harrison was going to give it to him. Plus, he already wasn't playing defense as well. Now, last night, they didn't necessarily need it. Harrison was playing well. He's playing well on both sides of the floor. De'Aaron was doing what he did. But I think in the grand scheme of things, I think they need Kevin Huerter. Do you feel the same way about him?
Absolutely. The best version of the Sacramento Kings involves a consistent role for Kevin. I won't say the best lineup for the Sacramento Kings involves Kevin being on the floor, although statistically, the Kings' typical starting five featuring Kevin Huerter is one of the best lineups in the league. Now, they also play a lot together, and we know how offensively efficient that unit can be. But like, we saw what the Sacramento Kings look like without Kevin Huerter, essentially in that playoff series, right? Kevin was bad the entire playoff series, and he'll be the first one to admit that. He knew, and I think that carried over mentally into the start of this season, into training camp. Like that was a funk that took him a while to work his way out of. The Kings still took the Golden State Warriors to 7 games. So the Kings can still be competitive when Kevin is struggling and without Kevin Huerter. But if Kevin shoots halfway as good as he shot throughout the majority of last season during that playoff series, it doesn't make it to 7, y'all. The Kings are playing the Los Angeles Lakers after game 5 or game 6. Like, that's how important Kevin Huerter can be. Plus the amount of attention that he draws away from a Fox or from a Sabonis or for Keegan Murray to some extent, or defenses just have to pick their poison and say, fine, we're going to leave Kevin Huerter because we have to throw a double at Fox, or we have to help on Sabonis, or we have to cover the swing to Keegan on the corner. And then you get Kevin, who is a shooter that by no means should get any open threes, getting him those looks that I don't think he gets on too many other teams. So yes, the Kings, the best version of the Sacramento Kings features Kevin Huerter. And if the Kings are taking that away instead of defense is taking that away, you're just hurting yourself.
Assess Keegan Murray for me.
I mean, I think
that's a tough thing to just throw at him. Like just break down Keegan Murray for me and what you think.
I think he's in his second big slump of the year. I broke this down basically last night into what I'm not concerned about, what I'm a little concerned about, and what I am concerned about. So what I'm not concerned at all about is even when Keegan is struggling offensively, he still knows how to make a positive impact on the game. He continues to do it. He had 5 rebounds last night. Once again, not shooting the ball well. He's averaging like 4.5 rebounds or something like that this month in February, where he's having a completely bad shooting month. Right. On top of that, we know he's statistically one of the best isolation defenders in the league. He's become one of the best, if not the best defender on this roster. He's the guy getting the toughest defensive assignment that the Kings have typically on a nightly basis. So even if the shot isn't falling for Keegan, he's making a positive impact towards winning. So that's what I'm not concerned about. I am a little bit concerned about the 3-point shooting because it's dropped from around 40% to now 35% for the season. He's shooting like 20% or something like that from 3-point range here in the month of February. He's not getting to the foul line at all, which is something I think he does need to add to his game. But the 3-point shooting, and this is a broader topic, I think, for the Kings in general, not just for Keegan, right? We talk about going away from your strengths a little bit. Sacramento wanted Keegan to become more of a 3-level scorer, to attack the basket, to get to the mid-range, to do more than just catch and shoot from 3. But he was so good at catch and shoot threes last season, breaking the NBA record for 3-pointers as a rookie, that you don't want to completely take that away. And it feels like whether through Keegan's shooting struggles or through the Kings schematically, like they just don't go to that catch and shoot open Keegan Murray 3 as much as possible. Also, I think defenses are a little more savvy to how Keegan can beat you on the perimeter, and they're doing a little bit of better job at that too. I'm not concerned because Keegan shot 20% in the month of November, like 22-23% from 3-point range, followed it up with like a 44% December and a 39% January. So he's already worked his way through a shooting slump and come out the other side better for it at one point this season. So I'm more than confident that he can do it again. What I am concerned about again, kind of adopting James Ham's theory about the Kings emphasizing Keegan in the first half of the season and now trying to get Harrison and other guys more involved. Since Harrison has picked it up, Keegan has kind of dropped off. They have had a couple of games where one will have 17 points and one will have 15 points. But it feels like when one is feasting, the other one is struggling. And HB, I remember what he talked about after that Warriors game. He talked about like some guys have to make sacrifices so others can have good nights. Some nights I'm setting the screens, other nights it's Keegan setting the screens or whatever, or doing those little things, doing the dirty things. And I love that Harrison is providing more and giving you 20-point nights like he did last night, is averaging 15 points a night really since 2024 began or something like that, or at least in the month of February. But if that's what it takes to get Harrison to that level, if it takes Keegan struggling as much as he is and falling out of the offensive scoring production as much as he has, I'm concerned about that because I don't want to have to pick and choose between two starters and the offensive impact that they're going to give me. You need to find a way to get both of them to be giving you more of a consistent, noticeable, regular offensive output than they've been giving you at the course of the season. So if I'm concerned about anything, it's that I'm still not seeing this team cohesively more than once in a while having good offensive on the same page scoring nights.
How do you feel about this team, Matt, for the future? Being able to make the playoffs, being able to stay out of the play-in and get into that top six. How confident are you? I think we all agree we think they can do it. Like we see the pathway, but do you believe in them to be able to pick themselves up in these final 28 games and be a top 16?
We've seen this team catch fire in the second half before. And we saw it literally coming out of the All-Star break last year. Remember the context of that point. The Kings did not make any trades while other teams around them did, just like this year. And what were we talking about here in Sacramento? All these teams with experience are gearing up. And the Sacramento Kings, they have not been here before. They are new to this. They're not going to be able to hold on to that third spot. I think they rattled off like 8 straight. We're the best team to start the, again, second half of the season coming out of the All-Star break. The best team in the league for a couple of weeks, and that helped them secure that third seed. So I look at this roster, I look at this core, and I say, yes, they're capable of doing it this year. But I think back to what was Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox saying coming into this season, that they're trying to win a championship. And I think this year we all know that's pretty much not happening. Like, we can all admit that, right? Unless it would take a miracle at this point. I think a miracle run for the Kings to win a championship. So, so through looking things through that lens, I think it's pretty clear that this group, the way it's constructed, is just not good enough to get to where they want to go. That's where I think changes are definitely going to be made this offseason. And I think what the Kings are waiting for is one more playoff series minimum of context to make those decisions. If Mike's truly done with Kevin Huerter, or if Mike just doesn't see Kevin Huerter as the future, there's that context we needed. Kevin's gone. If Harrison struggles again in the playoffs, okay, Harrison's gone. If Trey Lyles steps up in a major way, okay, good. Keep Trey around. If Malik Monk is there, yep, give Malik that money. Like, I think the Kings are wanting more context to make those big decisions before they really, truly go all in. That's what I think this year is about at this point. That being said, they're also trying to win at the same time. So to answer your question, Kenny, yes, I do have faith that they'll be able to put together a run and actually secure a playoff spot, not just a play-in spot. I do think they're more than capable of being a top 6 team. They've been there all season long. Why would they fade out of it now? I think they absolutely can do it. Will they? I don't know, but I think they can. But are they the team that Mike Brown wanted to try and get them to be? No, they're not going to be. And changes have to be made for them to ultimately reach that goal.
All right. I don't disagree with anything Matt said. I don't disagree with anything that you said. I think the team I still have the biggest question mark about is Dallas. I'm just confused with New Orleans. I don't understand that basketball team at all. I don't know what Dallas is, but my fear is I know what Sacramento is, and I just don't know if it's enough. Like, they're up and down. Can they be up a little bit longer than they're down? This final stretch, we talk about the home games over this final stretch. Is the home court, the Golden One Center, is that enough, to propel that just slightly better run than, Dallas may have, or New Orleans may have, or Phoenix may have? I don't need them to run away with a 6 spot. I need them to secure a 6 spot.
Mhm.
And if they secure it the last night of the season against Phoenix, I'll be equally as happy as if they secure it a week before. Just get it. Just get a solidified spot. I don't want them in the play-in.
Well, let me ask you this too, because this just popped into my mind. Coming into the season, we were asking like, what constitutes success? What constitutes growth? And a lot of us were saying, myself included, like, I want to see them get out of the first round. Like, I think a successful season is them making it to the second round. If the Kings were to, given the circumstances of this season, if the Kings were to put together a solid second half, defend their home floor, maybe they end with the exact same record as they do last season. And that's enough to secure them a 5th or 6th seed. But we see them overcome the adversity that they're facing right now, and in a playoff race, once again, establish themselves as a top 6 team in an extremely difficult Western Conference. Regardless of who they play in the first round, they lose in the first round again. I don't know how much we can constitute that as a failure. Again, I view that more as context than failure. Now we know a little bit more about this team, but they still showed us something. And who are the guys that are going to step up during this race and show us that? Because those are the guys Monty's going to continue to ride with. And those who fall behind, those are the ones that are going to be on the outs.
That's not a failure.
No, it's
you've laid that out, Casey. You've laid that out on numerous occasions. I'll say this. Standing pat in the offseason, that would be a failure.
Yes.
So that's the only thing that I could see being a failure. But they get to the first round, they don't make it. It's part of the process, man. It's part of the process. Matt, we appreciate you. I'm excited to be a guest on the Locked On Kings podcast tomorrow. Hopefully you're a subscriber there already. Obviously, most of you listening are Kings fans. Make sure you're a subscriber, Locked On Kings, whether it's the YouTube channel or the podcast. Can't recommend the YouTube channel enough. Really good stuff from Matt George over there. And we'll run it back next here on Sacramento Sports Leader. We're going to head over to 102.5. Do some giveaways over there if you want to listen to some music and join us. If not, we'll see you here tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders. Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, nobody.
Good stuff, Matt.
Thank you, guys.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Big dog.
Appreciate y'all.
Yes, indeed. Guys, we got a lot to do over the course of the next couple of hours. So we're going to shut the stream down. Hopefully a couple of you guys, David J, I don't know if we said it. Dave, it was really nice to meet you this weekend, man.
J.
Thank you so much for coming to say hello at the brunch and downtown, man. Just an absolute pleasure to meet you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we're going to shut down. Hope you guys will come back tomorrow. We're going to have fun the next couple of days. I know Kings Wires are going to slow down a little bit. The NFL season is behind us. That just means we're going to have fun. So tune in. I know we're working on Joe D. Kyle Madsen will be with us. Of course, James Ham as well. And we'll hope that you're here with us as well. Hit the thumbs up before you go, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.